बीजेपी हेडक्वार्टर्स 2 मिनट चलिए बहुत शुक्रिया सर 2 मिनट दीजिएगा अभी क्योंकि हमारे और रिपोर्टर हैं उनके पास जाएंगे उन सबसे बात करेंगे All right, so this is the scene at the BJP headquarter. A lot of chants of Jai Shri Ram, Bulldozer Baba. Well, as you can hear, I want to cut across right now to my colleagues Samarth and Abhishek. Both are joining us live. Samarth, if you can take us through a lot of fervor, a lot of festivity where the BJP headquarter in Lucknow is concerned. Would you give us a brief on what we can expect at 4 p.m. at the swearing-in ceremony at the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Stadium? Over to you.
See, there is a sense of festivity in the state capital, and it is not just about the BJP office, it is also about the CM residence or the Ikana Cricket Stadium where the mega ceremony will take place. I am outside the CM residence, and out here there are workers, there are people who are waiting for CM Yogi Adityanath to come. There are speculations about the tea with the expected ministers with CM Yogi Adityanath, for which also we are waiting out here. But out here, there are a lot of posters out here outside this particular CM residence, because it is not just a win, because this time around, after 37 long years, the CM is repeating, and that is the big win. Amit Shah clearly said yesterday that I just gave a leader, you made him the CM. So that this win belongs to Yogi, because it was a clear-cut Akhilesh versus Yogi contest in this election, and Yogi Adityanath dominated completely, because nobody expected such seats for BJP when we were covering the campaigning of both the parties. But out here now, the atmosphere is electrifying as the city is dazzling with colors, especially with the Bhagwa. I just want my cameraman to just zoom out here. The images of top BJP leaders right behind me: Rajnath Singh, Amit Shah, JP Nadda, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Yogi himself, Rajeshwar Singh. All these big leaders were the architect of this massive win for BJP, while the expected faces, the new faces which gained limelight, like Aparna Yadav, Pankaj Singh, Daya Shankar Singh, also Rajeshwar Singh out here could also be seen, and how can we forget Sanjay Nishad, one other person, the alliance partner for BJP, who helped BJP to get more seats. So it was not just about BJP, it was also about the strategy, what we say Chanakya of Indian politics, Amit Shah. It was the major political move by making Sanjay Nishad, the Nishad Party, Apna Dal, all those partners who had some influence in Purvanchal, though BJP was also striking for Rajbhar, but he went to Akhilesh. But currently, what we are seeing, that the city is set for the mega swearing-in ceremony of the CM Yogi Adityanath. Back to you.
You know, Samar, stay on with us. I'm going to come right back to you. I want to cut across to Abhishek as well on the guest list, because there was a lot of speculation whether Bollywood stars or celebrities would be called. It seems invitations have in fact gone out, and a peculiar invitee has been Amitabh Bachchan. And why do I say it's peculiar? Is that Amitabh Bachchan's wife has been very vocal. She's a Samajwadi Party Rajya Sabha MP, and was rather very vocal against the government. So will Amitabh Bachchan actually come in? We're going to go across to my colleague Abhishek Mishra. But before that, I want to cut across to Rahul Srivastav, who's joining me from the studio. Once again, we was to give our, give you a sense of perspective of where we are. The Vidhayaks, the MLAs are now filtering in. We are at the BJP headquarters. A lot of cadre, that has come through all across Uttar Pradesh. You just heard when we spoke to all of them from where all they've actually come in, from all parts of UP. There is a sense of euphoria. There are chants of Jai Shri Ram. I want to go back to Rahul Srivastav. Rahul, in 2017, I remember, you were there with me, and I was on the ground, and we covered the 2017 oath-taking ceremony of Yogi Adityanath. And, he was a surprise candidate then, and I still remember we were all getting ready, to relay live, and then 2 hours before the ceremony, Yogi Adityanath himself came to that Maidan. At that point of time, it was a ground where that oath-taking took place, and he himself made sure, that the seating arrangement was right, the preparation was right. How life's come full circle for him 5 years. This election fought under his banner.
Yes, Preeti. Yogi Adityanath today occupies a space which perhaps we have not seen any chief minister of the BJP in the last 7 years. Somewhere one thing is very clear, that though yes, he has trumped superstitions, Noida jinx and others, he has created a victory which is unprecedented in the history of Uttar Pradesh. The fact is also that today's function is all about Narendra Modi. But if you take a drone look at what is happening, it's distinctly clear that somewhere the BJP is creating a spectacle in which Yogi Adityanath is a critical factor. Though it is about Narendra Modi's, the BJP is already into the launch pad as far as the 2024 election is concerned. But somewhere the sense comes that Yogi Adityanath is upayogi for Narendra Modi. That Modi-Yogi duo is creating that kind of synergy which will be seen as part of a BJP's electoral plan in the next 7 years. That somewhere one feels that Yogi Adityanath has definitely gone up as far as the BJP's rungs is concerned. And it is not just about development and growth and other elements, the double engine element, but I think that double engine Hindutva element is also very potent. Yogi Adityanath, the monk who has sold Hindutva like never before, 365 days for 5 years. And if that is the game plan, what one can say is Narendra Modi and Yogi Adityanath will be using this platform to keep the Hindutva element alive in Uttar Pradesh, even though the opposition may try to derail their campaign like they tried to do this time around with the Mandal element.
You know, Rahul, you're right. It's already echoing at least the BJP headquarters here where Jai Shri Ram and Bhagwa is concerned. Dada, kahan se aaye hain?
हम ब्रज से आए हैं,
ब्रज से आए हैं।
ब्रज से और आप राधा रानी हम तुम्हारे साथ में आशीर्वाद लेकर के आए, खुशियों का, फूलों का, योगी जी के लिए, मोदी जी के लिए। जब तक चंदा शीशा टूटे, चंदा धरती पर उतरे, राम राज की जय हो और राधा रानी की जय हो और भगवती मैया की जय।
So you just heard it, Rahul, there. Ram Rajya ki jai ho. So when we talk about the whole Hindutva factor, the way Yogi Adityanath can't be a bigger icon where that is concerned. I want to cut across to Samarth, but I'll also show you the icons that have become synonymous with Yogi Adityanath. The bulldozer being one of them. There's somebody else also who really wants to get in a go and a word. दादा बताएं, चलिए कहाँ से आए हैं आप? काफी
सारनाथ।
आप सारनाथ से आए?
जी हाँ सारनाथ से।
सारनाथ से आए हैं। क्या यहाँ पे काडर है, प्रवक्ता है, क्या है?
हम कुछ नहीं है, हम लोग आप जनता है। जनता ने परिवारवाद को और जातिवाद को समाप्त कर दिया है, तुष्कर्म को समाप्त कर दिया है। पूरी जनता बोल रही है योगी 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 योगी।
आप काडर नहीं,
योगी योगी योगी।
तो योगी अगले कौन?
योगी 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 योगी।
मोदी के बाद कौन? मोदी के बाद
योगी, योगी के बाद मोदी। योगी जी रहेंगे, मोदी जी भी रहेंगे।
Well, there you okay. So
आगे भक्तों की।
चलिए हम आ रहे हैं अभी 2 मिनट दीजिए। I want to cut across to my colleague Abhishek Mishra, who's joining me not very far on the other side of the BJP headquarters. Abhishek, I want you to encapsulate for me the guest list. A lot of speculation yesterday on the guest list for the swearing in, primarily where the celebrity factor is concerned. We believe now that Amitabh Bachchan finds a mention in the guest list as well. Will he come is a big question mark. We'll only know at 4 p.m. But an interesting choice at the same. यहाँ पर live आएंगे.
Well, absolutely, Preeti. And today the celebration is big. The names are big who are gonna attend this important ceremony, including Amitabh Bachchan. But it remains to be seen whether he will be there or not. But before that, let me show you something which could excite you as well, because I'm on the other side of the BJP headquarters, and look at the visuals here. A massive feast is about to begin. More than 5,000 BJP workers will be getting this tasty meal today. Puri, sabji and a sweet along with it. And the preparations have begun from 6 a.m. in the morning. But now all the visuals which I am witnessing here is so tempting that I can't resist myself. And I invite you also to come here on the other side of this BJP headquarters where this feast has begun. It is very important, Preeti, with the fact how the BJP has invited more than 50,000 of this workers today to attend the important Ekana Stadium ceremony here at at 4 p.m. But before that, here, all the workers who are coming here from the different parts of Uttar Pradesh have come here, be at Bulandshahr, be at Mainpuri, be at, the eastern part, the Purvanchal. So for them, there is a special arrangement and that has begun. So it's all about celebrations, it's all about the colors and also about the taste which has already begun to be served here at the BJP headquarters. Yes.
All right, okay. This man has been trying to get us to. अच्छा, आपने गाना लिखा है, तो बताइए क्या गाना?
मैं ज्वाला प्रसाद।
कहाँ से हैं?
मैं ज्वाला प्रसाद गुप्ता, जहुराबाद क्षेत्र, थाना मर्दा, जिला गाजीपुर का, मऊ की बाउंड्री पर।
गाजीपुर से आए हैं?
जी।
क्या है, प्रवक्ता है?
जी, वहाँ की स्थिति बहुत अच्छी है।
आप प्रवक्ता हैं, क्या है?
जी, मैं वहाँ का मेंबर हूँ।
मेंबर है?
जी।
गाना जो लिखा है वो सुना दीजिए।
सौभाग्य भक्तों की यहाँ मंदिर योगी जी पधारे हैं, गंगा जल है जिसमें उनकी अमृत वाणी है, वह कर्म किसकी धारी मैं किस पधारे हैं, गदागारी ऐसे कर जी उनकी धारी है।
बहुत बढ़िया, थैंक यू। सो that's the kind of the atmosphere in terms of festival. I want to quickly, before we go into a break, cut across to Rahul Srivastava, who's joining us in the studio. Rahul, to touch upon the guest list today, which we were talking about earlier, rather peculiar but really interesting pick to invite Amitabh Bachchan. Amitabh Bachchan's wife, as we all know, Jaya Bachchan, is a Samajwadi Party Rajya Sabha MP. She's been rather vocal through the course of the election. Will he come? Will he not? And a lot of other celebrities as well, industrialists also on the list.
Preeti, it's a very well crafted show. The guest list is extremely well curated. If you see the guest list, if there is a Hindutva element to the BJP's politics today, it's going to be there tomorrow. It was there yesterday. Then you see the litany of saints and seers who have been invited for this. All the 13 top akhadas, the akhada pramukhs, all of them have been invited. Why? Since 1989, the saints and seers have formed the backbone of the Ram Janmabhoomi movement and have backed the BJP as far as its Hindutva elements and agendas are concerned. It is basically to honor them and keep them engaged for the future. Now you take a look at all the BJP chief ministers who are coming. That's a show of strength. That's perhaps a show of strength, perhaps to unnerve the rivals and perhaps impress the voters. Then you take a look at all the India Inc. which has been invited. Mukesh Ambani, Adani's, the Mahindras and the Birlas and others. Largely it's again showcasing what has been achieved by the BJP and also perhaps to signal to these industrialists that UP has changed. The law and order, the Shasan, Rashan, Prashasan polarization element perhaps has created the churn for the BJP. The BJP wants to tell the India Inc. that come invest in Uttar Pradesh. Why they want to do that? Because the BJP faced a scare in the recent elections. It felt that unemployment and price rise and other things were such issues that UP just doesn't need Hindutva. It needs something beyond that. And that is why the industrialists, the actors, definitely it adds a certain bit of glitz. There are stars from Bollywood who have been sympathetic to the BJP and the BJP's agendas, and that is why one finds that there is a list. Amitabh Bachchan has a serious association with Gujarat. In the past, he has been the brand ambassador for Vibrant Gujarat, and his famous lines, "Kuch samay to guzariye Gujarat mein," cannot be forgotten. So one will wait and see whether he comes. But I think this list is about yesterday, today, and tomorrow. 75,000 people can be accommodated in the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Stadium, but I think the BJP plans to occupy every inch of it.
All right. Okay. Rahul, we are going to come right back to you. We're going to quickly slip into a break, but I'd like to ask my camera person to actually close in on the music that's playing here, and all you can hear is Bhagwa and Ram Rajya and Hindu. 3 buzzwords right now at the BJP headquarters. I'm going to go into a quick break and we're going to come right back to Rahul Srivastava in the studio and our other reporters. Do stay with us. A quick break.
The Russia-Ukraine war has definitely sparked panic buying. Among essentials, there is one odd item that's suddenly in peak demand. There has been a sudden jump in condom sales in Russia. The country's largest pharmacy chain, 36.6 PJSC, has reported a 26% increase in sales. According to a report by RBC, the sale has increased by 32%. At the same time, supermarkets have said that their sales have increased by 30%. Russia's largest online retailer, Wildberries, said that condom sales grew by 170% in March 2022 compared to 2021. Reportedly, condoms from different brands have become expensive by 50%. People are buying them for the future, whereas the fact is that the retailers are bound to increase the price. Now, if you're wondering why condom sales are suddenly increasing in the middle of war, why are people buying condoms after all? After Russia's attack on Ukraine, America and many Western countries have imposed many types of economic sanctions on Russia. British company Reckitt, that is the maker of Durex, and other brands employs around 1,300 people in Russia and makes in the region of £400 million annually in this market. Sexologist Yevgeny Kalgovchuk urged Russians to use good condoms from friendly countries rather than those made in Western markets imposing sanctions. Business expert Pavel Spichakov said that 95% of the condom market in Russia is owned by foreign companies. Reckitt accounts for over 60% of it. Because of this, fears have arisen in Russia that due to Western sanctions, condom prices in the country may rise significantly. And so, the demand has suddenly increased in Russia. Traditionally, Russia imports 600 million condoms a year and produces 100 million.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching.
Принято решение о проведении специальной военной операции.
On February 24th, the world watched as Russia invaded its neighboring country, Ukraine. It's been 30 days of devastation. Here's a look at the key events that have marked the war so far. After Russian President Vladimir Putin recognized the separatist regions of Ukraine's Luhansk and Donetsk as independent states, Ukraine declared a nationwide state of emergency. Vladimir Putin, in a televised address, announced a special military campaign against Ukraine. Russian forces captured the historic Chernobyl nuclear power plant the same day. Russian forces moved towards the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. As Russian troops advanced on the city, Kyiv's mayor Vitaly Klitschko imposed a curfew. The European Union announced new sanctions targeting Russian airlines and state-affiliated media. First round of the Russia-Ukraine ceasefire took place at the Belarusian border. However, the talks were called off without an agreement. The United Nations General Assembly passed a non-binding resolution condemning the Russian invasion. The United States imposed a complete ban on all imports of Russian energy, with several global brands like McDonald's, Visa, MasterCard, Starbucks suspending their operations in Russia. Russia declared a ceasefire regime of silence so that civilians could flee the country. However, Ukraine and the West accused Russia of not honoring the ceasefire agreement. Russian troops fired at the Ivano-Frankivsk airport, which included a military airfield. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky called it a black day, renewing his plea for a no-fly zone. The Prime Ministers of Czech Republic, Poland and Slovenia travelled to Kyiv to meet with Volodymyr Zelensky. President Joe Biden labelled Vladimir Putin as a war criminal. The International Court of Justice at The Hague as well ordered Russia to suspend its invasion of Ukraine, which the country refuses to comply with. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky urged Israel for more support. Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, went under a 2-day curfew after Russian attacks on a shopping centre and several apartment buildings. The war continues to reverberate through the world of sports. Russian Nobel Peace Prize winner Dmitry Muratov announced an auction of his medal to raise money for Ukrainian refugees. As the fighting continues, the NATO, which is facing scathing criticism from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, has invited him for a special summit. The Russian invasion in Ukraine has reached its 1-month mark, but the situation still remains unresolved.
Breaking news that's coming in right now. Calcutta High Court orders CBI probe into the Birbhum case. The state police SIT is to hand over the case to the CBI. That's the big breaking news that's coming in right now from Kolkata. The Calcutta High Court has ordered for the Birbhum violence case to be handed over to the Central Bureau of Investigation. Remember that a state police SIT was investigating the case so far. It was the opposition BJP's demand that the case be handed over to the CBI. The Calcutta High Court had been hearing the matter for the past couple of days. 8 persons were brutally charred to death in the most gruesome manner possible in Rampurhat in Birbhum. There was a political blame game that had broken out over there in Birbhum. The Chief Minister of West Bengal, in fact, had visited the village as well in Birbhum yesterday. My colleague Indrajit Kundu is now joining me live on this. Indrajit, give us a sense of what the Calcutta High Court said while ordering for the probe to be handed over to the CBI.
Well, following it's a major decision coming in from the Calcutta High Court. The probe now will be done by a central agency. CBI probe into the Rampurhat massacre. That's what the Calcutta High Court has said. The state SIT, the special investigation team that was formed by the state government, will now have to hand over the case diary and the entire case to the CBI. I'm joined by Tarunjyoti Tiwari from the BJP. Tarunjyoti, give us more information about the observations of the Calcutta High Court.
Yesterday, a report was submitted by the state and the matter was argued at length. Every point it was shown that SIT was trying to cover up the issue. And ultimately, court was satisfied that considering the massacre, considering the grave situation and the progress of the investigation, court thought it fit to hand over the files to the CBI and directed the CBI to inquire.
We seem to have lost that line with Indrajit Kundu. He was, of course, at the Calcutta High Court. The Calcutta High Court now ordering a CBI probe into the Birbhum case. It has said that the state police SIT, which was so far investigating that very gruesome and dastardly act which has been committed in Birbhum, has to now hand over that case to the CBI. big setback for the state government of West Bengal, which was resisting, in fact, the handing over of this case to the CBI. Now, the Calcutta High Court has ordered that the CBI will probe this case of violence in Birbhum. Shifting focus, the Berdyansk port has seen some heavy fire since yesterday. Reports have suggested that Ukraine in fact destroyed the Russian landing ship at the port. The images on your screen show blasts and smoke at a dock and a flash of explosion. According to reports, US volunteers have reached the battlefield in Kyiv to fight for Ukraine. The volunteers have liberated a village in the Kyiv region which was occupied by the Russians.
Man right there, my commander. Got the USA around, take you how it will feel.
The capital city is more than prepared to handle attacks from all directions. Our soldier reporter Rajesh Pawar shows us how the Ukrainian troops have made a checkpost with iron hedgehogs and sandbags to block the Russian attacks.
This is how it looks.
My colleague Rajesh Pawar, in fact, is joining me live from Kyiv in Ukraine. Rajesh, it's been a month long today. It is the second month of this war that we're entering. What is the situation on the ground in terms of Ukraine's continued resistance of the Russian attacks?
Look, last 2 days in Kyiv witnessed heavy shelling by artillery and by rockets on the outskirts of the city, in the north and in the east. Besides this, the ground offensive from both sides is seeing a kind of lull in last 3 to 4 days, because everybody was waiting and watching what is going to happen in Brussels when the NATO members meet with President Joe Biden, which was also attended by the Ukrainian President Zelensky virtually, that meeting. It appears that nothing much was offered in that meeting for Ukraine as such, though there were promises for better security of NATO countries, Poland and other neighboring countries to Ukraine. But for Ukraine as such, there was nothing much in that, especially with regards to war and its defense. And the key demands of Ukraine, which were about military aircrafts, enforcing a no-fly zone, or supply of more latest hardware, military hardware, none of this seemed to have happened. And it looks like that President Zelensky right now is quite dejected with this. And I see that in coming days, probably there'll be some kind of negotiations between the Russians and Ukrainians, and it will move in a positive direction towards the end of the war. Over to you.
Okay, so you're seeing that there's a possibility that there could be negotiations that could happen directly between President Zelensky and President Putin in the coming days?
Look, the situation with Ukraine right now is it's any common man's guess that right now he's dejected, he's isolated, and on their own, Ukrainians cannot sustain this war. Russia is still a military superpower. And as per a Pentagon report, they have not used 90% of their arsenal and their army till now, and it is intact. So, and Ukraine understands that. So without help of West and America, which they were hoping something really substantial will come from this meeting, which happened yesterday in Brussels, but it has not happened. So, and I think it is very much Ukraine understands that as this war progresses, they will have more devastation, more people will become refugees, and they are being taken back by years as far as their economic situation is concerned. So I think it's a logical guess that probably now Zelensky will soften his stand and there will be negotiations very soon happening.
Okay, is that the sense that you got, Rajesh, yesterday when you heard President Zelensky, of course, address the extraordinary NATO summit as well, where he basically, of course, sent out a very strong message to NATO saying never again say that our army is not fit or capable to join the NATO. We've shown that more than enough. But clearly, it was a very strong message that you've not helped us.
Look, he has been very unrealistic right from the beginning. NATO never made this promise that they will intervene in Ukraine at any stage, or they'll put boots on the ground, or in any case, they will come in any situation which puts them in direct confrontation with Russia militarily. They never made this promise. However, Zelensky kept trying, the information warfare, streaming these pictures of injured children, schools bombarded, hospital bombarded, maternity wards bombarded. These pictures were screened around the world on television sets. He tried to put pressure on the governments in the West through the public opinion in those countries. He has tried everything possible. Then there was this bogey of thermobaric bombs being used or chemical weapons likely to be used. It was all to create a public opinion in the West and somehow force these countries, the governments of these countries in the West and America, which have flatly refused to get involved in this conflict, to somehow to drag them into this conflict, because Ukraine on its own cannot take on Russia, and now they have refused to be dragged in any case. So that puts the situation. Zelensky realizes he has tried every trick in the book. He has not succeeded. So now the only thing remaining is he is saying, because they have refused, that he will not be taken into NATO, Ukraine. So then after that he said, we don't want to be part of NATO. It's something like grapes are sour. They don't want you. Then you say, we don't want to join it. So it doesn't make much sense. And I think now he's realized he has tried every trick. The only solution left, if he doesn't want people to suffer more in Ukraine, he will go for now some kind of negotiated settlement with Russia.
Okay. So Rajesh Pawar there telling us that there's a possible softening of stance by President Zelensky in this ongoing war against, Russia, with Russia, and Ukraine possibly could be looking at possible negotiations in order to end this war with Russia directly, possibly. Rajesh, thank you so much for joining us with all of those details. Now, in fact, our soldier reporter Rajesh Pawar has been getting us reports from ground zero. Here's a report from Kyiv that is bracing for attacks from all corners by the Russian army.
I'm on a checkpost here, which has been prepared to counter any kind of attack coming on this particular road. Here, if you see behind me, these white sandbags, this is where soldiers will take position in case anything comes from that direction towards this checkpost. And these black and these iron hedgehogs you see, they are basically for anti-tank obstacle. Let me show you what a soldier will see through these sandbags in case enemy is coming on this road from the other side. I'll just show you around, take you how it will feel. This is how it will look to a soldier from these sandbags, and he can see any tanks coming from there, any soldiers coming from there, so that he can take aim through this hole and he is safe while he's doing so. This is how it looks, and this is on top. So soldier will be totally safe. He'll be able to see through this gap in the sandbags and will be able to aim his rifle or maybe even an anti-tank weapon through this hole, and will be able to protect this road or deny its use to the enemy for a long time. And these kind of obstacles have been created all over Kyiv city now. Entire city on main roads, after every 200 to 300 meters, you see something like this. Lot of sandbags, concrete blocks, and these hedgehogs all over the city now. This is Rajesh Pawar from Kyiv on 29th day of Russia.
Breaking news that's coming in right now. US President Joe Biden will arrive in Rzeszów, barely 50 kilometers from Ukraine border in Poland at 6:45 p.m. Indian Standard Time. Biden will be greeted by Poland President Duda, and Biden will receive a detailed briefing on the humanitarian assistance being provided by Poland to over 2.1 million people who have fled from Ukraine. My colleague Gaurav Sawant is now joining me live from on ground right now. Gaurav, what is this visit of US President Joe Biden to Poland expected to achieve, or what sort of a message is it expected to send out?
Polemy, as far as Poland is concerned, it's a very crucial message. Poland wants to be reassured what's happening in Ukraine will not happen to Poland in the years ahead. There is an apprehension that in case Russia remains unchecked at Ukraine, even though Poland is a NATO alliance member, there are apprehensions, and that is why President Biden will be reassuring Poland. Poland has demanded additional surface-to-air missile batteries to be deployed here. Poland has also demanded additional boots on ground. Two demands that Ukraine has made in terms of having a no-fly zone declared over Ukraine and peacekeepers from the region to be deployed there. That's been denied, but Poland too wants boots on ground in Poland for the defense of this region. That's point one. Point two, the humanitarian assistance that Poland has provided to more than 2.1 million people who fled from Ukraine. President Biden will land at Rizhov and he will visit one of those humanitarian camps there. He will give, he will pat Poland on the back. He will promise additional humanitarian assistance. But beyond that, how much in terms of military deployment will take place? President Biden will visit troops of the 82nd Airborne Division who are deployed here. There are additional American troops likely to come. How much of that will deter Russia remains the big question. Also because, Polemy, at this point of time, peacekeeping forces will not be sent to Ukraine. That's something that America has made very clear, and that perhaps was something that both Poland and Ukraine were looking forward to. So the situation, even in Poland, is a little tense. Some measures have been taken by Poland to send across a very strong message. 45 Russian diplomats and their families have been expelled. The account of the Russian mission here has been sealed because the impression is, the word that's going out is that they were financing terror. That's the terminology used by Poland. So strong message being sent, but reassurance also sought. Polemy.
Right, so a strong message being sent, but how much is that going to possibly help Ukraine? Gaurav, for instance, because you said that America will not be sending peacekeeping forces to Ukraine. Ukraine has been wanting a no-fly zone to be declared. It has been wanting boots on the ground as well. That is the sort of appeal that it has been making to the NATO. But it was very clear from the kind of, the frustration that President Zelensky showed yesterday while addressing the extraordinary NATO summit. It's clear that that is not happening. So, is it possible that Ukraine will now soften its stand and then look for negotiations directly with Russia?
So President Zelensky has been blowing hot, blowing cold on this. There are times he sounds very soft and mellow and wants a negotiated settlement. And there are times that he insists that we are not inferior to NATO forces and NATO has to help us. And he wants a virtual blank check in terms of surface-to-air missiles and anti-ship missiles, saying that we are successfully stalling the Russian advance. If you give us more weapons, we will actually create history. But the situation as of now on ground is he's lost the access to sea completely. Sea of Azov and Black Sea, he doesn't have access to it. Humanitarian assistance that was coming in, and according to the European Union, the wheat supply for the internally displaced people in Ukraine, shiploads of those wheat supply cannot get to Ukraine because Russia is not permitting it. That's what European Union claims. As far as military hardware is concerned, Poland is the only route, and Rizhov is the place from where some of these supplies have been going into Ukraine. Should the Russians bomb Lviv and that access, then Poland and then Ukraine will be completely cut off, and then the situation for them becomes extremely precarious. How long can they stall the Russian advance subsequently? And this is the biggest threat that Ukraine faces at this point of time. Food shortages already being reported, not just in Mariupol, but also in certain other pockets. There is a shortage also of ammunition in some areas that is being reported by local media, while they say they have their ATGMs and SAMs in place, and that is why Russian advance has been slow. But if you also notice on ground, Polemy, you have the Russians who are digging in their trenches on the outskirts of Kyiv. What does that indicate? The Russians are in this for the long haul, and it's the army with a bigger supply chain. It's the army with bigger pockets. It's the army with bigger food packets that can survive. And those, like Ukraine, may just, receive the short end of the stick here.
Okay, so Russia is digging trenches quite literally because it is in it for the long haul. Can Ukraine continue to resist the Russian invasion and takeover possibly of capital city Kyiv? Gaurav, thank you so much for joining us. We'll of course keep coming back to you through the day for more updates on President Joe Biden's visit to Poland as well. That's a wrap on this bulletin. Stay tuned. News and updates will continue on the other side of this break.
Rosyjscy dyplomaci oraz wskazany przez nas personel otrzymali polecenie opuszczenia terytorium RP w ciągu 5 dni. Rosja prowadzi barbarzyńską wojnę przeciwko Ukrainie już od ponad 3 tygodni, a my, inne państwa Zachodu, jesteśmy traktowani przez Rosję jako kluczowy przeciwnik. Dalsze tolerowanie tego typu nielegalnej aktywności służb rosyjskich stworzyłoby szczególne zagrożenie dla bezpieczeństwa Polski, ale także dla naszych sojuszników w NATO i Unii Europejskiej, z którymi koordynujemy wszelkie tego typu działania.
Amid the Russia-Ukraine crisis, Europe saw the world's biggest rise in arms imports in the past 5 years, a trend set to accelerate following recent rearmament commitments. How are arms traded across the world, and what is this industry's worth? International trade in conventional weapons is worth an estimated 100 billion USD annually. The industry's products range from light weapons to warships and military defense systems. Nearly 40% of arms exports originate in the United States, but Russia, France, China and Germany are also major suppliers. Europe shows the strongest growth in trade, 19%, a trend that should consolidate with the new Russian threats. Widely accessible weapons cause suffering and destruction. A global treaty aimed at reducing the irresponsible transfer of conventional weapons came into force in December 2014. Its strict criteria controlling sales aims to ensure participating countries avoid breaking international embargoes and reduce the number of weapons used for genocide, war crimes, or terrorism. Many of the 130 signatory countries, including the US, have still not ratified the arms trade treaty, while Russia and China have not even signed it. The International Committee of the Red Cross says there is still a discrepancy between political commitments and the ease with which arms are transferred to actors who do not respect international law.
You are watching India Today.
Good morning and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. Here are the headlines we're tracking at the top of the hour. Yogi Adityanath to take oath as UP Chief Minister for a second consecutive term after a historic mandate swearing-in ceremony to take place at 4 p.m. 45 to 47 ministers likely to take oaths. Lucknow all decked up for Yogi's swearing in. Prime Minister Modi along with 200 VVIPs to witness the coronation. Over 50,000 people will attend the event. Big setback to Mamata Banerjee. Calcutta High Court shows no faith in Bengal cops, transfers the Birbhum violence case to CBI. Central agency to submit report in a week. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi in India amid the LAC standoff meets NSA Ajit Doval, huddle with External Affairs Minister Jaishankar next. First visit by a top Chinese official post Galwan. Ukraine enters second month of war. Russia fails to raise the resistance. US set to expand sanctions against Putin. Biden in Poland today after attending NATO summit. Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan says he won't resign ahead of the no-confidence motion. This even as 3 of his major allies are set to join the opposition.
बुलडोजर चलता रहे, दंगाइयों को सख्त सजा हो। बुलडोजर बाबा की जय।
Bulldozing done, now time for Yogi Raj 2.0. BJP's mega Mukhyamantri returns. Double engine dhamal in Lucknow. Modi to electrify Yogi's swearing in. Giant hopes of Naya Uttar Pradesh. Coronation 2.0 cements Yogi's Shakti. Monk in saffron lights up path to 2024. Bulldozer Yogi 2.0 begins.
The big coronation of Yogi 2.0 is our top story today. I'm tossing it across to my colleague Preeti Chaudhary, who's on ground in Lucknow. Preeti, over to you.
Thank you, Polumi. We come from the BJP headquarters. The caretaker CM is now the designate CM as well. And we're going to dip into the latest news break that we are getting in on what can be expected at the oath-taking ceremony at 4 p.m. What we're getting to understand right now is, and that's the news that we are breaking, that at 4 p.m. this afternoon at the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Stadium, the number of the total who will be taking oath will be at 50, including, of course, the Chief Minister and 2 deputy CMs. For our viewers, what's of significance here is it says 2 deputy CMs is what the confirmation has come to us by our sources. That would mean that the BJP is going to stick to its old formula of 2 chief ministers. There were speculations there could be a 3rd CM as well, but that, it seems, is not going to happen. The total number will be 50. It will include the Chief Minister and 2 deputies. Let's cut across right now to Rahul Srivastava, our National Affairs Editor, who's tracked this election very closely. He's joining us live on this news break. Rahul, you know, the operative part here is 2 deputy CMs will be taking oath. There was speculation on earlier there could be a 3rd, possibly Baby Maurya. It seems now that the dispensation, the BJP, is going to stick to its old formula of Keshav Prasad Maurya and Dinesh Sharma as 2 deputies.
Yes, Preeti, this is what top sources in the BJP had confirmed yesterday, that Keshav Maurya and Dinesh Sharma will be back. Now, the basic reason why the BJP has to do it, one, yes, definitely a sense of continuity and settled political equations between Yogi Adityanath and his deputy chief ministers after, I think, first 4 years were terrible as far as a working relationship is concerned. But What the BJP will look at is continuity. If you've seen what happened in Uttarakhand, despite Mr. Dhami losing election, but the party winning, Dhami was brought in as chief minister because of the advantages that it offers. Similarly, in case of Keshav Maurya, the BJP is trying to raise him or push him as a face of the non-Yadav OBC category leader, and the BJP is banking on him. And that is why, though he might have lost his seat, he's going to be there. And then with a Thakur chief minister, remember the Thakur element resonated very loudly during the elections, and there was a buzz before the elections that the Brahmins may not be very happy. Dinesh Sharma perhaps retains his space, because what's a plus with Dinesh Sharma, that he does not upset equations. He's a quiet gentleman who was at one time the mayor of Lucknow, along with when Atal Bihari Vajpayee was the member of parliament from that city. What the BJP will like to do in this cabinet council of minister, Preeti, we are being told some new faces are likely to be brought in, and there are few names which are being talked about, but one will have to wait and see that how many newcomers are brought in. Also importantly, remember, compared to the last time around, when the BJP had a phenomenal 320 odd members in the Legislative Assembly, the BJP could have brought in much more dominant faces and had more pressure to induct and placate a lot of forces within the party. Now with 273, that pressure has also gone down. But I think what the BJP will like to do is address lot of caste equations. Though Hindutva may be the flavor and you might be surrounded by saffron all over Lucknow, but definitely caste element is going to weigh very heavy as far as the final decision on the Council of Minister members is concerned.
I want to, before I cut across, क्या नारा लगा रहे हैं?
रितेश सिंह
अरे भाई नारा क्या लगा रहे हैं रितेश जी?
रात किलो की करो तैयारी, आ रहे भगवाधारी।
रात की
किलो की तैयारी,
आज तिलक की करो तैयारी।
आ रहे भगवाधारी।
भगवाधारी। आप कहाँ से आए हैं?
बनारस से।
बनारस से आए हैं।
बनारसी है। नरेंद्र मोदी जिंदाबाद, जिंदाबाद, जिंदाबाद।
यह काशी के लोगों का प्रेम है पार्टी और माननीय मोदी जी के प्रति। हम यहाँ इस धूप में भी आकर और अपने उत्साह को प्रकट कर रहे हैं।
तो क्या बीजेपी के कार्डर हैं, प्रवक्ता है, या ऐसे ही बनारसी वासी हैं?
नहीं, हम लोग कार्यकर्ता है भाजपा के, और भाजपा के कार्यकर्ता ही भाजपा बनारस में है। लगातार कार्यकर्ता हैं, 25-30 साल से लगातार वहाँ भाजपा का गढ़ बना हुआ है, और कोई पार्टी भाजपा बनारस में नहीं है।
चलिए, तो आप सब क्या बनारस है? Everywhere you go, you find these little cadre pockets which have come from various parts of Uttar Pradesh. But let's take you now on the reason that we are here. This is the BJP headquarters. The crowds now are going to be thinning very fast because the action is going to shift to the Chief Minister's residence, where there is going to be a bit of a chai party, is what we are being told, for all the MLAs. The decision, we believe, has already been made. At the coronation, there will be 2 deputy CMs and 1 CM. We all know that the legislative party head is Yogi Adityanath, who was appointed yesterday without anyone saying anything at all, unanimously at that. On the other hand, what we are expecting, it's a list in terms of the guest list, which is interesting to say the least. A lot of industrialist viewers, a lot of celebrities. One interesting name that has cropped up is that of Amitabh Bachchan. Why interesting? Primarily the fact that his wife is Jaya Bachchan. She is a Rajya Sabha MP from Samajwadi Party and was highly vocal through the campaign and through the elections. Will he come? Well, we don't quite know. But there will be a set number of industrialists and some celebrities as well. Let's try and get in a quick reaction more from... कहाँ से आए हैं बाबा?
मैं राजस्थान तो आया हूँ।
आप राजस्थान से आए हैं? यहाँ पर कैसे है राजस्थान?
राजस्थान आश्रम मल्टी लेवल पार्किंग में है गवा।
तो आप वहाँ कहाँ से आए हैं राजस्थान?
उदयपुर। उदयपुर।
उदयपुर से आए हैं। कार्डर है बीजेपी के, प्रवक्ता है।
जी जी।
यूपी के चुनाव में राजस्थान से आए?
ही इधर ही साइड रहते हैं, बाबा के ही शरण में रहते हैं।
शरण में रहते हैं। चलिए, आप कहाँ से आए?
मैं मध्य प्रदेश से हूँ।
आप मध्य प्रदेश से आए?
नरसिंहपुर जिला है मध्य प्रदेश में, और प्रवासी के नाते हमने 2 महीना मैनपुरी जिले में दिया हुआ है। अच्छा। और संगठन का पूरा काम किया।
संगठन का काम किया।
और समाजवादी पार्टी का जो गढ़ था उसमें हमने सेंध लगाई है, और 4 में से 2 विधानसभाएं हम लोग जीत कर आए हैं जी। और अगली बार जो है
कहाँ से हैं बताएं?
हम लोग गोरखपुर के बगल में एक महाराजगंज जिला है, महाराजगंज से है।
आप महाराजगंज से बिलकाप में गई हूँ महाराज।
अच्छा,
काफी दूर है।
अच्छा, नहीं काफी
दूर वहाँ से आए हैं। अच्छा, ये मुझे बताइए, आप लोग सारे प्रवक्ता हैं यहाँ पर, डेप्यूटी सीएम कौन होने चाहिए इस बार?
देखिए, वैसे तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी में जो ऊपर का निर्णय होता है, हम सारे कार्यकर्ता उसी को मानते हैं, और जो भी
तो आपके हिसाब से कौन होना चाहिए? क्या किसी को कोई नाम है जो होना चाहिए? कौन होना चाहिए?
डिप्टी सीएम।
डिप्टी सीएम कौन होना चाहिए?
डिप्टी सीएम तो हमारे समझ से सुरेश खन्ना जी को बनाना चाहिए।
सुरेश खन्ना जी को बनाना चाहिए। आपको क्या लगता है, किसको बनाना चाहिए?
केशव प्रसाद मौर्य जी को बनाना चाहिए।
केशव प्रसाद मौर्य जी को रखना चाहिए। वो तो चुनाव हार गए थे।
लेकिन वो संघ के क्या कहते हैं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ थे और हमेशा हैं, इसके लिए उनको पीछे छोड़ना नहीं चाहिए।
उनको पीछे नहीं छोड़ना,
नहीं, साथ लेकर चलना चाहिए और सबके साथ।
दिनेश शर्मा को
ठीक है, दिनेश शर्मा जी
उनको भी रखना चाहिए।
दिनेश शर्मा जी।
तीसरा डेप्यूटी सीएम होना चाहिए या दो बहुत है?
स्वतंत्र देव सिंह जी भी एक नाम है, और क्योंकि संगठन की दृष्टि से उनके नेतृत्व में चुनाव हुआ और ये परिणाम जो आए हैं, तो निश्चित रूप से उन्हें भी ये अवसर अगर मिलेगा तो वो अच्छा काम करेंगे, ऐसा मैं
पर वो तो प्रेसिडेंट है।
नहीं, प्रेसिडेंट हैं, लेकिन उनकी लीडरशिप में ही ये इलेक्शन हुआ, तो उनको भी कुछ न कुछ इसका एक तरीके से
प्रेसिडेंट को अच्छा गिफ्ट देना चाहिए उनको। बताएं, आप क्या कह रहे थे?
मेरे हिसाब से उत्तर प्रदेश में,
अरे नेता के जैसे क्यों बोल रहे हैं, जल्दी बताइए।
नहीं, तीसरा डिप्टी सीएम बेबी रानी मौर्य होनी चाहिए।
बेबी मौर्य होनी चाहिए।
जी।
मेरे समझ से में मोदी जी के प्रिय हैं, आईएएस है, प्रशासनिक क्षमता उनमें है। AK शर्मा सबसे अच्छे रहेंगे।
शर्मा जी को होना चाहिए। देखिए, एकदम से अभी पहले नाम नहीं निकल रहे, अब एक के बाद एक नाम।
जिसे भी संगठन तय करता है उसी के लिए सब लोग जो है खुशहाली लाइक करेंगे उसे।
अपनी राय तो दे सकते हैं ना। AK
शर्मा होना चाहिए।
ओके, लेट्स गो।
मौर्य भी होने चाहिए।
प्रसाद मौर्य, हाँ।
दिनेश शर्मा जी होने चाहिए। दिनेश शर्मा जी होने चाहिए।
दिनेश शर्मा जी।
हाँ जी।
चलिए, so this is the cadre. It's always very nice to speak to the cadre directly on who they want as their deputy CM as well, because they have to work under the deputy CM and the CM. Let's cut across right now to our reporters. Abhishek Mishra joins me, so does Samarth. Abhishek, a lot of speculation on the deputy CM's name. One confirmation has now come in that there will be 2 deputy CMs and not 3. Till yesterday, there was word there could be a 3rd deputy CM as well. So 2 deputy CMs in all probability, a repetition of Keshav Prasad Maurya and Dinesh Sharma. All right, we don't seem to have Samarth or Abhishek. We're going to try and connect to the both of them. But let's get in a few more reactions from people. कहाँ के हैं आप? कहाँ से आए हैं?
हम लोग आए हैं मोहान उन्नाव से।
उन्नाव से आए हैं। प्रवक्ता हैं सारे?
नहीं, हम लोग तो विस्तारक के तौर पे काम किए हैं पार्टी के विधानसभा विस्तारक के तौर पे।
विधानसभा विस्तारक
पूर्णकालिक है हम लोग, घर परिवार छोड़ के सिर्फ
मंडल अध्यक्ष भारतीय जनता पार्टी महरौनी।
चलिए, एक चीज बताइए, आप लोगों को क्या लगता है डेप्यूटी सीएम कौन होने चाहिए? अभी तक नाम तो तय नहीं हुए।
कोई भी बने, वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कार्यकर्ता बनेगा, हम सबके बीच का बनेगा। होने चाहिए
आपके हिसाब से?
सतनदेव सिंह
जो प्रेसिडेंट है बीजेपी के, उनको होना चाहिए। प्रेसिडेंट ना बने रहे,
वो भी अब संगठन ना।
Okay, that if I am not wrong, I'm trying to get to see who that is. Okay, no, there's too much of a rush. Okay, हाँ जी, बताएं।
बेबी रानी
मौर्य जी। Her name, Baby Maurya, her name was earlier on being speculated as possibly being the 3rd phase where the deputy CM was concerned, but not quite, because the BJP, especially where the OBC vote, the non-Yadav OBC vote is concerned, has to play it politically correct. I want to bring in Rahul Srivastava. Rahul, if at this juncture, other than Keshav Prasad Maurya, the BJP was to give the 3rd deputy CM ship to the likes of Baby Maurya, where the non-OBC vote is concerned, and some of its leaders, like Sanjay Nishad and the other parties have done quite well, they would be discontent.
Yes, Preeti, definitely. That is why I think the BJP, last time around when Yogi Adityanath in 2017 was appointed as the chief minister or handpicked as the chief minister, the BJP thought that his Yogi background and his him being the head of the Gorakhdam Peeth might make him caste neutral. But eventually that did not happen, and the Thakur Rajput element became very predominant, and that is why the BJP at that time had a great amount of difficulty balancing the caste equations, and that is why Mr. Maurya, a non-Yadav OBC, and a Brahmin was brought in. If you see the composition of the BJP, Yogi Adityanath's Council of Ministers, the Brahmins remained and the upper caste remained the most dominant. In fact, if I'm not wrong, 28 of them were from the upper caste. And if you see the OBCs and the non-Jatav Dalits, they were given a lot of representation, but they were not given a lot of cabinet posts. They were largely relegated to the Minister of State portfolios, which does not really offer much traction to a politician. But definitely what one can say is this time around, if the BJP has to send out a signal that yes, the upper caste is important, but the loyalty of the non-Yadav OBCs, MBCs, and the non-Jatav Dalits, that's where the BJP will have to send out a signal, because I think it is their vote which has made the big difference for the party, because they were newcomers as far as the BJP support group is concerned. And what we are being told, that there have been very hectic parleys between Amit Shah, JP Nadda, Yogi Adityanath, Swatan Dev Singh and several others. There have been several rounds of discussions. What we are also being told, that a lot of seniors are likely to be repeated. But as far as the Deputy CM issue is concerned, one is still not laying the cards on the table, primarily because there is no swearing-in ceremony, especially for a Deputy CM. It's just a nomination because the swearing-in is only for a cabinet berth. So one will have to wait and see who the BJP brings in and who the BJP drops.
All right, Rahul, stay on with us. You know, what's interesting is we've been at the BJP headquarters and a lot of cadre, to chide their MLAs because they've, it's just their support base, are going on telling a lot of these MLAs that have won that Netaji phone on karke rakhiega, abhi phone aa sakta hai cabinet mantri banne ka. But I want to cut across right now to Samarth, who's joining us for more. Samarth, the action right now shifting from the BJP headquarters, it was full about an hour ago, the crowd's thinning a little, and now shifting to the CM residence. You join us from the CM residence, where what we are being given to believe is a chai party going on.
Though those were some speculations that a chai party is going on, so far no big leader has come inside this particular residence. And cameraman Sandeep is showing you the visuals out here. I am present just outside the CM residence, where the entire security is obviously beefed up with Jawans of UP police out here and a lot of workers out here, what I can see. But there is no movement as such so far. No and big leader has entered inside the premises of the CM residence. So these were all speculations, what we are getting from the ground. But as CM Yogi Adityanath is also inside the premises, he hasn't come outside, as the landing time of Prime Minister Narendra Modi is somewhere around 3 p.m. in Lucknow. So there will be movement, what we can see, the footfall or the movement will be happening after one hour or so. So, but currently the mood is electrifying in the city of Lucknow and also in the state of Uttar Pradesh. As I showed you before, I'll try to again show you the visuals out here behind the CM residence out here, that the entire area has been packed with the saffron colors, be it in the form of BJP flags, be it in the form of posters, be it in the form of cutouts, as you can see, of Amit Shah, of Yogi Adityanath, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, or the invitations of the Shapath Grahan, the swearing-in ceremony of UP CM, posted out here on the roads, on the posh localities of Lucknow. So these are the visuals coming from Lucknow, and it is not just here, as from where you are reporting. BJP office is also engulfed in this festive fervor, and apart from that, Ikana Stadium is also electrifying. So the current atmosphere, what we are getting from the ground in Lucknow, is electrifying, and the wait is on, like when the clock ticks the 4 p.m. time and the oath ceremony, the swearing-in ceremony time will, the event will start, when all the governors, CMs, deputy CMs from all over India who have been invited will come and gather their presence in the big day for you, because it's a history in the making. After 37 long years, CM pace has been repeated, as CM Yogi Adityanath will be again the CM of Uttar Pradesh. Be it due to his good governance or law and order situation, people picked him. We also talked about the women voters who played crucial role in this BJP win. And what we are getting in the ministry, in the number of ministers could be somewhere around 50, and there could be some woman face ahead of the Lok Sabha elections. Yes.
Right. Well, I'm sure there'll be a lot of women faces in the cabinet this time because as the BJP believes that it was the woman vote which propelled them, to the kind of majority that they got of 274. We have a lot of women cadres here. आप सारी प्रवक्ता हैं भाजपा की?
जी नहीं, हम प्रवक्ता नहीं है, हम डिफरेंट जिले से आए हैं। मैं हापुड़ जिले से हूँ और ये हापुड़ जिले की पूरी टीम है यहाँ पर। और हमारे हापुड़ जिले में 3 विधानसभाएं हैं और तीनों विधानसभा पर हमने विजयश्री प्राप्त की है।
तो आप कहाँ से हैं?
मैं चंदौली जिले से हूँ।
आप चंदौली से आई हैं?
हाँ, और हम लोग बीजेपी कार्यकर्ता हैं और हम लोग योगी जी के काले शपथ में आए हैं।
अच्छा, आप क्या है, काडर है, प्रवक्ता?
नहीं, अपना दल का मैं जिला उपाध्यक्ष हूँ।
अच्छा, आप अपना दल से हैं?
जी।
आप कहाँ से आई हैं?
काशी से आए हैं, जहाँ से मोदी जी हमारे जिंदाबाद, वहाँ गोद भी लिए हैं। मैं योगी जी का कार्यक्रम में मंडल अध्यक्ष हूँ।
मंडल अध्यक्ष रेखा दुबे जी। आप कहाँ से आए?
मैं जिला मंत्री हूँ, मैं हापुड़ से आई हूँ।
जिला मंत्री?
मैं जिला उपाध्यक्ष हूँ। जी।
आप कहाँ से आई?
मैं भी गढ़ विधानसभा से आई हूँ। गढ़ विधानसभा से आई हूँ।
आप क्या है?
मैं जिला मंत्री हूँ, महिला
मंत्री
जी, हापुड़ जिले से।
हापुड़ जिला से। चलिए, एक चीज बताइए कि इस बार कैबिनेट में कितनी महिलाएं होनी चाहिए? महिलाओं ने वोट तो दे दिया भाजपा को, अब बात आती है कि कैबिनेट में महिला होनी चाहिए।
नहीं मैडम, दिया है, हम लोग सारे वोट दिए। हमारे 36 कमेटी है, 36 वोट दिलवाए, मैं गारंटी के साथ
कहती हैं। आप बताइए, कैबिनेट में महिलाएं कितनी होनी चाहिए? मंत्रिमंडल में कितनी महिलाएं होनी चाहिए?
मंडल में महिलाएं हम लोग 40 महिलाएं हैं।
नहीं, जो योगी जी अभी अपना कैबिनेट मंत्रिमंडल बनाएंगे उसमें कितनी महिलाएं आनी चाहिए?
डेफिनेटली ये जो जीत हमें मिली है वो महिलाओं की वजह से मिली है, न केवल महिलाओं कार्यकर्ता की वजह से मिली है बल्कि उन महिला मतदाताओं की वजह से भी मिली है जिन्होंने भाजपा को वोट दिया है। इसलिए मैं समझती हूँ, और बल्कि मुझे अपने संगठन पर पूरा विश्वास है और योगी जी पर भी पूरा विश्वास है कि हमारी बहनों को ज्यादा से ज्यादा मंत्रिमंडल में लिया जाएगा। लगभग 33% जो है वो
महिलाओं का 33% से ज्यादा महिलाओं को आरक्षण होना चाहिए। बिल्कुल होना चाहिए। 33% होना चाहिए,
आरक्षण होना चाहिए। कांग्रेस ने तो दिया था।
कांग्रेस ने क्या दिया, हम किसी की निंदा नहीं करेंगे, लेकिन हमें अपने संगठन पर, हमारे बाबा पे हमें पूरा विश्वास है कि बिल्कुल कि वो महिला को बहुत महत्व देते आए हैं और आगे भी महत्व देंगे।
आप लोगों को लगता है आरक्षण देना चाहिए?
जी बिल्कुल देना चाहिए आपको, बिल्कुल देना चाहिए। आज ये जीत है तो सिर्फ महिलाओं की वजह से जीत है, क्योंकि महिलाओं ने ना कि बाहर से लेकर घर तक, रसोई तक पहुंचकर इस सरकार को बनाने में बहुत ही।
एक चीज बताइए, जिला उपाध्यक्ष के बाद, जिला अध्यक्ष के बाद आप क्या करना चाहती हैं, कितना बढ़ना चाहती हैं पार्टी में?
हम तो ये चाहेंगे कि जिस तरीके से प्रदेश में जाना चाहती है, आप जैसे बच्चे धूप में जल रहे हैं तो महिलाएं अग्नि शत्रु है कि उसको आगे जाना चाहिए। बिल्कुल जाना चाहिए जी। हाँ जी।
All right, I'm going to go into a quick break, but we want to end with what we just heard. You know, till now the woman was a vote bank, always the kingmaker, never quite the king. This is the cadre lot of the BJP, and the first thing they say is they want reservation. For them, they want the money where their mouth is, and they want preservation, they want representation. They don't want to be a Zilla Adhyaksh anymore. Interesting conversations coming in from the Uttar Pradesh BJP headquarters. A quick break to stay with us. We'll catch you on the other side.
Crypto Watch brought to you by BitBNS.
从全省的病例来看，以轻型为主，占比达到了98%以上。医疗救治工作呢整体顺利。从目前新冠疫苗接种的情况看，我省60岁及以上老年人接种的比例还有一定的提升空间。建议呢， 还没有接种疫苗的老年人要尽快的接种。最大限度发挥现有的检测能力，优化核酸检测安排，突出重点场所和关键点位，增加消毒频次，持续做好环境消杀和垃圾的处理工作，加大流调排查力度，快速追踪溯源。
Killer robots sound like something out of a science fiction horror film, but advances in technology mean that fully autonomous weapons could one day become a reality, transforming warfare. Autonomous weapons, which use artificial intelligence to select targets, are already being developed, aimed at reducing cost and risk to human soldiers, while increasing speed and efficiency in action. Unlike drones, which are operated by humans, killer robots would have some autonomous decision-making ability and capacity to act. Fully autonomous weapons will be capable of acting without any human intervention. They've been described as the third revolution in warfare after gunpowder and nuclear arms. Some of the world's most prominent scientists believe that fully autonomous weapons pose an unacceptable threat to humanity and could trigger an artificial intelligence arms race. In April 2013, a group of non-governmental organizations launched the Campaign to Stop Killer Robots, an international coalition working to ban fully autonomous weapons. The International Committee for Robot Arms Control, meanwhile, campaigns for the peaceful use of robotics and regulation of robot weapons.
You are watching
Death, destruction, continuous shelling, continuous bombing, injuries and devastation till the extent the eyes can see. That is the story of Ukraine. But far away from what the eyes can see, let us shift focus to what the eyes can't see, at least not vividly. Mental trauma afflicted by war and similar distressing situations that will eventually lead to post-traumatic stress disorder or PTSD in many persons being witness to the distressing images of war. Even on TV, these pictures can cause severe post-traumatic stress disorder. What then is PTSD? PTSD is a disorder characterized by failure to recover after experiencing or witnessing a terrifying event. The condition may last months or years with triggers that can bring back memories of the trauma accompanied by intense emotional and physical reactions.
PTSD or post-traumatic stress disorder is experiencing the stress post-trauma for a long time. Trauma is when you experience death, accident, threat to life, major injury to yourself, to a loved one, or through observation, you experience that trauma. When you develop PTSD, because you've gone through this trauma, which happens in abuse, which happens in war.
Symptoms may include nightmares or flashbacks, avoidance of situations that bring back the trauma, heightened reactivity to stimuli, anxiety or depressed mood.
You also experience changes in your cognition and mood, meaning the way you think. Thinking may become negative. Moods may become negative. You feel disconnected. You feel low. You feel negative about yourself and the world. And you also can experience symptoms of avoidance, which means you avoid any kind of trigger that can be related to trauma, or that may even result into your avoiding people, avoiding going out.
For those returning from war-ravaged Ukraine, PTSD will not be uncommon. In fact, for those even witnessing the war from close quarters, like soldiers in Russia, for example, PTSD is not going to be uncommon. It is for this reason that post-traumatic disorder is also called battle fatigue syndrome. The symptoms include PTSD and panic attacks, chest pain, a fast pounding heartbeat, difficulty breathing, dizziness, shaking or trembling, stomach pain or nausea, sweating, chills or hot flashes, feeling like you're choking. Doctors world over opine that PTSD is treatable with medication and therapy. Like all mental illnesses, it demands acknowledgement.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. This is Ukraine's true danger zone. Up close and fearless in Ukraine's combat zone.
You are watching India Today.
India Today has been getting you all the images of the havoc and devastation from day one of the Russian invasion. Images on your screen show the most haunting images from the first day of war till day 10. The next set of visuals on your screen capture the mass destruction, intense shelling and airstrikes from day 11 to day 20 of the Russian invasion. Ukraine has been battling raining missiles, non-stop bombardments and air raids. Here's a look at the war wrath unleashed on Ukraine from day 21 to day 30.
Скажи, будь ласка, як твоя оцінка?
And here are some of the defining images of the ongoing invasion, the Russian invasion of Ukraine. The Berdyansk port has seen some heavy fire since yesterday. Reports have suggested that Ukraine destroyed the Russian landing ship at the port. The images on your screen show blasts and smoke at a dock and a flash of explosion. The capital city of Kyiv has been under relentless attacks by the Russian forces. The scenes of aftermath are that of devastation, charred buildings with thick black smoke coming out of it. Firefighting operations are on in full swing in a bid to control the sporadic fire in certain parts of the buildings. According to reports, US volunteers have reached the battlefield in Kyiv to fight for Ukraine. The volunteers have liberated a village in the Kyiv region, which was occupied by the Russians. The Ukrainian troops have taken the fight to the opposition and have refused to back down. The forces on the war front have been gearing themselves up with more ammunition every passing day. The images show how deadly ammunition is being set up in the war zone to prevent any advancement of the Russian troops. Scenes of desperation from several cities have emerged. Civilians who have lost their homes due to continuous shellings and bombardments have queued up in large numbers to collect food and relief materials. Breaking news is coming in right now. Ukrainian Police General Vyacheslav Abryskin offered himself as a hostage to Russian troops in exchange for the evacuation of children from Mariupol. That's the latest piece of information that's coming in from on-ground Ukraine. At the moment, Ukrainian Police General Vyacheslav Abryskin has offered himself as a hostage to Russian troops in exchange for the evacuation of children from Mariupol. Remember, Mariupol is being attacked and bombarded from all corners by the Russian forces. It has been virtually turned into a ghost town. In fact, there was a drama theatre which had been turned into a shelter where women and children were taking shelter, which was also being attacked by the Russian forces. Gaurav Sawant is now joining me live on this. Gaurav, a selfless act by a Ukrainian top cop, has offered himself as a hostage to Russian forces in exchange for children being evacuated from Mariupol. Clearly, the Ukrainians are, of course, quite desperate because at the end of the day, it is the innocent civilians and the citizens who are caught in this crossfire.
You know, Pallavi, the information we are getting is that more than 1 lakh people in Mariupol remain stranded. Earlier, that figure was close to 4 lakhs. Now, the figures that are coming from the media in Ukraine indicates 1 lakh people continue to remain hostage, while the Russians on their part are claiming that the people have been abandoned and they are providing food, shelter and water and taking some of them to their side, after this heavy shelling and heavy firing that's been happening from both sides. So there's a lot of information warfare that's also on, but images very clearly indicate the devastation and the damage that's been caused to this very crucial port city on the Sea of Azov. What is also happening here in Mariupol is the fact that the Russian forces and Russian tanks are now on the streets of Mariupol, an indication that the Russians now completely control or do control most of Donbass region, which was one of the primary objectives, initial objectives of this mission. Luhansk and Donetsk, they already had about 30%, remaining about we are told anything between 60% to 70% also again in their control, and only pockets of resistance remain where the Azov battalion continues to fight back in some pockets. But the situation, not just in Mariupol, but even in Kharkiv and Sumy and certain other pockets, remains extremely grim, Pallavi, where not even food and water are now available for people. What is worse, gas supply has been severely impacted in an area where the temperatures fall to -2 at night.
Right, so as far as the humanitarian situation goes, it's extremely precarious at the moment, especially the situation with internally displaced persons as well. Do we know the number of internally displaced persons in Ukraine, and what is Ukraine doing in order to ensure that humanitarian assistance can in fact reach these people? Because earlier, as you were reporting, you did say that the claim by the Europeans is that Russia is not allowing for any sort of assistance to reach Ukraine.
Pallavi, 3 million people internally displaced in Ukraine. 2.1 million people have crossed over into Poland. And these are figures that US President Joe Biden will be hearing later this afternoon as he arrives here in Poland. But the situation is extremely grim because this is a claim that's made by the European Union. The European Union chief has said that ships laden with wheat are not being permitted to land, and not being able to reach the areas from where wheat can be given to people who are severely facing an acute food shortage and severely impacted by this conflict. The Russians, and this is an indication that the Russians control the Sea of Azov and the Black Sea. What we are being told today is that a humanitarian corridor is being created to evacuate certain ships that are trapped. Because remember, the Russians were also saying that there are floating mines in these waters, and that would be extremely fatal for any ship. Yesterday, of course, Ukraine had also claimed that a landing craft and a large landing craft of the Russian Navy was shot at and destroyed or damaged, and certain Russian ships were leaving the sea, these waters, urgently. And that is why President Zelensky, while he addressed the North Atlantic Treaty Organization emergency meeting, also demanded anti-ship missiles and surface-to-air missiles, saying he can sustain the battle, he can carry on the battle. They are not inferior to NATO forces, not second to NATO forces, given the fact that they've held off the Russians for a month and counting since the 24th of February now. So the situation, precarious, tense. Military battles also continue, and the Russians seem to be digging in for the long haul, which clearly is not good news as far as people of Ukraine are concerned. And if I may polemic quickly, where we are right now in Warsaw, there is a huge rally planned later this evening as the American president arrives in a place called Rizho, which is barely 50 to 60 kilometers from the Ukrainian border. He'll be briefed on humanitarian assistance, but this rally in Warsaw by displaced Ukrainian people is to demand a no-fly zone and also demand, Polemy, that additional military hardware and aid be given to Ukraine to sustain this fight.
Demands that the Ukrainian president has been making very consistently, but unfortunately, it hasn't reached him. It hasn't been met with. Gaurav, thank you so much for joining us with all of those details. Our soldier reporter Rajesh Pawar, in fact, has been getting us reports from Ground Zero in Ukraine. Here's a report from Kyiv that is bracing for attacks from all corners by the Russian army.
I'm right now in front of this device. This is an innovation which has been made by people here. They have just used pipes which is used for construction. Can you show here the pipe? And they've sliced these iron rods, which are again used for construction, sliced it so they become sharp in the one corner and then welded it to the pipes here. So when they're placed on the ground, it stays stable, it doesn't move, but nothing can move over it. So this kind of innovation we are seeing here. And wherever there are no soldiers, they cannot put soldiers everywhere in the city. They just need to place this so that they can deny that road to any kind of vehicles of the Russian army, invading army, which is coming inside, and they can be stopped. Anything which is with rubber tires cannot pass over this, including a ICV, infantry combat vehicle. So this is a very, very effective innovation, a military innovation to deny the use of a road to an invading army. This is Rajesh Pawar for India Today on the 29th day of the war.
Slipping into a short break, coming up next, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi in India amid the LAC standoff meets External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. Details on the other side of this break.
Crypto Watch brought to you by BitBNS.
Can make NFTs of all the monuments we have, and we can create those NFTs, and we can actually create an NFT of Taj Mahal, and just imagine what hype it will have, and Taj Mahal can be bought as an NFT without giving the ownership right of the Taj Mahal, obviously. Taj Mahal, Lal Killa in the metaverse. So imagine in the country today, we only get 300 crores from all these monuments, from tourism. Imagine if we put all these monuments on metaverse through NFTs, we can earn another 300 crores in there. In India, 25% of the Supreme Court cases, are of land disputes. Imagine if you can put all these land records through NFT, these disputes will come down and a lot of important time of the courts will be saved.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. This is Ukraine's true danger zone. Up close and fearless in Ukraine's combat zone.
You are watching India Today.
He reports amidst the attacks.
Very close. It was just on top of us. Everybody on the ground.
He reports amidst the shellings.
Bombing is coming closer to us. Everybody's running now. Panic everywhere.
He reports from cities under siege. A Special Forces veteran's unmatched view of the war.
They're firing. They're firing on us now. Because I tried to show them on the camera.
Okay, you need
go, Go. Don't stop, bro. Don't stop.
Soldier reporter Rajesh Pawar, only on India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Breaking news that's coming in right now. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi meets S. Jaishankar, External Affairs Minister, after meeting NSA Ajit Doval. Chinese Foreign Minister meets Jaishankar. First visit by a Chinese minister post Galwan. That's the big breaking news that's coming in right now. The meeting between External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar and his counterpart, his Chinese counterpart, Wang Yi, is currently underway at the Hyderabad House in Delhi. This is an extremely significant visit of a top Chinese official visiting India after the LAC standoff between India and China. My colleague Abhishek Bhala is now joining me live on this. Abhishek, this meeting, this visit of the Chinese foreign minister was completely shrouded in secrecy. Nobody confirmed it or denied it ahead of course, him actually landing in Delhi. What is this visit expected to achieve? What is possibly on the agenda as far as this visit of the Chinese foreign minister to India is concerned, Abhishek?
Well, the visit was kept under wraps till the last moment, early this morning, the visiting foreign minister of China has already had a discussion with the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. He's currently meeting Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar. And, extremely significant that in the last 2 years since the relations between the two countries have been very precarious because of the border dispute in Ladakh. The tussle that is going on there with the enhanced military deployment from both the sides, this visit becomes even more important. The last time the Chinese foreign minister was in India, it was back in 2019. So this is the first visit that he's making in the last 3 years. And at that point of time, he came here as a special representative for border talks. And it was a little later that there was a border row in Ladakh, which still is existing. It's still not completely resolved. There have been 15 rounds of military commander meetings that have taken place. So in that backdrop, this meeting extremely significant. The other areas, of course, could be the discussion over the Ukraine war. Also, what is being discussed is that there is a possibility of the Chinese discussing the BRICS summit that they are going to be hosting later this year.
All right. Abhishek, thank you so much for bringing us all of those details. Abhishek, they're keeping an eye on those developments at Hyderabad House. That meeting between External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar and his Chinese counterpart currently underway. That's a wrap on this bulletin. For all the latest news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thanks for watching.
You are watching India Today.
कह रहे कश्मीर फाइल्स टैक्स फ्री करो
अरे यूट्यूब पे डाल दो, फ्री फ्री हो जाएगी। टैक्स फ्री क्यों करा रहे हो? आज सारे देश की सारी भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक पिक्चर के पोस्टर लगा रही है गली गली में जाके। पूरी सारी भारतीय जनता पार्टी देश में एक पिक्चर के पोस्टर लगा रही है। इसलिए राजनीति करने आए थे? पिक्चरों के पोस्टर। अपने बच्चों को क्या जवाब दोगे? घर जाके बच्चे पूछेंगे पापा क्या काम करते हो? पिक्चरों के पोस्टर लगाता हूं। 8 साल केंद्र सरकार चलाने के बाद अगर किसी देश के प्रधानमंत्री को विवेक अग्निहोत्री के चरणों में शरण लेनी पड़े तो इसका मतलब उस प्रधानमंत्री ने 8 साल में कोई काम नहीं किया। 8 साल खराब कर दिए। बताओ, विवेक अग्निहोत्री के चरणों में उनको शरण लेनी पड़ रही है, बचा लो बचा लो बचा लो। अगर किसी प्रधानमंत्री को कह रहे हैं कश्मीर फाइल्स टैक्स फ्री करो, अरे यूट्यूब पे डाल दो, फ्री फ्री हो जाएगी। टैक्स फ्री क्यों करा रहे हो? इतना ही तुमको शौक है, विवेक अग्निहोत्री को बोलो यूट्यूब पे डाल देगा, सारी पिक्चर फ्री है, सारे जने देख लेंगे एक ही दिन के अंदर। टैक्स फ्री की क्या जरूरत है? यूट्यूब पे क्यों नहीं डाल? कल एक मैंने अखबार में पढ़ा, हरियाणा के अंदर एक भारतीय जनता पार्टी का ही एक एमएलए था। उसने कहा आज मैं पार्क के अंदर इसकी फ्री स्क्रीनिंग करूंगा। तुरंत विवेक अग्निहोत्री का ट्वीट आया खट्टर साहब के, खट्टर साहब देखो ये फ्री में कर रहा है, इसको बोलो टिकट लेके करेगा। भाई साहब, कश्मीरी पंडितों के नाम पे कुछ लोग करोड़ों करोड़ों रुपए कमा रहे हैं और तुम लोगों को पोस्टर लगाने का काम दे दिया। आंखें खोलो, क्या कर रहे हो तुम लोग? वो करोड़ों कमा गया, कश्मीरी पंडितों के नाम पे करोड़ों कमा गया और तुम लोग पोस्टर लगाते रह गए। कल मैंने देखा, आपको भी बुरा लगा, मैं आपके कमरे में जब चाय पीने आया, आपने मेरे साथ अपना दुख शेयर किया कि जब एलजी साहब ने भाषण शुरू किया, ये सारे खड़े हो गए नारे लगाने। क्या कश्मीर फाइल्स टैक्स फ्री करो, और पीछे से 2 जने कह रहे थे दारू की दुकानें बंद करो। अब इनको भी नहीं पता आज नारे किस चीज के लगाने। ऊपर से आया तो था ऊपर से आया तो था, तो 2 जने कह रहे थे दारू की दुकान बंद करो, आगे वाले कह रहे थे कश्मीर फाइल्स टैक्स फ्री करो, फिर दूसरे वाले ने कहा आज कश्मीर वाला नारा लगाना है। तो जैसे रैलियां होती हैं उसमें कुछ टीवी वाले माइक लगा देते हैं कि हाँ जी किस लिए आए हो, तो वो यूं यूं देखता है किस लिए। क्या हाल बना दिया इनका। इसलिए थोड़ी राजनीति में आया था।
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are.
Moscow is apparently using stealthy suicide drones to attack the Ukrainian army. Now, these unmanned drones can slip past the enemy line of fire. They are designed to stay under the radar of traditional air defense systems. Russia is not just flexing its military ego, but also throwing in these cutting-edge lethal weapons to deliver a strong message to NATO, but of course, at the expense of Ukraine. Has Ukraine become Russia's playing field for their experimental weapons? This loitering devil in the sky is lethal. Let's find out what it can do. Russian drones found in the Ukrainian capital were KUB loitering munitions. Loitering munitions are a type of unmanned weapon system that waits passively in the air around the target before striking the targeted area. And Russia is using these drones to make precision attacks on military targets in Ukraine. These drones are made by a Russian defense contractor, Kalashnikov Concern, and Zala Aero Group. Each of them packs a small explosive charge. Targets are fed into the drone or through an image uploaded on its control system. The drone then seeks its target out and drops itself to blow the target into smithereens. These loitering munition drones are multi-purpose and used as part of a swarm of drones. It can fly as fast as 80 to 130 kilometers per hour with a flight duration of 30 minutes. The maximum payload it can carry is up to 3 kgs. It can be deployed discreetly as it practically makes no sound. And once deployed, it loiters in the air to seek its target and attacks it right from above. The drone falls head first along a vertical trajectory similar to that of kamikazes, a Japanese aircraft loaded with explosives and making a deliberate suicidal crash on an enemy target. Deployment of UAVs is not the only new ploy on the part of the amended Russian approach. Missile attacks in the western region, close to Ukraine's border with Poland, along with attempted sea blockade by Russian naval forces, are designed to cut off Ukraine's supplies from Western countries. But Kyiv, under the leadership of Volodymyr Zelensky, has been able to surprise Moscow with help of consistent supplies from the West. The majority of these supplies include crucial small arms, anti-tank and anti-aircraft weapons. Increased attacks on sensitive civilian facilities such as hospitals over the past few days is now seen as a deliberate pressure tactic intended to break the morale of the Ukrainian masses.
You are watching India Today.
In association with Green Lamb Laminates, Gustakhi Saaf.
Good afternoon and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. Here are the headlines we're tracking at the top of this hour. Yogi Adityanath to take oath as UP Chief Minister for a second consecutive term after a historic mandate. Swearing-in ceremony to take place at 4 p.m. 45 to 47 ministers likely to take oath as well. Lucknow all decked up for Yogi's swearing-in. Prime Minister Modi along with 200 VVIPs to witness the coronation. Over 50,000 people will attend the event. Big setback to Mamata Banerjee. Calcutta High Court shows no faith in Bengal cops, points to lapses, transfers the Birbhum violence case to CBI. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi meets External Affairs Minister Jaishankar after huddle with NSA Ajit Doval. First visit by a top Chinese official post Galwan. Ukraine enters second month of war. Russia fails to raise the resistance. US set to expand sanctions against Putin. Biden in Poland today after attending NATO summit. Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan says he won't resign ahead of the no-confidence motion. This even as 3 of his major allies are set to join the opposition.
बुलडोजर चलता रहे, दंगाइयों को सख्त सजा हो।
Bulldozing done, now time for Yogi Raj 2.0. BJP's mega Mukhyamantri returns. Double engine dhamal in Lucknow. Modi to electrify, Yogi's swearing in. Giant hopes of Naya Uttar Pradesh. Coronation 2.0 cements Yogi's Shakti. Monk in saffron lights up path to 2024. Bulldozer Yogi 2.0 begins.
Breaking news that's coming in right now. This is the inside track of Yogi Adityanath's swearing-in ceremony. Sources are telling India Today that 2 deputy chief ministers are likely to be sworn into Yogi 2.0 Sarkar. Keshav Maurya is likely to be deputy chief minister again. Sources also say that more than 20 old faces will be part of the new Yogi Adityanath government. My colleague Samat Srivastav is now joining me live from outside the CM designates residence. Samat, 2 deputy chief ministers likely to be sworn in along with Yogi Adityanath today, and it looks likely that Keshav Maurya, despite the loss and the defeat in Sirathu, will be back as deputy chief minister.
See, a lot of speculations are on the air, but what we are getting from sources, Keshav Maurya could be the deputy CM once again. But I've come here outside the CM residence, and I want to show you the color. This is the famous dance of Purvanchal. What we are getting, that this is something called Dhovia dance, and this is happening outside. This is happening outside the CM residence. Outside, you can see the colorful visuals out here. They'll present a dance. I will request them to just showcase the event. You can also see a horse out here. I'll try to speak to some of them. भाई साहब, क्या नाम है इस डांस का?
इसका कटघोड़ा।
कहाँ से आए आप लोग?
आजमगढ़।
आजमगढ़ से। ये डांस का क्या नाम जो करने जा रहे हैं?
धोबिया लोकगीत।
पूर्वांचल का ही?
हाँ, पूर्वांचल का।
So you can see that this is the Purvanchal famous dance of Dhovia, in which there is a singer out here. You can see that in such instruments. So these are the colorful visuals outside the CM residence. What I'm trying to show, इसको क्या बोलते हैं?
रटसिंहा।
रटसिंहा, ये कहाँ पूर्वांचल साइड का?
पूर्वांचल साइड का है।
So you can see that's Purvanchal belt. What we were talking during campaigning. Such things are happening here. I would request them to just showcase their ability, like what they are. So they are just presenting themselves for a mega dance out here. What we are getting, see the young guys out here. क्या माहौल है? क्या यूपी में इस बार पहली बार लखनऊ आए?
नहीं,
आज योगी जी का शपथ ग्रहण है, कैसा लग रहा है?
बहुत मस्त लग रहा है।
बहुत बढ़िया लग रहा है। और you can see a lot of youngsters out here. विद मी, क्या नाम है आपका?
आलोक साहब।
आज योगी आदित्यनाथ फिर से सीएम बनने जा रहे हैं, कैसा लग रहा है?
अच्छा लग रहा है, हमें बहुत ही सौभाग्य की बात की है, हमारे सीएम फिर से योगी जी बन रहे हैं।
फिर से सीएम बन रहे हैं जी। चलिए, तो see this has just started. You can see that out here a lot of things are happening with the instruments. Types of instruments what I'm seeing. This is dholak, this is another instrument of Purvanchal, and this is the horse riding out here. They are portraying a kind of horse riding out here. See, they are happy, they have a wide smile on their faces what I'm seeing. खुश हैं योगी आदित्यनाथ के सीएम बनने से?
जी जी खुश है।
इसका क्या महत्व है इस डांस में, इस घोड़े का?
ये लिल्ली घोड़ा बोलते हैं सर।
अच्छा जी। See, they are telling us right behind me, the dance has begun. See out here. This is the Purva dance, a famous dance of Purvanchal, and this is happening in Lucknow, just outside the Chief Minister's residence. And at a time when a lot of big faces of BJP are going inside the CM residence for meeting CM Yogi Adityanath ahead of the ceremony. And see the visuals out here, what I'm trying to capture. They have been with a red dress with a mix of yellow. Out there are some bells ring around their waist out here. You can see the rings out here, and they seem too happy. These are the visuals out here. Cameraman Sandeep showing you. We're trying to give the live feed as it's a kind of celebration happening here. Celebration after BJP won in the Uttar Pradesh Assembly elections, and now these visuals are just a start ahead of the swearing-in ceremony. Just 4 hours before the celebration has begun outside the Chief Minister residence. See the moves out here. They have practiced hard, it seems. They have practiced a lot for this dance. We will try to speak some of them also, but I don't want to disturb them in between their dance. So just be with me and enjoy the dance out here, the famous dance of Purvanchal. As Purvanchal, we know about the political influence, but Purvanchal has a lot of things famous. Most of them are from Azamgarh. See the moves out here. All of them are youngsters. I am seeing some seniors behind, so I'll try to speak to them. I request my cameraman to come with me. क्या माहौल है आज यहाँ पर योगी आदित्यनाथ की स्वेरिंग इन सेरेमनी?
बहुत बढ़िया माहौल है, बहुत खुशी का दिन है।
कहाँ से आए हैं आप?
आजमगढ़ जिला से।
जी, आजमगढ़ तो कहते हैं समाजवादी पार्टी का गढ़ है। हाँ, आजमगढ़ तो कहते हैं समाजवादी पार्टी का गढ़ है।
हाँ, गढ़ है।
ये क्या है, क्या नाम है इस इंस्ट्रूमेंट?
एक कसावर है। कसावर
है, ये देखिए। Different types of instruments out here. ये इसे क्या बोलते हैं?
मजीरा, बड़ा मजीरा।
So this is majira, this is dholak, that I know. And what is this? ये क्या है? ये क्या बोलते हैं?
संग।
So I have caught 1, 2, 3, 4 and this 5 types of instruments. ये मजीरा है?
ये झांझ है। और हमारे जितने भी धोबिया लोक नृत्य पार्टी में इस डांस में जितने वाद्यंत्र बजते हैं, सब एक स्वास्थ्य के लिए काम आते हैं। ये फूल का होता है, इसको बजाने से प्रदूषण साफ होता है। ये बड़ा मजीरा है। ये जो फूल
योगी आदित्यनाथ तो ताजपोशी है, कुछ गाकर सुनाएंगे?
उनके ताजपोशी के लिए तो बहुत सारी गीत
गाकर सुनाइए आप।
अरे बड़ा निकल लागल भैया यूपी का ससनवा, बड़ा निकल लागल भैया यूपी का ससनवा, फ्री में दाल मिलल फ्री में रसनवा, फ्री में दाल मिलल फ्री में रसनवा, बड़ा निकल करिए हमारे बाबा जी ससनवा, बड़ा निकल करिए भैया बाबा जी ससनवा।
खुशी है आपको?
जी खुशी है।
All the best. So you see the visuals, the way they are celebrating the wide smile. I noticed 5 types of instruments out here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I am forgetting some names, but they are happy with the horses. खुश हैं आप? क्या खुश हैं आप? योगी आदित्यनाथ फिर से सीएम बन रहे हैं।
मंत्री जी के उद्घाटन।
He is trying to showcase what he is doing. So these are the visuals coming from Lucknow, just outside the Chief Minister residence. Back to you.
Right, Samat, stay on with us because we'll of course keep coming back to you. It's Yogi Raj 2.0 in Uttar Pradesh. The 49-year-old monk is all set to be sworn in as the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh for a second consecutive term. According to reports, 2 Deputy Chief Ministers and 45 to 47 ministers are likely to take oath along with Yogi Adityanath. The Saffron Party broke the 37-year-old jinx of the incumbent government being voted back to power. Before the grand oath-taking ceremony, Yogi Adityanath paid floral tribute to former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Meanwhile, the oath ceremony will be held at Lucknow's Atal Stadium today at 4 p.m. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, BJP Chief JP Nadda will be attending the mega event. Over 60,000 people are expected to be part of the momentous swearing-in ceremony. Elaborate security arrangements are being made over and before the mega event. Over 8,000 police personnel have been deployed to look after the security arrangements. As Yogi bulldozes his way to power, he has several challenges to face in the second term of his government. It includes unemployment, the tag of being anti-farmer government and maintaining law and order in the state.
The day has finally arrived when CM Yogi Adityanath will be swearing in as the next Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh. The crowd is excited. At the same time, preparations are over. But right now, the visuals which you can see on the screen is about a big feast which is going to be given here at the BJP headquarters. Today, more than 2,000 BJP workers will be getting this special lunch which is being prepared here at the BJP headquarters in Lucknow. And the preparations are going on from morning itself. The colors of celebration from dancing, singing and now to the food. Everywhere it is evident how Uttar Pradesh is excited and the BJP cadre is all set for the very important oath-taking ceremony which will be held today in Ekada Stadium in Lucknow. With cameraman Gaurav, Abhishek Mishra for India Today.
Right, so you heard, of course, that report there being filed by my colleague Abhishek Mishra. Grand preparations, mega preparations that have been made in Lucknow today for the swearing-in ceremony that is to happen at 4 p.m. My colleague Samat Shrivastava, of course, has been bringing us all of those live reports as well from outside the Chief Minister's residence in Lucknow. Samat, we also hear that a lot of probables, maybe, who are likely to take oath along with Yogi Adityanath are already making their way to the CM residence this morning. Notably among them, of course, is former bureaucrat, someone considered extremely close to Prime Minister Modi, who became an MLC and then UP BJP Vice President as well, A.K. Sharma.
Yes, exactly. A.K. Sharma has already inside. Aslim Arun is inside. JPS Rathore, senior BJP leaders inside. A lot of BJP leaders have gone inside. This is the particular gate. I'll try to show from here that the vehicles are entering from this particular gate one by one, as it is supposed that a meeting will take place ahead of the swearing-in ceremony. And these will be the faces who will become the cabinet or the state ministers. But what is mentioning here is the visuals outside the CM residence. Again, they have started dancing. The colors out here, you see, just sit back and enjoy because it's a big day for the state of Uttar Pradesh. And this is what they are celebrating out here in the state capital with different kind of instruments, with different kinds of moves. They say they have also got these bells on their waists around all of these youngsters having these. While what I showed, the sound instruments, they have got various instruments including dhol and various others. And you can also see a singer in between singing the songs of Purvanchal. All of them belongs to Azam Girl, which comes in Purvanchal, and that is why they are happy because BJP did a lot for Purvanchal, and these horses are also in a way trying to showcase the entire thing. See, just watch the visuals out here and you can just get a sense of what electrifying atmosphere is outside the Chief Minister residence out here. The speakers have been set up outside with a board behind Narendra Modi ka swagat hai. So they are welcoming the Prime Minister of India for the swearing-in ceremony. And right here you see the CM and PM with the sign of victory as the swearing-in ceremony is on and the singing has begun. I'll try to go yet again and try to just make you hear what this is all about. Requesting the cameraman.
Right, so colourful celebrations over there right outside the Chief Minister's residence, from where my colleague Samar Srivastav is reporting. Of course, the BJP has turned Lucknow saffron today ahead of that mega swearing-in ceremony that is to happen at the Ikana Cricket Stadium. My colleague Rahul Srivastav, our National Affairs editor, is also joining me right now. Rahul, the beeline that probables who possibly will be sworn in today along with Yogi Adityanath has started forming outside the Chief Minister's residence, notably A.K. Sharma, Jitin Prasada, Swatantra Dev Singh as well, Sanjeev Gaur. These are some of the names, Asim Arun. They're all inside the Chief Minister's residence. What sort of calculations do you believe the government, the BJP has kept in mind as they, of course, compose this new Yogi 2.0 cabinet?
Pauline, in 2017, the BJP had a much better verdict and it had to carry out a very delicate balancing act. And that is why Yogi Adityanath, then considered caste neutral because he was an ascetic, was brought in. But the BJP had to balance the equations with Keshav Maurya as the OBC face and Dr. Dinesh Sharma as a Brahmin face. The Council of Ministers had 28 odd men from the upper caste, and though there were large number of OBC and Dalit leaders who were brought into the council, but predominantly most of them were given minister state tasks. But I think the big news right now, which we can inform our viewers, is that it's confirmed now that A.K. Sharma is going to be a part of the Council of Ministers. Sources have told us that he got the call and he is likely to be brought in. It's not 100% confirmed, but there is a very strong buzz. Two sources have confirmed to me that he could be brought in as Deputy Chief Minister to Yogi Adityanath. Now, what does that mean? That one, sources are saying Keshav Maurya is still in. That could well mean that Dr. Dinesh Sharma could well make way for Dr. A.K. Sharma. Now, A.K. Sharma's inclusion, if he gets the Deputy Chief Minister post, is a very critical inclusion because he is not known to be a UPite. He is not known to be a old-time BJP workers in Uttar Pradesh. He took premature. He was an IS officer, 1988, Gujarat cadre, worked with Prime Minister Modi in Gujarat for 20-odd years. He was brought into the PMO in 2014, and then he took premature retirement and joined the BJP and is right now the BJP Vice President of the UP State Unit. His role could well be as being the Prime Minister's point person in the Council of Ministers with Yogi Adityanath, and that definitely lends a very interesting element as far as the new council is concerned, because if Prime Minister Modi and Yogi Adityanath are going to be the administrative and political double engine for the BJP, that synergy between Delhi and Lucknow is going to be critical. And if A.K. Sharma is in, then he could well be the pivot between the two cities. What we are also being told that young leaders like Jitin Prasada and others are likely repeated because he was, remember, brought in by the BJP just before the elections and in September last year inducted as a minister, as a Brahmin face for the party. But yes, some sources are also saying there could well be some exclusions which may indicate that the BJP is looking forward to creating a new council for new synergy.
Right. Rahul, speaking of exclusions, you know, that is a very interesting point and a big breaking news that you're telling us. It's possible that A.K. Sharma, Modi loyalist, former Gujarat cadre bureaucrat turned MLC turned UP BJP Vice President, could be inducted into the new Yogi cabinet as a Deputy Chief Minister, making, in fact, it's possible that Keshav Maurya stays and Dinesh Sharma, I beg your pardon, will be making way for A.K. Sharma. So, Dinesh Sharma, what happens to him and why is he possibly being dropped? Rahul, what are your sources telling you?
You see, Dr. Dinesh Sharma, when he was brought in, was known to be somebody who is a non-controversial, non-confrontationist and non-polarized kind of a leader. He was not somebody who upsets political equations or has interpersonal problems. I've known A.K. Sharma for a very long time. He used to be the mayor of Lucknow when Atal Bihari Vajpayee was a member of parliament from that city. And he is a low-profile leader. But if the BJP has to send out a political signal, then each seat matters this time time around, because the BJP is not fighting this election, is not just celebrating, it's actually preparing for 2024 and the next elections for UP in 27, and that is why each seat is critical. So all castes have to be addressed, and this time around, if you see the result, the BJP's success, though it lost a lot of number of seats, is largely can be attributed to a large number of non-Yadav OBC, non-Jatav SC votes, which have become a slightly more stabilized constituency of voters with the BJP. I think that segment needs to be rewarded, and the BJP will like to send out. Say, for example, this time around, the BJP's emphasis also on the women voters. The women voted for the BJP much more, 16% more than the Samajwadi Party. So if there are 47 women MLAs this time around, 29 of them are from the BJP. There could well be more women this time around in the Council of Ministers for Yogi, because remember, this is the highest number of women MLAs ever in UP Assembly. So what one can say is that inclusions, exclusions will be a very delicate caste balancing act. But if there is caste and community balancing, there is A.K. Sharma's inclusion is an administrative balancing which will be done by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Amit Shah and J.P. Nadda, the BJP president.
Right. Rahul and Samar, thank you so much for bringing us all of those details. So it's interesting to see who all are in fact entering the Chief Minister's residence right now in Lucknow, because that indicates possibly who has got the call from the UP Secretariat, in fact telling them that they will be sworn in today along with Yogi Adityanath at the Kana Cricket Stadium. The bulldozer has become the metaphor, in fact, for the BJP's monumental mobilization in Uttar Pradesh, as it became clear that Yogi Adityanath was returning to power. Bulldozer rally was carried out across Gorakhpur. Several BJP supporters also did a puja of the bulldozer. It's now clear that the bulldozer metaphor that was first used as a jibe by the Samajwadi Party has now flattened the cycle.
बुलडोजर चलता रहे, दंगाइयों को सख्त सजा हो। बुलडोजर बाबा की जय।
It all started with Yogi Adityanath mentioning the bulldozer in his campaign speeches. It gradually became the poll mascot for the BJP.
हमारी सरकार केवल विकास ही नहीं कराती है, हमारी सरकार ने फिर बुलडोजर का भी उपयोग करना शुरू किया। और आज जब प्रदेश के अंदर विकास के साथ साथ बुलडोजर चल रहा है, तो भाइयों बहनों, आज ये सभी माफिया जो 4.5 वर्ष तक अपने बिलों के अंदर दुबके हुए थे, इनको ये लगा कि एक अवसर है कि फिर से किसी सत्ताधारी दल, किसी दल के साथ, सत्ताधारी ना भी हो, किसी दल के साथ जुड़ जाएंगे।
Today, the bulldozer has become a symbol of BJP's mega mobility through the Uttar Pradesh election.
As the results trickled in, the BJP workers erupted into a marathon celebration of sorts, and in focus was the Baba ka bulldozer that rampaged and teared through the opposition attack. The Baba bulldozer actually marking the thumping victory of the BJP, even as the workers didn't stop praising and actually praying that Baba ka bulldozer should be on a never-ending spree.
The Samajwadi Party mentioned the bulldozer first as a jibe. The BJP decided to wear it as a badge of honor. With Yogi Adityanath winning a historic second term, the bulldozer has become an affirmation of both his government's tough on criminals and high on development image. And that has become the metaphor of Yogi and BJP's victory. The bulldozer has completely flattened the bicycle. With his stunning return to power, Baba Bulldozer has now inspired Mama Bulldozer in Madhya Pradesh. Dozens of hoardings of Shivraj Singh Chauhan with the bulldozer in the background have come up in several areas of Bhopal, calling him Bulldozer Mama in the run-up to the 2023 Assembly elections.
और ये ट्वीट करने वाले जितने चिल्लाते रहे, गरीब की मौत पर भी राजनीति करते रहे, लेकिन मामा का बुलडोजर चला है, अब रुकेगा नहीं जब तक बदमाशों को दफन नहीं कर देगा।
From Maharaj to Bulldozer Baba, from sannyasi to CM, Yogi Adityanath is now firmly in the driving seat in Uttar Pradesh. Bureau Report, India Today.
Akshita Nandagopal now highlights some of the key challenges in store for the Yogi government 2.0.
A historic mandate for the BJP, yes, but there are still many challenges for Yogi Adityanath in his second tenure as Chief Minister. The biggest of those is going to be the unemployment crisis. That's still a huge issue in Uttar Pradesh, particularly among the youth. There's also the issue of being tagged time and again as being an anti-farmer government. The BJP tried to tackle that during its campaign as well. Now, Yogi Adityanath will have to go the extra mile to reach out to farmers, maintaining their anti-crime drive. Something about law and order getting better is, in fact, one of the planks on which Yogi Adityanath has stormed back to power. Now, one of the issues that was talked about in this election season was also the stray cattle menace, particularly in western parts of Uttar Pradesh. Maintaining law and order is going to be a huge challenge for Yogi Adityanath in this term as well, and also battling allegations of casteism, especially with the Prime Minister saying that this mandate was against and breaking all caste barriers.
The Russia-Ukraine war has definitely sparked panic buying. Among essentials, there is one odd item that's suddenly in peak demand. There has been a sudden jump in condom sales in Russia. The country's largest pharmacy chain, 36.6 PJSC, has reported a 26% increase in sales. According to a report by RBC, the sale has increased by 32%. At the same time, supermarkets have said that their sales have increased by 30%. Russia's largest online retailer, Wildberries, said that condom sales grew by 170% in March 2022 compared to 2021. Reportedly, condoms from different brands have become expensive by 50%. People are buying them for the future, whereas the fact is that the retailers are bound to increase the price. Now, if you're wondering why condom sales are suddenly increasing in the middle of war, why are people buying condoms after all? After Russia's attack on Ukraine, America and many Western countries have imposed many types of economic sanctions on Russia. British company Reckitt, that is the maker of Durex, and other brands employs around 1,300 people in Russia and makes in the region of £400 million annually in this market. Sexologist Yevgeny Kalgovchuk urged Russians to use good condoms from friendly countries rather than those made in Western markets imposing sanctions. Business expert Pavel Spichakov said that 95% of the condom market in Russia is owned by foreign companies. Reckitt accounts for over 60% of it. Because of this, fears have arisen in Russia that due to Western sanctions, condom prices in the country may rise significantly. And so, the demand has suddenly increased in Russia. Traditionally, Russia imports 600 million condoms a year and produces 100 million.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. This is Ukraine's true danger zone. Up close and fearless in Ukraine's combat zone.
You are watching India Today.
The Berdyansk port has seen some heavy fire since yesterday. Reports have suggested that Ukraine destroyed Russian landing ship at the port. The images on your screen show blasts and smoke at a dock and a flash of explosion. The capital city of Kyiv has been under relentless attacks by the Russian forces. The scenes of aftermath are that of devastation. Charred buildings with thick black smoke coming out of it. Firefighting operations are on in full swing in a bid to control the sporadic fire in certain parts of the buildings.
Very nice.
According to reports, U.S. volunteers have reached the battlefield in Kyiv to fight for Ukraine. The volunteers have liberated a village in the Kyiv region which was occupied by the Russians.
Got my man right there, my commander.
The Ukrainian troops have taken the fight to the opposition and have refused to back down. The forces on the war front have been gearing themselves up with more ammunition every passing day. The images show how deadly ammunition is being set up in the war zone to prevent any advancement of the Russian troops. Overnight shellings have continued to rock the Ukrainian cities. The Ukraine skyline at night has been witnessing fireworks that are due to the back-to-back explosions on the city. Some cities like Kharkiv, Mariupol and Chernihiv have been in the eye of the storm. Suburbs of Kyiv have also seen relentless airstrikes from Putin's army. Scenes of desperation from several cities have emerged. Civilians who have lost their homes due to continuous shellings and bombardments have queued up in large numbers to collect food and relief materials. The struggle for food and relief materials for the Ukrainian citizens continue. Thousands have gathered at the Kharkiv metro station in search of food, essential items and also shelter. The scenes from the metro station are that of despair and desperation. The reason why the locals have been queuing in the Kharkiv metro station is because the city is ravaged by relentless attacks by the Russians. The images on your screen are from a part of Kharkiv where buildings have been reduced to rubble, charred commercial establishments and burnt trees have left the city looking like a ghost town.
Кто тут русский мир ждал слоган России?
In another part of Kharkiv, a residential area is in ruins. The houses charred, the trees burned, vehicles can be seen completely damaged. The images are evident of the number of casualties the city must have seen. People have fled some part of the city to take shelter.
И вот мой подъезд.
Ukraine continues to fight back, especially the civilians living in war-torn Ukraine. Images on your screen show the locals filling in several bags of sand to create a barricade from Russian troops entering the city. The video comes from the southern city of Ukraine, Odessa. Ukraine refuses to back down. The indomitable spirit of the Ukrainians has been commendable. The citizens of Odessa have picked up arms to defend the country. Some have also joined the army after putting their families away to safety. The Russian army has indiscriminately attacked an arms depot in the northwestern city of Ukraine, Lviv, in Ukraine on Wednesday. The chilling image on your screen shows long-ranging missile accurately targeting the Ukrainian arms depot.
Один С-300 и одна боевая.
Moscow has released a video showing its air power on Wednesday. The video on your screen shows Russia's military helicopters in action and attacking Ukraine's facilities. Images on your screen show the Russian military convoy passing through the second largest city of Ukraine, Kyiv. Ukraine enters its second month of war. Putin continues to rain missiles on key Ukrainian cities, including Kharkiv and capital city Kyiv. On Thursday, Russian shelling destroyed a warehouse in the town near Kyiv. Firefighting still is underway in the region as black smoke engulfs the neighborhood. Fire continues to emerge from the Berdyansk port, where reports suggested that a Russian landing ship was destroyed by the Ukrainian troops. In the besieged city of Mariupol, thousands of civilians stood in long queues for humanitarian aid. The Ukrainian port of Mariupol has been almost completely flattened by prolonged Russian bombardment. Hundreds of thousands of people have been hiding in basements with no running water, food, medicine or power. Meanwhile, after attending the NATO summit in Brussels, USA President Joe Biden is headed to Poland to discuss the deployment of peacekeepers to Ukraine. Ukrainian President Zelensky has called for military assistance without limitations from the West. Our soldier reporter Rajesh Pawar has been getting us reports from ground zero. Here's a report from Kyiv that is bracing for all attacks from all corners, in fact, by the Russian army.
I'm on a checkpost here which has been prepared to counter any kind of attack coming on this particular road. Here, if you see behind me, these white sandbags, this is where soldiers will take position in case anything comes from that direction towards this checkpost. And these black and these iron hedgehogs you see, they are basically for anti-tank obstacle. Let me show you what a soldier will see through these sandbags in case enemy is coming on this road from the other side. I'll just show you around, take you how it will feel. This is how it will look to a soldier from these sandbags. And he can see any tanks coming from there, any soldiers coming from there.
My colleague Rajesh Pawar is now joining me live from Kyiv in Ukraine. Rajesh, you've been, of course, sharing all of those reports from how Ukraine is protecting its own capital city, Kyiv, in terms of, resisting the advancement of the Russian troops into Kyiv. But is that going to be enough in order to, of course, sustain this resistance, and for how long?
Look, I say that yes, it is enough, because Kyiv is a megapolis. It has still almost more than a few million people still living in this city, and every corner, every nook and corner, every road, every street in this city is right now fortified. Look, it is easy to bomb a city, to carry out air raids, to flatten it. But to conquer a city, it is very, very difficult. And Russia has seen it firsthand in Kherson and Mariupol. Mariupol, though it is under Russian control, it is still not 100% cleared. And Kyiv is 10 times bigger than that in terms of population, in terms of size, in terms of built-up area. So if Russian forces decide to enter the city, it's going to be a nightmare for Russian forces. And they know this, and they will not do it. And that is the reason they are fortifying the defenses all around the city on the perimeter, because they intend to stay there for long, to put a siege around the city, to force the city to surrender rather than bombard it to ground, or to go inside the city and face heavy casualties, as well as a lot of collateral damage to civilian population here. They will avoid both these situations, and they will not enter Kyiv. This is my reading of the military situation and the fortifications I see around Kyiv and the overall situation building up in Ukraine right now. Over to you.
Right, Rajesh, so what you're basically saying that the Russians are not going to go for an all-out attack against Kyiv. They are building up outside on the outskirts and the periphery of the city in terms of them being there for the long haul. Is Ukraine prepared for the long haul?
Look, longer this battle goes, both the countries will suffer. Russia will suffer and Ukraine will suffer. Russia will suffer in terms of economics. Besides losing soldiers, they have been battered economically right now. And as the time passes by, the kind of severe sanctions which have been imposed on Russia, their effects will start showing in a few days from now. And Russia cannot sustain this war if those economic sanctions start working, especially, I'm again saying X factor is China, especially if China decides not to support Russia economically in this ongoing conflict. Secondly, for Ukraine, people are dying every day. Civilians are dying. Half the children, 50% children of all of Ukraine are now displaced. They are either internally displaced or they have become refugees. All families have been broken. People are moving out of the country. People have lost their homes. People have lost their businesses. There's no income. This is a desperate situation for Ukraine as well. And the moment it increases, this conflict prolongs, this situation is going to get worse, and Ukraine understands this. Secondly, Ukraine has been left totally isolated militarily now. NATO and US has made it very clear, come what may, they will not get involved in a direct confrontation with Russia at any cost. They might be talking of nuclear weapons, biological weapons, chemical weapons. Even a normal guy knows Russia will never use nuclear, biological, chemical weapons in Ukraine. If they have to use it, it will be in Europe and on US, not in Ukraine. So, yeah, you interrupted. Please go ahead. Ask the question.
No. Finish what you were saying, Rajesh.
No, I have finished. Please ask the next question.
Right. So basically what you're saying that this is all about who blinks first. Rajesh, thank you so much for bringing us up to speed with what's happening on the ground in Ukraine in terms of the developments and how both Russia and Ukraine seem to be now preparing in some senses for the long haul. But will that be enough to sustain what they've now gotten themselves into? Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, in fact, continues to send out a very strong message to Russian invaders in the face of the continued war and unrest. Let's listen in.
Нашого захисту ми наближаємо такий потрібний нам мир. Наближаємо перемогу, бо у цій війні просто не можна без перемоги. А так воно і буде. Втримали всі основні напрямки російських ударів. Світ застосував руйнівні санкції. Ми працюємо далі, домовляємося ще про нові. Сьогодні я зробив декілька важливих звернень до учасників саміту НАТО, саміту Великої Сімки, до саміту лідерів. Це заради того, щоб Росія зрозуміла одне. Потрібно шукати мир. Росії також потрібно шукати мир. Довіра у народу України найвища до ваших країн і до Польщі. Це є правда. Тому я думаю, що це і відповідає тим крокам, які ви зробили на зустріч Україні. Ризики в Україні, вони і ваші ризики, на жаль, але я повинен просто констатувати це, що ми маємо такого сусіда.
Right, so this is now the second month of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Ukraine is still resisting and is holding fort, but for how long? That's the big question, especially because despite the desperate appeals which have been made by Ukrainian President Zelensky to NATO, to Western nations, the kind of military hardware that it needs on ground and boots that it needs on ground, that is not forthcoming. Now, Russian President Vladimir Putin launched a full-scale invasion of Ukraine in the early hours of February 24th, sparking the biggest war on a European state since World War II. In the months since the invasion began, more than 10 million people have been displaced. Several Ukrainian towns and cities have been besieged and bombarded beyond recognition, and hundreds of civilians have been killed as it braces for a second month of bombing, destruction and deaths.
I decided to conduct a special military operation. It aims to protect people who have been bullied and subjected to genocide by Kyiv regime for 8 years.
It all started with an early morning broadcast that stunned the world. The future of millions of Ukrainians changed with the blink of an eye. Now, a month and counting, Ukraine has survived ruthless bombing, brutal attacks, an endless hellscape. Russian forces are struggling to capture key Ukrainian cities, including Kyiv and Kharkiv. Kyiv still stands firm. Heavily outnumbered and outmuscled, yet Ukraine is giving them a bloody nose.
I thank everyone who acts in support of Ukraine, in support of freedom, but the war continues. The acts of terror against peaceful people go on. 1 month already. That's long. It breaks my heart, hearts of all Ukrainians and every free person on the planet.
The war has spared no one. Toddlers, kids, youngsters, elderly, all victims. Since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, over 10 million people have fled their homes, mostly women and children. With each passing hour, Ukraine war is fast becoming the fastest growing humanitarian crisis Europe has seen since the Second World War. Diplomatic efforts are on to secure a ceasefire, and yet reports of civilian deaths in Ukrainian cities continue to make headlines. Once a bustling, lively and colorful country, many Ukrainian cities are becoming ghost towns. Bureau Report, India Today.
Slipping into a short break, coming up next, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi in India amid the LAC standoff meets External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. Details on the other side of this break.
Rosyjscy dyplomaci oraz wskazany przez nas personel otrzymali polecenie opuszczenia terytorium RP w ciągu 5 dni. Rosja prowadzi barbarzyńską wojnę przeciwko Ukrainie już od ponad 3 tygodni, a my, inne państwa Zachodu, jesteśmy traktowani przez Rosję jako kluczowy przeciwnik. Dalsze tolerowanie tego typu nielegalnej aktywności służb rosyjskich stworzyłoby szczególne zagrożenie dla bezpieczeństwa Polski, ale także dla naszych sojuszników w NATO i Unii Europejskiej, z którymi koordynujemy wszelkie tego typu działania.
Calcutta High Court has ordered a CBI probe in the Birbhum violence case. In a detailed order, the High Court slammed the State Police's special investigation team and said that the team has not been able to make any significant progress in the case. The court also pointed out that the police station was very near to the incident spot, but cops did not reach on time and persons trapped inside the houses kept on burning. High Court also, in fact, added that circumstantial evidence and impact of the incident indicates State Police cannot probe the case. State Police SIT is to hand over the case to the CBI now after the court order. The CBI will have to submit a status report to the court in a week, and the next hearing will take place on April 7. 8 people were killed in the violence that has brought Mamata Banerjee government under criticism. On Thursday, Mamata Banerjee had visited Boktui village where the violence occurred late on Monday.
Should Mamata Banerjee not be held accountable, not just for the law and order failure, but also her attempt in order to bury the truth and allow for a fake narrative to be placed so that the Birbhum massacre can be put under the carpet? This shows the deep institutionalization of political violence in West Bengal and the deep politicization of every institution in West Bengal.
नींद से उठे क्या? अभी इलीगल आर्म की ध्यान आ रहा है? आए दिन लोग, आम जनता इलीगल आर्म लेकर घूम रहे हैं पश्चिम बंगाल में. मतलब पश्चिम बंगाल के लोगों के अंदर ये खून का प्यास जो बन गया, देखते देखते दे आर गेटिंग इम्यून्ड. बड़ा रिस्की सिचुएशन हो गया है. तो ये सिचुएशन से बाहर आना मेरे लिए तो बस ये मेरा निजी मत है.
Well, that's a good move because that was the main demand of the opposition, and that has been made satisfied, and now there will be a greater chance of being able to unravel the truth.
Breaking news that's coming in right now. This is the inside track of the Chinese Foreign Minister and Ajit Doval's huddle earlier this morning. Ajit Doval has said that only after disengagement can de-escalation happen. It was said that it was important that disengagement happens first. The Chinese side invited NSA Doval to visit China as well. That's the inside track that India Today is getting you exclusively. Sources have told India Today that NSA Doval in fact told the Chinese foreign minister who is visiting India that only after disengagement can de-escalation happen. It was told to him that it's important that disengagement happens first. The Chinese side, we also believe, have invited National Security Advisor Ajit Doval to visit China. The Chinese Foreign Minister is currently meeting External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar as well. This is an extremely significant visit because this is the first visit by a top Chinese official to India after the LAC standoff, especially Galwan in 2020. So this is extremely significant, especially because this visit has been completely unannounced and shrouded in secrecy as well. And that's a wrap on this bulletin. For all the latest news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thanks for watching.
Amid the Russia-Ukraine crisis, Europe saw the world's biggest rise in arms imports in the past 5 years, a trend set to accelerate following recent rearmament commitments. How are arms traded across the world, and what is this industry's worth? International trade in conventional weapons is worth an estimated $100 billion USD annually. The industry's products range from light weapons to warships and military defense systems. Nearly 40% of arms exports originate in the United States, but Russia, France, China and Germany are also major suppliers. Europe shows the strongest growth in trade, 19%, a trend that should consolidate with the new Russian threats. Widely accessible weapons cause suffering and destruction. A global treaty aimed at reducing the irresponsible transfer of conventional weapons came into force in December 2014. Its strict criteria controlling sales aims to ensure participating countries avoid breaking international embargoes and reduce the number of weapons used for genocide, war crimes, or terrorism. Many of the 130 signatory countries, including the US, have still not ratified the arms trade treaty, while Russia and China have not even signed it. The International Committee of the Red Cross says there is still a discrepancy between political commitments and the ease with which arms are transferred to actors who do not respect international law.
This is Ukraine's
in people over the age of 65, reported by the European CDC.
India, on the other hand, enjoys hybrid immunity, which is immunity from natural infection and vaccination. The Government of India and experts, which are not a part of the Government of India, have been saying that BA2 has been circulating in India since the beginning of this year, sometime around the month of February and end of January. So it is unlikely that BA2 is going to be the driver of a fourth wave in India.
In association with Green Lamb Laminates, Gustakhi Saaf.
बुलडोजर चलता रहे, दंगाइयों को सख्त सजा हो।
Bulldozing done, now time for Yogi Raj 2.0. BJP's mega Mukhyamantri returns. Double engine dhamal in Lucknow. Modi to electrify Yogi's swearing in. Giant hopes of Naya Uttar Pradesh. Coronation 2.0 cements Yogi's Shakti. Monk in saffron lights up path to 2024. Bulldozer Yogi 2.0 begins.
Very good afternoon. We come to you from the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Ekana Stadium, where in just about 3 hours from now, we are counting down for the caretaker Chief Minister, Yogi Adityanath, to take oath. He's right now the designate Chief Minister. Then he'll be taking oath right behind me. The preparation's rather spectacular. We're going to keep getting all of this latest to you, break it down for our viewers and what this means. But before that, I want to quickly dip into the latest news break that we are getting in, which gives our viewers a bit of an insight on what possibly could be the cabinet for Yogi Adityanath. So that's the latest news break we are getting in. Yogi Adityanath at 4 p.m. would be taking oath alongside 50 other cabinet members, which will include the Chief Minister, and what we are getting to understand, they will only be 2 deputy Chief Ministers this time. So that's the latest that we are getting in right now, and it seems that the insider details of it coming out right now, which India Today is picking up. India Today has accessed the big names of Yogi's cabinet. It's a mix of old and new faces in Yogi 2.0. 2 deputy CMs to be sworn in along with Yogi. Ex-IAS officer and Modi loyalist A.K. Sharma has met the Chief Minister. And there are indications that he could very well, if not just be a cabinet minister, could also find himself in the spot of one of the two deputy CM chairs. I want to cut across right now to my colleague and our National Affairs Editor, Rahul Srivastava, who's joining us live with the very latest in terms of the insider track and what we can expect. Because, you know, viewers, while Yogi Adityanath will take oath with 50 other of his colleagues today, having said that, we would not know who the deputy CM is or what cabinet berth each of the ministers are getting. But we're going to give you the inside details of what there is to expect. Rahul Srivastava is joining us live. Rahul, A.K. Sharma, IAS officer, not really a BJP man, but possibly a Modi insider in Yogi's cabinet, touted to be maybe one of the two deputy CMs.
Yes, Preeti, that's one very interesting element. If we have seen this election right from that moment when Prime Minister Narendra Modi made that statement, Yogi Upayogi hai UP ke liye, from that time onwards we have seen that Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Yogi are being showcased as that one big BJP face as far as UP is concerned, and that could well be the plan for the future. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Yogi Adityanath. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, ex-RSS Pracharak, Yogi, saffron-robed Chief Minister. Yogi definitely much more strident, known not for some popular stellar scheme and delivery, but instead Bulldozer, which does have a communal element to it, because the bulldozer, the target of the bulldozer were the Azam Khans, the Atiq Ahmed and the Mukhtar Ansaris. I think the one very critical element could well be if Mr. A.K. Sharma is promoted or brought in as a Deputy Chief Minister in place for somebody like Mr. Dinesh Sharma. Is that greater synergy? Prime Minister Narendra Modi will have one of his most trusted men in the Yogi Council of Ministers. Remember, A.K. Sharma has a history of working 20 years with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, was the CEO of one of the infrastructure entities in Gujarat, brought to the Prime Minister's office, sent to MSME as Ministry as Secretary, and he is largely known as a loyalist. And once he gets inside, means it could well be a greater sense of synergy between Delhi and Uttar Pradesh. That's exactly what Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the BJP would be expecting. Because remember, if, for example, today's ceremony in which virtually the entire who's who of India Inc. has been invited, Mukesh Ambani's, Adani's and Mahindras and the Birlas, then they definitely need somebody who has a certain footprint or presence in the past in Delhi, because somebody knows policies and how to expedite policies and their implementation. So A.K. Sharma could well be the point person for Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Delhi in the Yogi Council of Ministers. Then definitely some very interesting changes. I think two cops, Asim Arun, who won from Kannauj, and Rajeshwar Singh, ex-ED man, giant killer as far as ED cases is concerned, from Sarojini Nagar in Lucknow, being brought in. Swatan Dev Singh, for example, his name is figuring as among the people who have been invited to the Chief Minister's residence, means that the BJP is bringing in the man who was the party president or the organization head in UP.
I almost feel like...
Well, it is interesting. Lots of names coming up. The last one, which Rahul Srivastava also stressed on, Swatantra Dev Singh could very well also find his space in the cabinet, if not one of the deputy CM's chair. But word has it, if there is a confirmation coming in, right now none. But our sources tell us there will only be two deputy CMs. There was indication and speculation yesterday that there could be three, and the third one possibly Baby Maurya. Well, that right now is not taking place. What we're given to understand, there will only be two deputy CMs. They say Keshav Prasad Maurya, even though he lost his own election, could very well find his spot in the sun as deputy CM again. But Dr. Dinesh Sharma could give way to A.K. Sharma. But what leads of Swatantra Dev Singh, the party president in BJP, will he be the one who will also find a place where the cabinet is in question? A lot of other names, some of them which have come in from the Congress as well. We're going to keep getting our viewers the latest, but you know, as I am pointing out right now where we are standing, it's a spectacularly sunny day, one might say. It's blazing hot, and right now, in the next 3 hours, Yogi Adityanath's coronation ceremony will be taking place right behind me. I'll ask my camera person Sachin to actually show you the expanse of this stadium. It accommodates about 50,000 people. What's expected is that it's going to go over capacity to about 60,000 people. A lot of Karyakartas from across Uttar Pradesh have filtered in from various districts. Some on their own, some of course have come with the MLAs there. The entire cabinet of Yogi Adityanath, 50 will be taking oath today alongside with him. We're going to continue to get you the latest. For preparations, let's cut across to my colleagues. I have Abhishek Mishra who's joining me as well as Neha Batham. But Abhishek, give us a sense right now on what's expected. Okay, Samarth Srivastava is joining us and Abhishek Mishra. But let's cut across to Samarth first. Samarth, give us an indication in terms of the guest list of what's expected. Yesterday, a lot of speculation in terms of names of celebrities. Today, it seems a peculiar choice in terms of Amitabh Bachchan, his name being confirmed. If he'll come, we'll only know at 4 p.m. But peculiar because his own wife, Jaya Bachchan, is a Rajya Sabha MP from Samajwadi Party, was rather vocal to the entire election and the campaign.
I've got the list of invitations being given by the UP government, and I'll just read out the names. There is CM of Haryana, Himachal, CM of Sikkim, CM of Uttarakhand, CM of Assam on board, CM of Goa, CM of Bihar, Nitin Gadkari, Shivraj Singh Chauhan, Nishkant Dubey. Apart from that, if you got to talk about the top traders of India, there is Kushagra Bajaj, Kumar, Mangalam Birla, and also there is the name of Amitabh Bachchan. So it's going to be seen whether they will arrive in the time to come in around 4 p.m. when the swearing ceremony will take place. But what is currently happening out here, that almost all MLAs who were supposed to come inside the CM residence have arrived, and most of them have left from the residence. And what we got after talking to the MLAs, they clearly said it was just an informal meeting. Though what happened inside, nobody knows it, because it has been a trend for the Saffron Party. But what I can show you is the premises of CM residence, where faces like Brajesh Pathak, Asim Arun, and Swatantra Dev Singh and many other MLAs went inside and came outside. So this is the place which has become most happening after Ekana Stadium for today's date. So that is why the influence, so far more than 50 MLAs including ministers went inside, and it is being said that they can be the state ministers or cabinet ministers, which will obviously be known around 4 p.m. when the swearing-in ceremony will take place. But there is a complete movement out here, and if you see the other side of the story, you will see a lot of music behind me, Bhagwa Lehrayenge, and also some people out here who were dancing in a Purvanchal style. They have got the special dance. So these are the visuals we are getting from the CM residence. At one hand, we see a lot of BJP leaders coming in and out, while on the other hand, we are seeing celebrations out here, just like BJP office for the swearing-in ceremony, as it is a big day, and we just cannot ignore. And these kind of audios coming from behind me are the showing the clear picture that how excited the Saffron Party is for today's date. Yes.
Special invitees. He is reporting outside the Chief Minister's residence, getting us the latest there. But once again, I'll ask my camera person to actually show you the expanse of this stadium and to take our viewers through. It's a sea of saffron right from the city of Lucknow to the Ekana Stadium, Atal Stadium right here. Expecting about 50,000 people will go over capacity. I'll ask Sachin to actually show you the LCD screens. A lot of them have the Mandir picture. I'll ask Sachin to show you the LCD screens right there. A lot of LCD screens as well. And that's where all the cadre that is gathered here, the Karyakartas that have come from various districts, will be coming in here. And possibly these LCD screens are where you can get a closer look at what's actually going to happen on stage. The stage is right in front of us. We're going to slowly take you back to the stage there. This is where 50 of Yogi's newly minted cabinet would be sitting. They'll all be taking oath today. And the chief guest today is, of course, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Alongside with him will be the party President J.P. Nadda, the Home Minister Amit Shah. The Home Minister yesterday was the primary observer, under which unanimously Yogi Adityanath was nominated as the Legislative Party Chief. Both gave spirited speeches, and the culmination of what has been a very, very long campaign for the Bharatiya Janata Party. It's the first time, viewers, if you actually get on to, the numbers of it all, in 37 years that any party is coming back to power in consecutive terms. And Yogi Adityanath, and I can also actually tell you, I was, in 2017, I was, there to witness the oath taking of Yogi Adityanath, and that happened in a field of sorts, a Maidan. Today it's happening in a stadium. At that point of time, Yogi Adityanath was a surprise candidate. Many would suggest possibly a compromise candidate, and he's owned it in the last 5 years. This election was fought under his banner. A lot would be made out in terms of comparisons where who would be the true inheritor of Modi's legacy, because this kind of win has been scripted once again in 37 years, and it was fought under the chief ministership of Yogi Adityanath. I'd like to cut across right now as we continue to beam these visuals out to you live to my colleague Rahul Srivastav, who's in the studio with us. He's traveled through the expanse of Uttar Pradesh through the elections. He's joining us now once this election comes full circle. And Rahul, let's talk a bit about Yogi Adityanath. 2017, a surprise face. We all thought it's going to be somebody else, and it turned out lots of names were thrown in. Rajnath Singh, Manoj Sinha. Ultimately, it was Yogi Adityanath who took oath in 2017. But this election purely belongs to him. Do you see him somewhere down the line? Because we were talking to the cadre today, many making the comparisons of him possibly being the inheritor of Modi's legacy. Of course, it's too early, to say that. But would you take us through his journey?
Preeti, if you take a slightly distant look to this ceremony which you have been reporting since yesterday, you get a feeling that Yogi is receiving a kind of a treatment which the BJP has not accorded any other chief minister in the last 7 years since the rise of Narendra Modi. Now, that perhaps is the significance of Uttar Pradesh, and that's significance of Yogi Adityanath. Perhaps Yogi, if the BJP has realized that Yogi Adityanath is the monk who sold Hindutva 365 days, and that's somebody that the BJP needs to continuously keep UP engaged as an electoral entity, and perhaps Yogi to deliver on the policy and schemes, because as I've been saying, that Ration, Prashashan and polarization are going to be the mainstay. So if the BJP has to deliver better, Yogi, the BJP feels, has done better. And law and order, he has become kind of a cult with that bulldozer becoming the virtual symbol of the government and the chief minister. And then polarization, the saffron-robed chief minister is doing that. And that's where I think Yogi is becoming critical. I feel this is the first time in the last 7 years I have seen that yes, Narendra Modi had a dependence on somebody like Amit Shah for strategizing, for delivery, for execution, for implementation of political and other strategies. But this is the first time there is a signal being sent out that some political leader is useful for Narendra Modi. That Upayogi element for Yogi, for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, for 2024 is, I think, the underline of this entire exercise being carried out. Now, if that's what the BJP is doing today, that raises the significance of Yogi Adityanath. He joins the pantheon. Is he the number 2? Right now, we always say that there is nobody from number 1 to 10 behind Narendra Modi, and after that, the queue starts from the 11th. But Yogi is certainly there ahead of lot many if we talk about in terms of his place in the BJP's pantheon.
Okay. All right, let's cut across to Samarth, my colleague as well, who's joining us outside the Chief Minister's residence. Samarth, a lot of movement, VIP movement taking place outside the Chief Minister's residence.
I've got a bulldozer with me. You see a lot of workers out here. I try to speak to some of them. ये bulldozer आप निकाल रहे हो, क्या कहना चाहोगे इसके ऊपर?
देखिए, शपथ ग्रहण करने से पहले जितना बुलडोजर आज सड़कों पे दौड़ रहा है, पूरे प्रदेश के लिए बहुत शुभ संकेत है। यहाँ की जनता बहुत प्रसन्न है, आह्लादित है।
See, Preeti, there are current visuals coming in, the rich visuals. I can show you this bulldozer, the JCB out here. out here that there's a bulldozer coming in. I'll try to speak to them. ये आप निकाल रहे, क्या नाम है आपका?
ये बुलडोजर कार्यकर्ताओं ने निकाला है। मेरा नाम संजय तिवारी, मैं विश्व हिंदू परिषद का जिला उपाध्यक्ष।
क्या मैसेज देना चाह रहे हैं इस बुलडोजर के जरिए?
इस मैसेज ये देना चाहते हैं कि या तो अपराधी प्रदेश छोड़ करके बाहर चले जाएं या अपने घर में बैठ जाएं। यह उत्तर प्रदेश में अपराध नहीं चलेगा। भूमाफिया अपराधी ये अपराध करने यहाँ नहीं चलेगा।
अपराध तो सरकार कम करेगी, आप लोग कम करेंगे?
अपराध सरकार कम कर दी है, जो बचे हैं वो चले जाएं।
So you can see the visuals out here in the front. You can see a lot of persons have. These are the BJP workers out here over the JCB, and they're trying to showcase how Yogi Adityanath has used bulldozer to, in a way, kill the crime in the state of Uttar Pradesh, for which it was always known. Preeti, back to you.
All right, Samarth, a lot of cadre and karyakartas right now outside the Chief Minister's residence. Right here, the stalls are filling up. If I can ask my camera person Sachin to actually show you, it's a terribly hot afternoon. You know, one must say the sun is blazing down on us. It's horribly hot, and I have to give it to all of those. You know, if you can see, the stands in the shade are actually all filled up. The stands in the shade are all quite filled up. The ones in the sun, even though they are closer to the dais, are the ones which still remain empty. And that's primarily because it's impossible to stand in the sun right now. It's beating down. It doesn't seem it's spring in Lucknow, but the height of summers. So, you know, this is what the stadium looks like. Also, if you can see, there is a little flower rangoli, and not a little, but a massive flower rangoli right in the middle of the stadium, which says Shapat Samaroh. And the Shapat Samaroh, to be precise, will begin at 4 p.m. right here at the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Ekana Stadium. It was Atal Bihari Vajpayee to whom both Amit Shah and Yogi Adityanath paid homage yesterday, right after Yogi Adityanath was elected as the leader of the legislative party. Yogi Adityanath's rise from mutt leader to the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh has been phenomenal. 2017, like Rahul Srivastava was also pointing out, he was a surprise face of sorts. He has etched his name now in the annals of Uttar Pradesh political history, or rather, the annals of Indian political history. Because if you remember, in 37 years, this would be the first time any political party has come to power in consecutive terms where UP is concerned. Has it set the narrative for 2024? Well, that's a matter of discussion for another day. But right now, this day clearly belongs to the king who's going to be coronated, if I might say. Yogi Adityanath, along with his 49 men, will be taking oath right behind me at the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Ekana Stadium. However, why has he been called the Bulldozer Baba? A lot of people, a lot of karyakartas we saw today had a little bulldozer strapped onto their head. Well, Sushasan, security, is one of the main reasons as to why the bulldozer has been associated with Baba, making it Bulldozer Baba.
चलता रहे, दंगाइयों को सख्त सजा हो। बुलडोजर बाबा की जय।
It all started with Yogi Adityanath mentioning the bulldozer in his campaign speeches. It gradually became the poll mascot for the BJP.
हमारी सरकार केवल विकास ही नहीं कराती है, हमारी सरकार ने फिर बुलडोजर का भी उपयोग करना शुरू किया। और आज जब प्रदेश के अंदर विकास के साथ साथ बुलडोजर चल रहा है, तो भाइयों बहनों, आज ये सभी माफिया जो 4.5 वर्ष तक अपने बिलों के अंदर दुबके हुए थे, इनको ये लगा कि एक अवसर है कि फिर से किसी सत्ताधारी दल, किसी दल के साथ, सत्ताधारी ना भी हो, किसी दल के साथ जुड़ जाएंगे।
Today, the bulldozer has become a symbol of BJP's mega mobility through the Uttar Pradesh election.
As the results trickled in, the BJP workers erupted into a marathon celebration of sorts, and in focus was the Baba ka bulldozer that rampaged and teared through the opposition attack. The Baba bulldozer actually marking the thumping victory of the BJP, even as the workers didn't stop actually praying that Baba ka bulldozer should be on a never-ending spree.
The Samajwadi Party mentioned the bulldozer first as a jibe. The BJP decided to wear it as a badge of honor. With Yogi Adityanath winning a historic second term, the bulldozer has become an affirmation of both his government's tough on criminals and high on development image. And that has become the metaphor of Yogi and BJP's victory. The bulldozer has completely flattened the bicycle. With his stunning return to power, Baba Bulldozer has now inspired Mama Bulldozer in Madhya Pradesh. Dozens of hoardings of Shivraj Singh Chauhan with the bulldozer in the background have come up in several areas of Bhopal, calling him Bulldozer Mama in the run-up to the 2023 Assembly elections.
और ये ट्वीट करने वाले जितने चिल्लाते रहे, गरीब की मौत पे भी राजनीति करते रहे, लेकिन मामा का बुलडोजर चला है, अब रुकेगा नहीं जब तक बदमाशों को दफन नहीं कर देगा.
From Maharaj Ji to Bulldozer Baba, from Sannyasi to CM, Yogi Adityanath is now firmly in the driving seat in Uttar Pradesh. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, so this is why Yogi Adityanath has also now come to be called Bulldozer Baba. As we have, since the morning at the BJP headquarters right outside the CM's residence, a lot of Karyakartas strapped with that mini bulldozer on their head. And scenes of jubilation right now, understandably. It's a huge mandate for Yogi Adityanath. I want to cut across to my colleague Chitra, but before that to tell our viewers the very latest, because a lot of eyes on what could possibly be the cabinet for Yogi Adityanath. We're getting to understand right now the CM's residence is Siddharth Nath Singh and Shrikant Sharma. Both of them, Siddharth Nath Singh was already in the cabinet as well. Both of them meeting the Chief Minister, Yogi Adityanath, the designate Chief Minister, mind you, Yogi Adityanath right now. So in all possibility, they themselves could find their spot in the cabinet. But let's cut across to my colleague Chitra. She filed this report.
उत्तर प्रदेश की राजधानी लखनऊ, जिसको दुल्हन की तरह सजाया गया है, क्योंकि आज का मौका बेहद खास है। आपको बता दें, आप देखिए जगह जगह चौराहों को किस तरह से भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने अपने रंग में पूरी तरह से रंग दिया है। जैसा कि इस वक्त आप देख पा रहे हैं, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की तस्वीर, योगी आदित्यनाथ की तस्वीर, बीजेपी के तमाम नेताओं की तस्वीर, ये कहते हुए हम निकल पड़े हैं प्रण करके नए भारत का नया उत्तर प्रदेश बनाने के लिए शपथ, राष्ट्रवाद की, सुशासन की, सुरक्षा की, विकास की। जगह जगह इस तरह के बड़े बड़े होर्डिंग्स लगे हुए हैं, जैसा कि आप देख पा रहे हैं। आपको बताते चले, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी बस कुछ ही देर के बाद यहां पर पहुंचेंगे, जिसको लेकर तैयारियां पूरी हैं। 12 राज्यों के मुख्यमंत्री भी यहां पर आ रहे हैं, जिसको लेकर शक्ति प्रदर्शन की तैयारी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की। जगह जगह इस तरह के मंच बने हुए हैं ताकि जब बीजेपी के नेता इधर से गुजरे तो उन सभी का स्वागत किया जा सके। आई लव लखनऊ भी आप देख पा रहे हैं। लखनऊ जो अपने ही मिजाज के लिए जाना जाता है, लेकिन अपने आप में बेहद महत्वपूर्ण। उत्तर प्रदेश के हर इलाके, चाहे बुंदेलखंड हो, चाहे रोहेलखंड हो, चाहे पूर्वांचल हो, उत्तर प्रदेश का ये मध्य इलाका लखनऊ, या इसके अलावा बात करें अगर हम खासतौर से पश्चिमी उत्तर प्रदेश की, हर जगह से यहाँ पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता पहुंचे हुए हैं। एकाना स्टेडियम हम सीधे जा रहे हैं और आपको बताते चले, ये हिस्सा जहाँ से इस वक्त हम गुजर रहे हैं, ये पूरा का पूरा हिस्सा लखनऊ का दिल कहा जाता है। आज उस मंच से किस तरह की तस्वीरें दिखाई देती हैं, विरोधी दलों के नेता जिनको इनविटेशन भेजा गया है, क्या वो पहुंचेंगे वहां पर, इस पर लगातार रहेगी आज तक की नजर। अभी के लिए दीजिए इजाजत, हम सीधे पहुंचते हैं इस वक्त काना स्टेडियम। कैमरा पर्सन संजय कुमार के साथ चित्रा त्रिपाठी, लखनऊ, आज तक।
Okay, so it seems the invitees have already started coming in and addressing the crowds to keep the momentum up in this hot, hot summer afternoon. I'll ask my camera person to close up. That's Manoj Tiwari. He was given the charge of Delhi but campaigned heavily in the Purvanchal areas of Uttar Pradesh. And as you can see, belting out for what he's famous for, and that's Bhojpuri music, a big draw in the Purvanchal area, which borders Bihar of Uttar Pradesh. But the celebrations have already started. one by one, we are going to see all these leaders come in to try and keep the cadre motivated. And it's not a mean feat, because the kind of heat that there is, it's blazing hot right now. And right now, Manoj Tiwari there, trying to encourage the cadre. Every time we see, bursts of energy, then we see people flag down a little, and then you'll see one of the leaders of Bharatiya Janata Party come up to try and motivate the crowds and, get the atmospherics going. All right, so with these visuals of Manoj Tiwari belting out, well, this is one of the anthems of the BJP, by the way. During the campaign, this song was used quite a bit by many leaders, especially every time Yogi Adityanath was on a road show. So, with these visuals, let's look at the rise of Yogi Adityanath from being a Mahant, from the journey from a Mahant to be the CM caretaker, the CM designate, and soon to be CM.
A child named Ajay Singh Bisht was born on June 5, 1972 in a village in Garhwal. Little did anyone know that the boy would leave his family at the age of 21 and become a sannyasi known as Yogi Adityanath, who would eventually reach the top post of the country's most populous state. Although very little is known of his pre-yogi days, his father, Anand Singh Bisht, says his son always wanted to serve the people.
हमें भी एक खुशी है कि वो अपने मंजिल की राह देख रहे हैं और आखिर उन्होंने वो राह पकड़ ली और उसमें सफलता मिल गई उनको। फिर जन सहयोग बहुत मिला उनको। 325 विधायकों ने हाथ जोड़ करके खड़ा उनका समर्थन किया है। ये मुझे बड़ी खुशी है और मैं कल से ही बड़ी ऊर्जा मिल रही है मुझे।
Ajay Singh Bisht completed his BSc degree from HNB Garhwal University. In 1994, Yogi Adityanath became a disciple of Adityanath at the Gorakhnath temple. According to temple's traditions, his ears were pierced. He addressed Mahant Adityanath, his maternal uncle, as Guruji. Yogi Adityanath jumped into the political arena in 1998 when he was elected as a Lok Sabha member from Gorakhpur. This year saw Mahanta Adityanath, a key leader of the 90s Ram Temple movement, passing his baton to Yogi Adityanath, who emerged as a controversial Hindu leader known for his hate speeches. Yogi continued to win the seat for 5 times with large margins, except in 2004 when the Samajwadi Party's Jamuna Nishad gave him a tough fight. He won by just 5,000 votes. In 2014, Yogi Adityanath took over as chief priest of Gorakhnath temple after Mahanta Adityanath passed away. Adityanath's radical pro-Hindutva image came to the fore for the first time in February 1999, when he allegedly tried to capture a graveyard land by planting a peepal tree at Panchrukhia village in Maharajganj district. A case under several sections was registered against him in the Kotwali police station. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, so that's the rise from a Mahant to now the designate CM of Uttar Pradesh, Manoj Tiwari, just ending his little motivational speech for the cadre on this hot afternoon in Lucknow with Jai Shri Ram, and interestingly also sang Mera Rang De Basanti Chola. We're going to take a quick break, but our continuous rolling coverage from the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Ekana Stadium, where at 4 p.m. the Chief Minister designate Yogi Adityanath along with his 49 men will be taking oath in the presence of the Prime Minister as Chief Minister. A lot other dignitaries, political bigwigs, celebrities have been invited. How many of them show today? We'll keep you posted. To stay with us.
लोगों में भी ज्यादा गर्मी निकल रही है। भाइयों बहनों, ये गर्मी 10 मार्च के बाद अपने आप शांत हो जाएगी।
Can make NFTs of all the monuments we have, and we can create those NFTs, and we can actually create an NFT of Taj Mahal, and just imagine what hype it will have. And Taj Mahal can be bought as an NFT without giving the ownership right of the Taj Mahal, obviously. Taj Mahal, Lal Killa in the metaverse. So imagine in the country today, we only get 300 crores from all these monuments, from tourism. Imagine if we put all these monuments on metaverse through NFTs, we can earn another 300 crores in there. In India, 25% of the Supreme Court cases, are of land disputes. Imagine if you can put all these land records through NFT, these disputes will come down and a lot of important time of the courts will be saved.
You are watching
What? No way. Once he starts laughing, we have to break the shoot for at least 15-20 minutes before he can become himself.
No, I have a problem. I laugh. I can't stop when I start laughing. And who's making me laugh? So who's breaking out of the character, him or me?
Honest.
Yeah, very. It's not because I want to eat, it's because I want to rest.
Even now he wants to break for lunch. It's 1 o'clock. I think I can say even Rajmouli sir, because he puts in so much of effort that he needs a time to relax his mind. Yeah. Once a
cricket match going on.
Yeah.
You have this intense thing going on here.
And also a cricket match going on here.
Is that a hidden talent? We'll ask him.
He's a good singer. He's a good singer.
Your directors asked for it.
No, I'm a bathroom singer.
So we.
He updates me on a day-to-day basis. What's happening? Charan, did you hear this?
And I am updated by my team. So
it's nice to have somebody. Otherwise, half the things about myself which has come out or about my family or something, he used to update me the first thing in the morning and then I go through everything. It's nice to have somebody so updated.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
The Berdyansk port has seen some heavy fire since yesterday. Reports have suggested that Ukraine destroyed Russian landing ship at the port. The images on your screen show blasts and smoke at a dock and a flash of explosion. The capital city of Kyiv has been under relentless attacks by the Russian forces. The scenes of aftermath are that of devastation. Charred buildings with thick black smoke coming out of it. Firefighting operations are on in full swing in a bid to control the sporadic fire in certain parts of the buildings.
Very nice.
According to reports, U.S. volunteers have reached the battlefield in Kyiv to fight for Ukraine. The volunteers have liberated a village in the Kyiv region which was occupied by the Russians.
Got my man right there, my commander.
The Ukrainian troops have taken the fight to the opposition and have refused to back down. The forces on the war front have been gearing themselves up with more ammunition every passing day. The images show how deadly ammunition is being set up in the war zone to prevent any advancement of the Russian troops. Overnight shellings have continued to rock the Ukrainian cities. The Ukraine skyline at night has been witnessing fireworks that are due to the back-to-back explosions on the city. Some cities like Kharkiv, Mariupol and Chernihiv have been in the eye of the storm. Suburbs of Kyiv have also seen relentless airstrikes from Putin's army. Scenes of desperation from several cities have emerged. Civilians who have lost their homes due to continuous shellings and bombardments have queued up in large numbers to collect food and relief materials. The struggle for food and relief materials for the Ukrainian citizens continue. Thousands have gathered at the Kharkiv metro station in search of food, essential items and also shelter. The scenes from the metro station are that of despair and desperation. The reason why the locals have been queuing in the Kharkiv metro station is because the city is ravaged by relentless attacks by the Russians. The images on your screen are from a part of Kharkiv where buildings have been reduced to rubble, charred commercial establishments and burnt trees have left the city looking like a ghost town.
Кто тут русский мир ждал слоган России?
In another part of Kharkiv, a residential area is in ruins. The houses charred, the trees burned, vehicles can be seen completely damaged. The images are evident of the number of casualties the city must have seen. People have fled some part of the city to take shelter.
И вот мой подъезд.
Ukraine continues to fight back, especially the civilians living in war-torn Ukraine. Images on your screen show the locals filling in several bags of sand to create a barricade from Russian troops entering the city. The video comes from the southern city of Ukraine, Odessa. Ukraine refuses to back down. The indomitable spirit of the Ukrainians has been commendable. The citizens of Odisha have picked up arms to defend the country. Some have also joined the army after putting their families away to safety. The Russian army has indiscriminately attacked an arms depot in the northwestern city of Ukraine, Lviv, in Ukraine on Wednesday. The chilling image on your screen shows long-ranging missile accurately targeting the Ukrainian arms depot. Moscow has released a video showing its air power on Wednesday. The video on your screen shows Russia's military helicopters in action and attacking Ukraine's facilities. Images on your screen show the Russian military convoy passing through the second largest city of Ukraine, Kyiv. Ukraine enters its second month of war. Putin continues to rain missiles on key Ukrainian cities, including Kharkiv in the capital of Kyiv. On Thursday, Russian shelling destroyed a warehouse in the town near Kyiv. My colleague Rajesh Pawar is getting us the very latest on that big story. Rajesh, first, a situation update. What really is going on in the capital city of Kyiv as the Ukrainians continue to put up a fierce defense against Russia? Take us through the details.
Look, right now I'm in a main square here in Kyiv. There has been calm in the night last night after about 48 hours of continuous fighting in the sense continuous bombing of rockets and artillery fire on the outskirts of Kyiv. Last night was relatively calm and there have been no reports of fighting or any ground offensive around Kyiv or in fact most parts of Ukraine except in the areas of Donetsk and Lugansk. There was expectations that after this NATO summit, in case America and NATO takes a more aggressive stance, fighting will escalate. It has not happened that way. Looks like there is a softening of stance from Ukraine's side, and it is an indication probably both the sides will be meeting very soon for some kind of negotiated settlement. Over to you.
Yes, also, Rajesh, take us through the details of the manner in which Mariupol also has been putting up a very, very strong resistance, an up-to-date situation about how the strategic port city is holding up, really.
Look, Russians had a very typical strategy, be it in case of Kherson, the first city they took over, and then it was Mariupol. They surround the city first, cut it off with electricity, water, gas, everything, any kind of supplies to the city. And once they cut it off, then they start pounding the areas which are of any kind of military importance or wherever they feel some kind of militia or military has been housed, and then they start moving in. Mariupol took so long because there were a lot of Azov battalion people. The right-wing militia was there in large numbers. They were holding back, and they were really giving a stiff resistance to the Russians, and Russians had to clear each and every house, room by room, and every house, street by street, and that's why it took them so long. But right now, as we speak, most of the city of Mariupol and the port is under Russian control. Over to you.
Rajesh, thank you so much for getting us up to speed with that. Every reason to believe that things could worsen, given that Zelensky has said that without any limitations, NATO countries must help Ukraine and must step in at this point in time. We'll, of course, keep a very, very close eye on all of those developments and tracking every single aspect of that story, even from Moscow and Poland. For the moment, it's time for a quick break. Here on the other side, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi in India amid the LAC standoff meets External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar.
You are watching India Today.
While Ukraine continues to stand its ground against Russia without NATO support, there is one man fighting on Ukraine's side, spreading fear in the hearts of Russians. He fights from the shadows and no one knows his real name. He's simply known by the name Wali, and he's one of the most deadliest snipers in the world. Wali is Canadian. He is a computer scientist by profession in times of peace and a world-class sniper shooter in times of war. He is 40 years of age and has served in Iraq and Afghanistan. The name Wali was given to him by the Afghans. It means guardian in Arabic. Wali is a sniper. Snipers kill targets from positions of concealment or at distances exceeding the target's detection capabilities. It is usually believed that a good sniper gets about 5 to 6 kills per day, while a great sniper gets anywhere between 7 to 10 kills a day. Wali has a reputation of delivering up to 40 kills on a single day. He holds the world record for the longest confirmed kill shot. He shot down an ISIS fighter in Mosul from a distance of 3.5 kilometers using a Macmillan TAC-50 rifle. Wali is reportedly fighting from Ukraine's side and has killed 6 Russian soldiers already.
Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi is on a 2-day diplomatic visit to India. Wang Yi met with National Security Advisor G. Doval in South Block. The two sides discussed the need to take forward complete disengagement in the remaining areas in Ladakh to help build mutual trust and progress in bilateral ties. Wang Yi also met his counterpart, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, for delegation-level talks in the national capital. This is the first visit of a senior Chinese leader to India in 2 years, since the border standoff between the two countries since May 2020. The key objective of Wang's visit is to restart physical engagement and also invite Prime Minister Modi for BRICS meeting to be hosted by Beijing this time. Moving on, Calcutta High Court has ordered a CBI probe in Birbhum violence case. In the detailed order, High Court slammed the State Police's special investigative team and said that the team has not been able to make significant progress in this matter. Court has also pointed out that police station was very near to the incident spot, but cops did not reach on time and persons trapped inside the houses were kept on burning. High Court has added that circumstantial evidence and impact of the incident indicates State Police can't probe the case. State Police SIT is going to hand over the matter to CBI after the court order. CBI to submit status report to court in a week, and the next hearing will take place on the 7th of April. 8 people, remember, were killed in the violence that has brought Mamata Banerjee government under criticism. On Thursday, she said she had in fact visited Boktui village where the violence occurred.
नींद से उठे क्या? अभी इलीगल आर्म की ध्यान आ रहा है? आए दिन लोग, आम जनता इलीगल आर्म लेकर घूम रहे हैं पश्चिम बंगाल में. मतलब पश्चिम बंगाल के लोगों के अंदर ये खून का प्यास जो बन गया, देखते देखते दे आर गेटिंग इम्यून्ड. बड़ा रिस्की सिचुएशन हो गया. तो ये सिचुएशन से बाहर आना मेरे लिए तो बस, ये मेरा निजी मत है, मेरे लिए बस प्रेसिडेंट्स रूल और कुछ मुझे नहीं लगता पश्चिम बंगाल को बचा सकते हैं. पश्चिम बंगाल के वासियों को वहां बचा सकते हैं.
Should Mamata Banerjee not be held accountable, not just for the law and order failure, but also her attempt in order to bury the truth and allow for a fake narrative to be placed so that the Birbhum massacre can be put under the carpet? This shows the deep institutionalization of political violence in West Bengal and the deep politicization of every institution in West Bengal.
Yes, I am very, very satisfied that an unbiased investigation will now take place. As I said, that powerful leaders are involved behind this, and most of all, this act has shamed us in the entire India, where, innocent women and children were brutally killed and murdered.
Well, that's a good move, because that was the main demand of the opposition, and that has been made satisfied, and now there will be a greater chance of being able to unravel the truth.
को किसने मारा किसी को पता नहीं वहाँ एक एक करके लोग भाग रहे हैं सर वहाँ जगह से लोग भाग रहे हैं बच्चे मुंह नहीं खोल रहे थे सर वहाँ पे लोग जीने लायक नहीं रह गए हैं पश्चिम बंगाल भारत का अंग है सर हमें रूपा गांगुली को प्रेसिडेंट रूल चाहिए
Well, that's a wrap on this bulletin. For all news and updates, do log on to our website, that's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thank you for watching.
You are watching India Today.
A holiday in space. It's a dream that could soon become reality. Today, the conquest of the space tourism market is dominated by two private US companies, Virgin Galactic, founded by British billionaire Richard Branson, and Amazon chief Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin. Neither is offering an orbit of the Earth. Rather, tourists will be propelled dozens of miles into the atmosphere for just a few minutes. The aim is to get close to the imaginary line where space begins, the Kármán line, 100 kilometers up where the sky darkens and the curvature of the Earth can clearly be seen. Virgin Galactic will have 6 passengers on board Spaceship 2 VSS Unity, attached to a carrier spacecraft. Once released at an altitude of 15,000 meters, the spacecraft will fire its rocket and head for the sky. There, passengers will float in zero gravity for several minutes before returning to Earth at Virgin Spaceport in the Mojave Desert in New Mexico. The price of a ticket is $250,000. Blue Origin has developed the New Shepard, a traditional rocket carrying a capsule with a capacity of 6. After the launch, the capsule breaks away and continues its journey while the rocket returns to Earth. Passengers will be able to leave their seats and for a few minutes take advantage of the view through large windows. The capsule then gently falls to Earth. SpaceX and Boeing are developing their new capsules to transport NASA astronauts from 2020. They are likely to cushion their investment by offering private tourists. A US startup called Orion Span hopes to place a luxury space hotel into orbit. The company says it hopes to welcome the first guests in 2022.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. This is Ukraine's true danger zone. Up close and fearless in Ukraine's combat zone.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
In association with Green Lamb Laminates, Gustakhi Saaf.
बुलडोजर चलता रहे, दंगाइयों को सख्त सजा हो।
Bulldozing done, now time for Yogi Raj 2.0. BJP's mega Mukhyamantri returns. Double engine dhamal in Lucknow. Modi to electrify Yogi's swearing in. Giant hopes of Naya Uttar Pradesh. Coronation 2.0 cements Yogi's Shakti. Monk in saffron lights up path to 2024. Bulldozer Yogi 2.0 begins.
A very good afternoon. We come to you from the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Ekana Stadium, where in just about 2 hours from now, Yogi Adityanath with 49 others will be taking oath right behind me. The designate CM, who was also the caretaker CM, is going to be the CM in just about 2 hours from now. We're going to get you all the very latest that's coming in. What you see right behind me, I want to give our viewers a bit of a sense. We're seeing a lot of other BJP leaders coming in, trying to motivate the crowd, because viewers, it's blazing hot. It's extremely hot. If I can ask my camera person Sachin to show you, the stands which are in the shade are completely taken, the stalls completely taken, but a huge task for the cadre which has come in droves from across the state of Uttar Pradesh, or rather even the country. We saw, BJP cadre coming in from Madhya Pradesh, from Rajasthan, from Gujarat. Everyone has come in here to witness what is, and one has to say, is historic. We're going to get you the latest. After 37 years, a political party is going to take an oath consecutively for the state of Uttar Pradesh. This election fought under the banner of Yogi Adityanath, but before I do it, what would be the focus of Yogi Adityanath's Sarkar 2.0? That's the latest news break that we are getting in. Let's quickly shift into that news break. The latest news break coming in is that the focus of Yogi Adityanath's government is what has been indicated will be on law and order. So the theme, the iconic theme that Yogi Adityanath is associated with, which is Bulldozer Baba, that theme is going to continue. With that, as you can see right behind me, a heavy dose of Jai Shri Ram. And a lot of leaders of the BJP coming in, trying to motivate the cadre, because in just about 2 hours from now, Yogi Adityanath will be here. But the latest is that Yogi Adityanath's new government in UP will focus on law and order. Ex-IS and IPS officers likely to be part of the cabinet. India Today accesses big names of the Yogi cabinet. The inside track of Yogi swearing in ceremony. Let's quickly tell our viewers on who all, in terms of Sushasan, have been roped in for Yogi Adityanath's cabinet. A.K. Sharma is one name which is making the rounds. He is known to be a Modi loyalist, possibly will be included in the cabinet. He met the chief minister a short while ago. Let's also tell you the other big names that are being speculated right now is Jitin Prasad, also met from the Congress, who defected to the BJP right before the election. His name also being discussed in terms of where the cabinet is concerned. The other names that are doing the rounds, viewers, earlier on there was indication that there would be 3 deputy CMs, primarily along with Keshav Prasad Maurya, Dr. Dinesh Sharma. Baby Maurya was a name that was being discussed, but that's not to be. Earlier on, it was indicated again that it will be only two deputy chief ministers. Well, that is confirmed right now. There will only be two deputy CMs, but will they be Keshav Prasad Maurya and Dr. Dinesh Sharma? Well, that is doubtful, because indications suggest that A.K. Sharma as well as Brijesh Pathak could very well find their place in the two deputies. But right now, things highly unclear, and we wouldn't even know when the oath taking takes place, because the deputy CMs do not take oath. It's the cabinet, and later on the names would be announced. But let's try and get in a larger picture. Samarth Srivastava, my colleague, joins us right outside the residence of Yogi Adityanath. A lot of VIP movement since the morning. A lot of leaders have met him. The last we heard, Samarth, was Siddharth Nath Singh and Shashikant Sharma. But now indications do suggest that Brijesh Pathak getting ahead in the deputy CM's fight for two spots.
The race is on for the post of deputy CM, be it Keshav Prasad Maurya, Brijesh Pathak. Many names were revolving around, but as you said, if you talk about the race, then yes, Keshav Prasad Maurya and Brijesh Pathak are the ones who are leading in the race of deputy CM. I'm currently standing outside the CM residence, and what we are getting, that Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath, may leave from here in next 10 to 15 minutes, because around 2:50 p.m. the aeroplane of his PM will land in Lucknow airport, and CM of UP, that means Yogi Adityanath, will be going to receive him, and thereafter via helipad he'll reach Ekana Stadium somewhere around 3:50 p.m. This is what the schedule of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So out here at this particular area, you can see the security out here has been beefed up, and what we are getting, the Chief Minister of UP, Yogi Adityanath, may leave from his place in next 10 to 15 minutes. So the protocol has come out, and it has been a happening thing for Lucknow, because since morning, what we were reporting from ground zero, many MLAs, ex-ministers came inside and went for a talk with CM Yogi, and came outside after a brief meeting with the Chief Minister. And when we spoke to those MLAs, they clearly said it was just an informal meet. Though it's going to be worth seeing, like, whosoever MLA went inside, will he be the part of cabinet or state ministry in the Uttar Pradesh government, or that is actually an informal meeting? That is something we'll get to know around 4 p.m. when the swearing-in ceremony will take place, or will start in the presence of Amit Shah, JP Nadda, Rajnath Singh and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But what is more worth mentioning out here, it will be like seeing what are the faces from opposition who will be coming, because Yogi Adityanath himself dialed to Akhilesh Yadav, Mulayam Singh Yadav and Mayawati to invite them for this mega event, which is being seen as a show of strength by the Saffron Party. Now it's going to be worth seeing, will any leader from the opposition come out, because Mulayam Singh has been a politician who has been around in such events, but this is not the thing with Akhilesh, because Akhilesh is already in Safai. So chances of Akhilesh Yadav coming are very, very bleak, and now it's going to be suspicious like Mayawati will come or not. So these are the scenes we are getting from the Chief Minister office, and it is just a matter of few hours before CM Yogi Adityanath will yet again be sworn in as the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh. Back to you.
You know, Samarth, I'm coming right back to you. So Samarth Srivastava elucidating on who all we can expect here. Well, usually Mulayam Singh has been a politician that rises above political ranks and always attends these ceremonies. But he's extremely unwell, and even for his own son, he came out only twice to actually campaign on ground. So doubtful whether Mulayam Singh would be coming here, but you never quite know. Difficult for Akhilesh Yadav, he wouldn't be coming in. An invitation has gone down to other political leadership as well. But to give you an indication in terms of the other dignitaries that have been invited, a lot of industrialist viewers have been extended an invitation, as they do filter in, and if they do, they're going to continue to tell our viewers. Quite a curious invite has gone to Amitabh Bachchan, and the reason why we call it a little, strange in terms of Amitabh Bachchan being invited for the ceremony is his wife, Jaya Bachchan, is an MP from the Samajwadi Party in Rajya Sabha, and was rather vocal through the course of the election and the campaign. So interesting to note whether Amitabh Bachchan would be coming in here. The other celebrities also been extended an invitation, but the entire might of the BJP today will be at display. All the chief ministers of the BJP from various states will be coming in alongside other big leaders as well. But The strength of the BJP today lies in its cadre, and its cadre, Karyakartas, have filtered in from across the state. Many districts, not just the state actually, even the entire country. We've seen people here from Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat and other states as well. This day, of course, belongs to the king who's going to be coronated. Well, one can call him the king right now in Uttar Pradesh. He's pretty much scripted history. The name of Yogi Adityanath will go down in the annals of Uttar Pradesh history for a leader to script consecutive wins in 37 years. Let's listen in, because like we pointed out, a lot of speculation on. Okay, so slogan airing right now. Yes, I'll ask my camera person Sachin to show you before we dip into those reactions. These are the stands which are completely full, and the reason why they are full, viewers, is because there is no sun in these stands. They're in the shade, and it's blazing hot. It's an extremely hot day right now, and the stands in that corner completely full with the BJP cadre, and I'll tell you how hot that is, because everyone's gravitating towards the shade in terms of the cadre that's coming in. The other side you see rather empty because it's impossible to actually stand out in the sun. But let's cut across right now and listen in to all the other political reactions that are coming in. Listen in and we'll be right back.
उत्सुकता पूरे प्रदेश में इतनी ज़्यादा है कि पास निर्गत करने पड़े, और लगभग 70,000 के आसपास लोग स्टेडियम में आएंगे। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का सानिध्य और शुभेच्छा सभी को प्राप्त होगी। माननीय गृह मंत्री, माननीय रक्षा मंत्री, केंद्र सरकार के अन्य प्रमुख मंत्रीगण और उत्तर प्रदेश से जो सांसद हैं, विधायक हैं, राज्यसभा सदस्य हैं, महापौर हैं, जिला पंचायत अध्यक्षगण हैं, और जो भारी संख्या में जो हमारे अन्य जनप्रतिनिधि हैं और प्रमुख कार्यकर्ता और पदाधिकारी हैं, वो आज के कार्यक्रम में रहेंगे।
और एक बार फिर योगी जी हमारे उत्तर प्रदेश के दोबारा से मुख्यमंत्री आज बनने जा रहे हैं। 4 बजे ओथ स्वेरिंग है, तो आज सब लोग इसी सेलिब्रेशन में है कि लंबे समय के बाद उत्तर प्रदेश प्रतीक्षा कर रहा था कि वो विकास कब उत्तर प्रदेश में शुरू होगा, सुशासन कब होगा, परिवारवाद कब समाप्त होगा, भ्रष्टाचार कब समाप्त होगा, और जो राजनीति का अपराधीकरण हो गया वो कब समाप्त होगा। जो पंक्ति में जो पीछे व्यक्ति खड़ा है, उसके उत्थान के लिए जो काम होने थे लंबे समय से वो नहीं हो पाए, अब वो हमारे सरकार के नेतृत्व में, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी और मुख्यमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में गांव तक, गरीब तक वो सारी योजनाएं पहुंच रही। तो आज हमारे लिए सेलिब्रेशन का दिन है।
All right, so those were the leaders, but like I said, this day along with Yogi Adityanath belongs to the cadres, and many of them have come in droves from all across. I want to cut to Samarth Srivastava, who has with him a bulldozer, and that's been pretty much the icon that's been associated with Yogi Adityanath. Over to you, Samarth. Samarth, over to you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. And there are a lot of bulldozers coming in. As you can see, one bulldozer right behind me. So these are the visuals coming from the CM residence. What I can show you, that the bulldozer, because it has been said that a name being given on social media, the Bulldozer Baba, as many properties were seized, were bulldozed. Those who were involved, you can see the BJP workers out here. So these are the scenes coming in out here in the bulldozer. A lot of workers being here. See, these are the scenes coming in from the bulldozer, the JCB outside the CM residence, and this is moving all around this particular city because it is a symbol of law and order, because BJP clearly said they have won this election on the basis of law and order, and this kind of bulldozer is completely symbolizing the same scene out here again and again. The same bulldozer is taking ground outside the Chief Minister residence out here, which is a clear symbolizing that this bulldozer will continue again and again whenever Yogi Adityanath will come to power. It happened in 1.0 and the same will continue in Yogi government 2.0. Yes.
Samarth, can you get us some reactions from the people who've gathered there in support of Yogi Adityanath?
I'll try to speak some of them. क्या माहौल लग रहा है आज योगी आदित्यनाथ के शपथ ग्रहण है?
बहुत अच्छा माहौल है और योगी जी का जहाँ तक सवाल है, हम लोग मुंबई से आए हुए हैं और योगी जी को हम फ्यूचर में प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में देखना चाहते हैं और लग रहा है जैसे मोदी जी का ये है, मोदी जी के लिए इस बार हम 2024 में ये करेंगे, लेकिन अगला हमारा जो भविष्य का प्रधानमंत्री होगा वो योगी जी ही होंगे।
एक्साइटमेंट है, बुलडोजर वगैरह चल रहा है खूब यहाँ पे?
बहुत चल रहा है। जी सर।
क्या संभावनाएं लग रही है शपथ ग्रहण में?
जी सर, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है यहाँ पे और योगी बाबा हमारे आने वाले हैं और कैसा लग रहा है यहाँ पे? बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है सर।
अच्छा लग रहा है?
जी सर।
तो as we can see that they are happy because it's a big day for the BJP. It's a big day because CM Yogi Adityanath is again back and this bulldozer coming in. So I'll try to move forward and try as bulldozer is moving forward due to some traffic issues because the traffic police are not allowing them it to stay at one place. So that is why the movement is on for the bulldozer. But this is a complete symbolism on the day of swearing ceremony of CM Yogi Adityanath that yes, this will continue because no land mafia or some gangsters will like impact in the state of Uttar Pradesh like it happened in the previous government as claimed by the saffron party. But what is here is the clear visual, it's a clear sight
that is what the BJP is trying to give the message that Yogi 2.0 is going to be once again focusing on law and order. And viewers, whichever way you look at it, however, Bulldozer Baba might be perceived with many communities and various people of Uttar Pradesh, but the fact is that the issue of law and order found resonance in the people of UP as a lot, and that's the reason why that Yogi Adityanath was voted to power. One of the reasons he was voted to power with the mandate that he was voted from. I want to cut across right now from the Chief Minister's residence all the way to the BJP headquarters. And joining me from the BJP headquarters is my colleague Abhishek Mishra, getting us the latest. Abhishek, in the morning it was electric in terms of the atmosphere. People had gathered here from across the state. Right now, what are you picking up?
Well, absolutely. At the BJP headquarters, a lot of excitement as well as BJP workers is concerned. But right now, I've joined my location. I'm actually outside the Kana Stadium only, and you can see how the massive crowd is coming. All these Karyakartas, all these invitees from the different parts of the states are now coming. It's going to be a very important affair, not just in terms of the swearing-in ceremony, but also to give a very strong message as far as the Kana is concerned, that how this government is going to be a reflection of the Yogi first tenure. And as far as all those people are concerned who have come from different parts, they are very excited. We have seen a massive crowd here, and one by one they are coming, and we expect that the whole stadium to be jam-packed by 4 p.m. When the time for the swearing-in ceremony. But it is also very important, Preeti, in terms of how Yogi Adityanath has made it very clear that this government is about the people. When he made his first speech after being elected as the leader of the BJP legislative, he clearly said that it is only the impact of the schemes of the of the centre and the work the BJP has done on the ground. And today, by inviting all those Karyakartas, all those workers, 27,700 Shakti Kendras and 2 respective workers have been invited, along with all the VIP and VVIP dignitaries and people from the different societies. So it looks like that it's a grand affair. BJP has done all the preparations, and now the stadium is getting filled now, and we expect that the ceremony will begin on right time, and people will witness this historical movement when Yogi Adityanath, for the second consecutive time, will take that particular oath in Atal Bihari Vajpayee Stadium. Yes.
Abhishek, even right here, you're right there at the entrance of the Ekana, Atal Bihari Vajpayee Ekana Stadium. We are inside there, and yes, slowly the stadium is filling up, and everywhere, if you can see right behind me, a lot of cadre of leaders, the leadership of the BJP, trying to come, trying to motivate the crowd. It's blazing hot. It's an extremely hot day, and one has to give it to those who are actually sitting out, waiting now for hours in the sun for their leadership to come. Most of them cadres, but we saw a lot of people come from all walks of life as well to be a part of this. They voted a government in power, and now they want to see it visually come full circle. I want to cut across to the report. My colleague Chitra Tripathi filed on way to the Ekana Stadium.
देश की राजधानी लखनऊ, जिसको दुल्हन की तरह सजाया गया है, क्योंकि आज का मौका बेहद खास है। आपको बता दें, आप देखिए जगह जगह चौराहों को किस तरह से भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने अपने रंग में पूरी तरह से रंग दिया है। जैसा कि इस वक्त आप देख पा रहे हैं, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की तस्वीर, योगी आदित्यनाथ की तस्वीर, बीजेपी के तमाम नेताओं की तस्वीर, ये कहते हुए हम निकल पड़े हैं प्रण करके नए भारत का नया उत्तर प्रदेश बनाने के लिए। शपथ राष्ट्रवाद की, सुशासन की, सुरक्षा की, विकास की। जगह जगह इस तरह के बड़े बड़े होर्डिंग्स लगे हुए हैं, जैसा कि आप देख पा रहे हैं। आपको बताते चले, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी बस कुछ ही देर के बाद यहां पर पहुंचेंगे, जिसको लेकर तैयारियां पूरी हैं। 12 राज्यों के मुख्यमंत्री भी यहां पर आ रहे हैं, जिसको लेकर शक्ति प्रदर्शन की तैयारी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की। जगह जगह इस तरह के मंच बने हुए हैं, ताकि जब बीजेपी के नेता इधर से गुजरे तो उन सभी का स्वागत किया जा सके। आई लव लखनऊ भी आप देख पा रहे हैं। लखनऊ जो अपने ही मिजाज के लिए जाना जाता है, लेकिन अपने आप में बेहद महत्वपूर्ण। उत्तर प्रदेश के हर इलाके, चाहे बुंदेलखंड हो, चाहे रोहेलखंड हो, चाहे पूर्वांचल हो, उत्तर प्रदेश का ये मध्य इलाका लखनऊ, या इसके अलावा बात करें अगर हम खासतौर से पश्चिमी उत्तर प्रदेश की, हर जगह से यहाँ पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता पहुंचे हुए हैं। एकाना स्टेडियम हम सीधे जा रहे हैं और आपको बताते चले, ये हिस्सा जहाँ से इस वक्त हम गुजर रहे हैं, ये पूरा का पूरा हिस्सा लखनऊ का दिल कहा जाता है। आज उस मंच से किस तरह की तस्वीरें दिखाई देती हैं। विरोधी दलों के नेता जिनको इनविटेशन भेजा गया है, क्या वो पहुंचेंगे वहां पर, इस पर लगातार रहेगी आज तक की नजर। अभी के लिए दीजिए इजाजत, हम सीधे पहुंचते हैं इस वक्त एकाना स्टेडियम। कैमरा पर्सन संजय कुमार के साथ चित्रा त्रिपाठी, लखनऊ आज तक।
All right, so that was my colleague Chitra making her way to the Ekana Stadium. The stadium slowly filling up. But let's get a larger perspective right now on who we can expect in terms of the dignitaries and the special invitees. Abhishek Mishra, my colleague who is joining me right at the entrance of the Ekana Stadium. Abhishek, first up, is there going to be a delay at all, or is the timeline of 4 p.m. going to be abided by?
Well, as far as the timeline is concerned, 4 p.m. sharp is what we're expecting. And it looks like that the program may get slightly delayed for about half an hour, but not more than that, because as far as the whole conduct is concerned, not just CM Yogi Adityanath will be taking the oath, the other ministers of the cabinet are also expected to take that particular oath, and the numbers which we are getting to know from the sources is around 47 to 50. So that speaks for itself. It will take about an hour and a half to complete that particular formality, and after that, since Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be here, chief ministers of different states, more than 1 dozen, so they are also going to be there, and top leaders, very important leaders are also invited here. So that's going to take a lot of time. So we expect that program to start on time, but moreover, the cadre who is very excited with the fact that it's the Yogi 2.0, and they're expecting our new government with all those older values as far as, the law and order is concerned. The Bulldozer Baba have been, Yogi has been referred as Bulldozer Baba. So, taking that action on the ground, and also at the same time, women empowerment and women security is something which the Yogi government has worked very well. And all these women which we have encountered with here were only talking about the fact that how safe they feel now. So all these things are very much important, and it remains to be seen, because it's a big power-packed cabinet as well, a mixed bag. A lot of new faces we are getting to know that will be inducted in the cabinet, and at the same time, the veterans will also be there, a balance of both, and at the same time, women participation is also expected, around 5 to 6 women, ministers. So it remains to be seen what's going to be the final list. But as far as, giving a perspective and giving a narrative is concerned, the BJP has made it very clear that it's going to be a participation of all these segments of the society, be it the backwards, Dalits, the forward castes, Brahmins, and of course, all those communities who have been very vocal about the party's presence, and all these voters who have voted for the party in the 2020s.
All right. All right, okay. Abhishek, a lot of people already here. Keshav Prasad Maurya, the caretaker, Deputy CM, hoping to be the next Deputy CM as well, even though he lost his seat in Uttar Pradesh, was right now just at the dais taking stock of the situation in terms of preparation. He was right there and he was making sure if everything is perfectly placed for the coronation of Yogi Adityanath. He'd be witnessing some very nervous moments if he hasn't been told yet, because his name is strongly being circulated as someone who's going to continue to be the deputy CM, even though he didn't quite win his own seat in Uttar Pradesh. And that, he's taken heart, I would believe, in the fact that Pushkar Singh Dhami from Uttarakhand was given the CM chair despite losing his own seat in Uttarakhand. So he was right behind us at the dais, taking stock, making sure everything is perfectly placed for Yogi Adityanath's coronation, him being the next Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh. Once again, I'll ask my camera person, Sachin, to get you a pan perspective of what the stadium looks like. The stadium, viewers, has a capacity of 50,000. What we are getting to understand is that it's going to exceed that, and about 60,000 people would be accommodated in the stadium for this mega oath-taking ceremony. Right now, it's going to go as per plan. 4 p.m. is where Yogi Adityanath would be coming with his 49 other to-be sworn-in ministers, and all of them would be taking oath. A large section of women have been given special invitees because women was a vote bank that propelled the Yogi government to come to power. On the other hand, a word that you might have heard a lot during the course of analysis of this election was Labharti, the beneficiaries. A lot of Labharatis who benefited from the ground level schemes, the lowest common denominator financially, who benefited from free ration and other schemes of the central and the state government, have actually been given special invitations. So a huge chunk of that marginalized section also been invited and being made to sit right out in front, because the BJP believes, and that's bolstered with the academic numbers, that the marginalized vote went to the BJP this time. The Labharati vote is what many analyzed in in studios there. So all of that coming together right here was the making of a spectacular win of the Bharatiya Janata Party with 274 viewers. This is in 37 years, and one can't underline and emphasize that enough. It's historic in just that very aspect. 37 years, no political party has stitched together a mandate like this, come to power consecutively in the state of Uttar Pradesh. Has it set the narrative for 2024? Because, let's go to cliche here. The road to Delhi comes in from Lucknow, and Lucknow has given a massive mandate. Lucknow has given, Uttar Pradesh has given a massive mandate to Yogi Adityanath. A lot of speculation when we were speaking to the cadre also on what could be the possible role for Yogi Adityanath in the long run. Would he be an understandable political heir to the legacy which was left by the which would be left by the Prime Minister Modi? Many of them gave Yogi Adityanath's name, but a lot of them also said it's Modi, 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 Modi. There is no alternative. But all of that coming together, this is a day that belongs to the caretaker CM, the designate CM, soon to be CM. And, as the tempo of the music only but rises, we can expect the crowds to only fill up, and you can actually see that happening right now on your television screens. I'm going to just try and get somebody out of our frame there as we go live. Sometimes as a journalist you have to possibly push somebody out of the frame, but that's the perils of live reporting. So this is what's happening right now. I want to also cut across, if I may, to my colleagues who are stationed outside the Chief Minister's residence. Samar Srivastav is joining us, and Abhishek Mishra. And once again touch upon, Abhishek, if you can hear me, you're right outside. Try and get in as much of reactions that you can from the cadre, because when I was speaking with them this morning, a lot of them, Abhishek, have come from various parts of the state, not just the state, from the country as well.
Well, absolutely, Preeti, and we will speak to all of them. Most of them who have come here are to participate in this particular event today. कहाँ से आए आप आज?
मैं लखनऊ महानगर से हूँ, महामंत्री हूँ अनुसूचित मोर्चे में।
इतना उत्साह है आज कार्यकर्ताओं में, आज मुख्यमंत्री
कार्यकर्ताओं में इतना उत्साह है कि जो हम लोगों की व्यवस्था की गई उससे ज़्यादा पब्लिक आ रही है।
अच्छा, उससे ज़्यादा लोग आ रहे हैं। कहाँ से और लोग आए हैं? कितने मंडल, कितने प्रांतों से?
हम लोग तो लखनऊ महानगर के हैं,
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता तो आज पूरे प्रदेश के हैं और जितनी उत्साह हम लोगों को देखने को मिली है शायद कभी भी भविष्य में नहीं मिली है।
आज कहाँ से आए?
मैं लखनऊ से हूँ, लखनऊ महानगर से।
अयोध्या से कौन आया? आप अयोध्या से आए हैं?
मैं भदोही से आया हूँ।
भदोही से आए हैं। तो भदोही का तो कालीन बहुत मशहूर है।
बहुत मशहूर है, एक नंबर।
जी ने कालीन के कारोबार को
बहुत आगे बढ़ा दिए हैं, बहुत आगे बढ़ा दिए हैं। हाँ,
कहाँ से आए?
मैं मंडल महामंत्री गोपीगंज भदोही से हूँ।
भदोही से।
हाँ, हम लोगों को
पूर्वांचल में स्थिति क्या रही इस बार के चुनाव?
पूर्वांचल में बहुत अच्छी स्थिति थी, लेकिन अपेक्षा के अनुरूप हम लोग आगे और मेहनत कर रहे हैं। कुछ जगहों पर तकनीकी।
क्या उम्मीदें रहेंगी नई सरकार से? योगी जी फिर मुख्यमंत्री बन रहे, क्या उम्मीद कर रहे हैं?
नई सरकार से यह उम्मीद है कि अपने अनुभव के आधार पर आगे बढ़ेंगे। कानून व्यवस्था तो नंबर 1 की थी, उसमें और भी जो भी सुधार होगी और पूरी तरह से जो है बाबा जी का बुलडोजर तैयार है। यह संदेश सबको दिया गया है कि आप लोग कानून का पालन करें और जो है प्रेम पूर्वक जो है।
बुलडोजर का असर दिखाई दिया इस बार? बुलडोजर का असर दिखाई दिया था?
बुलडोजर का असर दिखने लगा शपथ से पहले ही। बनारस में देखिए खूब बुलडोजर चलने लगा है, अभी दुकानें गिरने लगी हैं बनारस में।
पहले अभी से ही?
हाँ,
शपथ नहीं ली उसके पहले?
कल की आप न्यूज देखिए, कल न्यूज में दिखा रहे थे बाबा जी का।
आप कहाँ से आए भाई?
एटा से।
एटा से आए हैं, तो वहाँ पर भी कमल खिला है? वहाँ पर
जी 4 सीट है।
हाँ,
4 सीट बीजेपी की जीती है।
बीजेपी जीते है। तो आज मुख्यमंत्री को देखने आए कार्यक्रम?
जी, कार्यक्रम को देखने के लिए आए हैं।
और कितने लोग आए आपके साथ?
हमारे साथ हमारे मंडल से 26 लोग आए हैं। जी,
उत्साह है सभी में। कब से आए हुए हैं आप लोग?
हम आ गए हैं 12 बजे के लगभग, 12 बजे आ गए हैं।
12 बजे से आप?
जी।
So you have the voices, Preeti, and all those people who have come, be it from Bundelkhand, be it from Awadh region, from Purvanchal, and all those people, because BJP has made it very clear from the beginning that this particular event is not going to be only as far as, you know, the VVIPs and top dignitaries are concerned. It's going to be a show for the people in common, and the cadre, you know, who has been working really hard as far as giving this mandate, at the same time giving them an opportunity to actually witness CM Adityanath taking that oath, and the important cabinet which also be taking the oath as the member of the cabinet, Yogi cabinet. So yes, preparations is all way, and it is very important. Let me speak to one of the कार्यकर्ताs also. He's from the minorities. क्या नाम है आपका?
मेरा नाम मोहम्मद अब्दुल्ला।
कहाँ से आए हैं मोहम्मद साहब?
यही लखनऊ से।
लखनऊ से आए हैं। योगी जी का कितना काम दिखा 5 सालों में? आप क्या उम्मीद कर रहे हैं आगे?
और दूसरे का कोई काम ही नहीं है ना, काम तो योगी जी का। सब सारी ये जो आज हम लोग आए हुए हैं, इसकी बड़ी खुशी ये है कि जो मैदानी जो ज़मीनी लोग थे उन्होंने आज योगी जी को यहाँ पहुँचाया है।
सारी बिरादरियों में आप योगी जी की स्वीकारता हो गई है, सब लोग योगी जी को पसंद कर रहे हैं?
बिल्कुल पसंद कर रहे हैं, बिल्कुल पसंद। अरे वो तो थोड़े बहुत तो रह ही जाते हैं, वो किसी को भी नहीं पसंद करते हैं अभी, है ना।
आपको क्या लग रहा है, बुलडोजर बाबा का असर दिखाई दिया?
बहुत बिल्कुल बहुत बढ़िया। जब से माननीय योगी आदित्यनाथ जी बने हैं मुख्यमंत्री, आज की डेट में जो गरीब तबका है बहुत सम्मान से जी रहा है। सपा शासन काल में
क्या उम्मीद कर रहे हैं? पहला कैबिनेट बनते से क्या उम्मीद कर रहे हैं, क्या होना चाहिए?
अभी तक
राम मंदिर बनना चाहिए।
अरे मंदिर तो
बहुत तेजी से काम चलना चाहिए, ये
और तेज चाहिए,
बहुत तेज चलना चाहिए। 24 तक कंप्लीट होना चाहिए राम मंदिर निर्माण का।
अभी इस 5 साल में आपकी सारी इच्छाएं, जितने जनता चुना है सारी इच्छाएं पूरी हो जाएगी, और यही एक सरकार है। और ये बुलडोजर।
आप कहाँ से?
मैं गोरखपुर से हूँ।
गोरखपुर से? तो गोरखपुर में तो इस बार 9 की 9 सारी सीटें बाबा ले गए।
वो तो कभी वो था उनके तो
लू पार तो नहीं जाती थी ना।
वो ये बिल्कुल सही बात है। मैं यही कह रहा हूँ, इस 5 साल में समता मूलक समाज जो चाहिए, हर व्यक्ति को जो जैसा कर रहा है उसके साथ वैसा न्याय हो रहा है। किसी से भेदभाव नहीं, कोई हो कास्ट, कोई हो गरीब अमीर, वो उसका हकदार है तो उसको।
So you heard Preeti what all these workers and the people who have been invited has to say, be it from the minorities or from the backward class. They all are very excited, just waiting for the moment, and the stadium inside is getting filled. You must be witnessing those spectacular visuals, and we are at the outside speaking all these people, and who are also very excited to witness this important movement today. Yes.
All right, my colleague Abhishek getting us the latest. We are getting you the visuals right now from inside the stadium. But the latest news break is, viewers, that Yogi Adityanath has left to pick up the Prime Minister from the airport. The Prime Minister is the special invitee, the chief guest of this event, and Yogi Adityanath has left his residence to pick up the Prime Minister there. With these visuals, let's also get you an understanding on why Yogi Adityanath has come to be associated with the bulldozer. When it comes down to Sushasan, security, the bulldozer and Yogi go hand in hand. Take a look at this report.
बुलडोजर चलता रहे, दंगाइयों को सख्त सजा हो। बुलडोजर बाबा की जय।
It all started with Yogi Adityanath mentioning the bulldozer in his campaign speeches. It gradually became the poll mascot for the BJP.
हमारी सरकार केवल विकास ही नहीं कराती है, हमारी सरकार ने फिर बुलडोजर का भी उपयोग करना शुरू किया। और आज जब प्रदेश के अंदर विकास के साथ साथ बुलडोजर चल रहा है, तो भाइयों बहनों, आज ये सभी माफिया जो 4.5 वर्ष तक अपने बिलों के अंदर दुबके हुए थे, इनको ये लगा कि एक अवसर है कि फिर से किसी सत्ताधारी दल, किसी दल के साथ, सत्ताधारी ना भी हो, किसी दल के साथ जुड़ जाएंगे।
Today, the bulldozer has become a symbol of BJP's mega mobility through the Uttar Pradesh election.
As the results trickled in, the BJP workers erupted into a marathon celebration of sorts, and in focus was the Baba ka bulldozer that rampaged and teared through the opposition attack. The Baba bulldozer actually marking the thumping victory of the BJP, even as the workers didn't stop praising and actually praying that Baba ka bulldozer should be on a never-ending spree.
The Samajwadi Party mentioned the bulldozer first as a jibe. The BJP decided to wear it as a badge of honor. With Yogi Adityanath winning a historic second term, the bulldozer has become an affirmation of both his government's tough on criminals and high on development image. And that has become the metaphor of Yogi and BJP's victory. The bulldozer has completely flattened the bicycle. With his stunning return to power, Baba Bulldozer has now inspired Mama Bulldozer in Madhya Pradesh. Dozens of hoardings of Shivraj Singh Chauhan with the bulldozer in the background have come up in several areas of Bhopal, calling him Bulldozer Mama in the run-up to the 2023 Assembly elections.
और ये ट्वीट करने वाले जितने चिल्लाते रहे, गरीब की मौत पे भी राजनीति करते रहे, लेकिन मामा का बुलडोजर चला है, अब रुकेगा नहीं जब तक बदमाशों को दफन नहीं कर देगा।
From Maharaj Ji to Bulldozer Baba, from Sannyasi to CM, Yogi Adityanath is now firmly in the driving seat in Uttar Pradesh. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, viewers, with that, I'm going to slip into a quick break as we leave you with the tempo only escalating at the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Ekana Stadium and leave you with these visuals. We're going to be back soon. Do stay with us. Our rolling coverage from the oath ceremony of the coronation of Yogi Adityanath continues. Stay with us.
Broad and
straight to a press conference being held by the Minister of External Affairs.
And candid manner. We discussed our bilateral relations that have been disturbed as a result of Chinese actions since April 2020. The occasion provided an opportunity to exchange views on major international issues, including Afghanistan and Ukraine. We also took up some other important concerns in our bilateral relationship, including education, travel, and commerce. Foreign Minister Wang Yi and I have been in touch with each other over the last 2 years, even if we have not visited each other's country. We met in Moscow in September 2020 and then again in Dushanbe in July and September 2021. We have had telephonic conversations during this period, and the focus of these interactions have naturally been on the situation in our border areas. Our meeting had led to an understanding on disengagement and de-escalation. The challenge, of course, has been to implement it on the ground. We've had 15 rounds of talks between senior commanders, and progress has been achieved on several friction points from the disengagement perspective. This needs to be taken forward since the completion of disengagement is necessary for discussions on de-escalation to take place. I would describe our current situation as work in progress, obviously at a slower pace than desirable, and my discussions with FM Wangi today were aimed at expediting that process. The impact of the tension in the border areas on the overall relationship has been visible in the last 2 years. This is only natural since peace and tranquility in the border areas have been the foundation of stable and cooperative ties. Indeed, we have agreements that were designed explicitly to strengthen this foundation and prevent the kind of situation that we are seeing today. I was very honest in my discussions with Chinese Foreign Minister, especially in conveying our national sentiments on this issue. The frictions and tensions that arise from China's deployment since April 2020 cannot be reconciled with a normal relationship between two neighbors. Foreign Minister Wangi spoke about China's desire for a return to normalcy, while also referring to the larger significance of our ties. I was equally forthcoming that India wants a stable and predictable relationship, but restoration of normalcy will obviously require a restoration of peace and tranquility. If we are both committed to improving our ties, then this commitment must find full expression in ongoing disengagement talks. We had an extensive exchange of views on a number of contemporary matters. I laid out India's principled approach to international relations based on respect for international law, UN Charter, and sovereignty and territorial integrity of states. Disputes should be resolved without use or threat of use of force. Nor should there be attempts to unilaterally change the status quo. Where India and China are concerned, our relationship is best served by observing the three mutuals: mutual respect, mutual sensitivity, and mutual interest. We discussed today specific regional situations. Insofar as Afghanistan is concerned, India's policy is guided by the UN Security Council Resolution 2593. On Ukraine, we discussed our respective approaches and perspectives, but agreed that diplomacy and dialogue must be the priority. We also spent some time on multilateral issues. I emphasized the need to take forward the long overdue reform of the UN system, including the Security Council. I also took up strongly the predicament of Indian students studying in China who have not been allowed to return, citing COVID restrictions. We hope that China will take a non-discriminatory approach since it involves the future of so many young people. Minister Wangi assured me that he would speak to the relevant authorities on his return on this matter. He also recognized the particular concerns that medical students have in this difficult situation. Also on the agenda were matters pertaining to trade and investment. We continue to press for fairer market access. So overall, I would say that our talks today added to clarity in regard to various aspects of our bilateral relations. They also provided a useful opportunity for an exchange of perspectives on international issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We have a paucity of time. I can see a lot of hands going up, but hold on. Ground rules, please introduce yourselves before you pose your question, as well as the organization. Let me start from this side, perhaps. Yeah, yeah, we will take a few rounds. Yeah. Microphone, please. Rocking, sir.
Minister of External Affairs detailing on the meeting between China and India today. Complete disengagement is what Minister S. Jaishankar was speaking about. We'll keep a very close eye on that very interesting developing story. That meeting has taken place, interestingly, the first physical meeting after March 2020, given the situation that we've found ourselves in courtesy the pandemic. We'll continue to keep a close eye on that story for a moment. It's a wrap on this bulletin. For all news and updates, do log on to our website. That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thank you for watching.
You are watching India Today.
Crypto Watch brought to you by Big BNS. Crypto Watch brought to you by Big BNS.
rosyjscy dyplomaci oraz wskazany przez nas personel otrzymali polecenie opuszczenia terytorium RP w ciągu 5 dni. Rosja prowadzi barbarzyńską wojnę przeciwko Ukrainie już od ponad 3 tygodni, a my, inne państwa Zachodu, jesteśmy traktowani przez Rosję jako kluczowy przeciwnik. Dalsze tolerowanie tego typu nielegalnej aktywności służb rosyjskich stworzyłoby szczególne zagrożenie dla bezpieczeństwa Polski, ale także dla naszych sojuszników w NATO i Unii Europejskiej, z którymi koordynujemy wszelkie tego typu działania.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching
Bulldozer Baba is back. Yogi Adityanath has scripted history by returning to power for a record second time. Here's a look at the rise and rise of Yogi Adityanath.
The monk who stormed back to power. Bucking a 35-year trend in UP that has never permitted a successive victory. Saffron-clad and super confident through his campaign, Yogi Adityanath has rung the biggest political bell of 2022. Branded a Hindutva icon, an image he invoked frequently through the campaign.
जनता जनार्दन के आशीर्वाद से डबल इंजन की सरकार फिर से आएगी। 80 बनाम 20 की तरफ चुनाव जा चुका है।
Even that comment, which had inflamed, appears to have come somewhat true, with votes pouring in from across barriers. The victory today is testament to the far more solid work he was actually standing on. By recasting himself as the law and order headmaster of Uttar Pradesh with visible results on the ground, Yogi made deep inroads into the minds and hearts of a vote bank that so many have ignored: women. He gamely broke the famous Noida jinx, which dictates defeat for anyone who campaigns in this Delhi suburb, and carefully crafted a campaign that rode on a pro-incumbency wave. Fighting the very real issue of unemployment, the bottom line is, Brand Yogi was able to persuade UP's electorate that not only was he worth voting back to power, but that nobody else deserved that chance. The double-engine metaphor that projected Yogi as an extension of the enormously popular Prime Minister helped amplify welfare work done to fever pitch.
जिस यूपी की छवि इन लोगों ने ऐसी बना दी थी कि हाँ कुछ बदल नहीं सकता, उस यूपी में योगी जी की सरकार ने कानून व्यवस्था को सुधार कर दिखाया है.
With money in accounts, toilets in houses and safer towns and villages to live in, the unstoppable power of Roshan Shasan was too much for the BJP's rivals to surmount. Let's make no mistake, Yogi's victory immediately makes him a first among equals in the BJP's pantheon of chief ministers.
and solidifies the wishful thinking among millions of BJP supporters that he now stands as next in line to the main engine Modi. Handpicked as a surprise choice to be CM 5 years ago, the phenomena of Yogi Adityanath is fully visible today. Bureau Report, India Today.
Continuous coverage continues on the other side as well. The oath-taking ceremony soon to happen. We're getting you all the details of that big story. For the moment, it's time for a quick commercial break here.
Amid the Russia-Ukraine crisis, Europe saw the world's biggest rise in arms imports in the past 5 years, a trend set to accelerate following recent rearmament commitments. How are arms traded across the world, and what is this industry's worth? International trade in conventional weapons is worth an estimated $100 billion USD annually. The industry's products range from light weapons to warships and military defense systems. Nearly 40% of arms exports originate in the United States, but Russia, France, China, and Germany are also major suppliers. Europe shows the strongest growth in trade, 19%, a trend that should consolidate with the new Russian threats. Widely accessible weapons cause suffering and destruction. A global treaty aimed at reducing the irresponsible transfer of conventional weapons came into force in December 2014. Its strict criteria controlling sales aims to ensure participating countries avoid breaking international embargoes and reduce the number of weapons used for genocide, war crimes, or terrorism. Many of the 130 signatory countries, including the US, have still not ratified the arms trade treaty, while Russia and China have not even signed it. The International Committee of the Red Cross says there is still a discrepancy between political commitments and the ease with which arms are transferred to actors who do not respect international law.
This is Ukraine's true danger zone. Up close and fearless in Ukraine's combat zone. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. This is Ukraine's true danger zone. Up close and fearless in Ukraine's combat zone.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Garbage is being dumped in the oceans in huge quantities, and the Great Pacific Garbage Patch is a result of this. The Great Pacific Garbage Patch is a swirling mass of marine debris, a plastic soup of discarded bags and bottles in the northeast of the Pacific Ocean. It's bigger than France, Germany, and Spain combined. The world's biggest dump, it consists of disintegrated plastic and other waste, which is constantly growing, increasing tenfold in the past 40 years. Because it is confined within the currents of the North Pacific Gyre, an immense vortex and meeting point of oceanic currents, it rotates around an area between Hawaii and the North American mainland. 4 other marine vortices in the world's oceans also holds millions of tons of polluting debris.
The debris, which floats on the surface but in some places is scores of meters deep, can have unwelcome effects on the environment. Marine mammals, turtles and seabirds can mistake decomposing plastic for plankton, their basic form of nourishment, and ingest it, harming their digestive systems. In the North Pacific, this mass of rubbish is a breeding ground for a species of wingless water insect, the halobate saricus. The proliferation of this predatory insect threatens the balance of oceanic ecosystems. The Mediterranean Sea contains the world's highest average densities of plastic and is polluted with some 250 billion tiny pieces of floating debris. Practically enclosed by land, its waters need some 90 years to clean and renew themselves. Some plastics can take more than 100 years to degrade.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. This is Ukraine's true danger zone. Up close and fearless in Ukraine's combat zone. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. This is Ukraine's true danger zone. Up close and fearless in Ukraine's combat zone.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
बुलडोजर चलता रहे, दंगाइयों को सख्त सजा हो।
Bulldozing done, now time for Yogi Raj 2.0. BJP's mega Mukhyamantri returns. Double engine dhamal in Lucknow. Modi to electrify Yogi's swearing in. Giant hopes of Naya Uttar Pradesh. Coronation 2.0 cements Yogi's Shakti. Monk in saffron lights up path to 2024. Bulldozer Yogi 2.0 begins.
A very good afternoon. It's rather a very, very hot afternoon in Lucknow. We come to you from the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Ekana Stadium in just about an hour from now, viewers. Finally, Yogi Adityanath will take oath with 49 other the 49 other ministers. It's going to happen right behind me. I'll ask my camera person Sachin and get you a pan perspective of what we are seeing right now across the stadium. It's slowly filling up. Finally, the capacity of the stadium, viewers, is about 50,000. It's blazing hot. I'll ask Sachin to actually show you where there is shade. The stalls where there is shade, it's completely full. The other ones now not left with much option are also slowly getting full. On the dais, I'll ask Sachin also now to close in. You have all the leaders from the Bhojpur belt. You had Nirawa a short while ago. And these are the visuals of the stand, but all the leaders of Uttar Pradesh right now for the BJP slowly canvassing and coming in, and all roads where the BJP is concerned. this afternoon lead to the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Ekana Stadium. We're getting you various visuals. Like I told you, the capacity of this stadium is about... Ravi Kishan is right now waving to the crowds. Every 10-15 minutes, viewers, we have seen one or the other BJP leader coming up, trying to galvanize, trying to, boost the momentum, because it's extremely hot. And to keep the atmospherics going, with chants of Yogi, Modi, chants of Jai Shri Ram, every 10 minutes we've seen a BJP leader come out and do so. A short while ago, Nirawa was there singing away, and now it's Ravi Kishan. And the stands echoing with the chants of Har Har Mahadev.
Mahadev ka halwa ho je kabo na rahalu abba यूपी में सपा भैया हो यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी पूज्य योगी महाराज पर जे समस्त उत्तर प्रदेश एगो विश्वास दिखौले उ खातिर हम सांसद रवि किशन शुक्ल गोड़ छू के निहोरा करम सबके धन्यवाद देव कि उत्तर प्रदेश ने अपना भविष्य चुना है, अपने आने वाली पीढ़ी का भविष्य चुना है। राम मंदिर बन रहा है, अब राम राज्य लाना है। सबका साथ, सबका विकास और सबका विश्वास, जैसे पूज्य महाराज जी निरंतर काम करते हैं, वो गति अब बढ़ेगी। इस नए भारत का नया उत्तर प्रदेश बनेगा। सत्य होगा, झूठ नहीं होगा, सुरक्षा होगी, माँ बहनों की सुरक्षा होगी, बच्चों का भविष्य होगा, रोजगार होगा, हमनी के सम्मान मिली। आज पूरा देश देखा था, पूरा विश्व देखा था, ये गाना स्टूडियो गवाह है आज इस ऐतिहासिक शपथ ग्रहण का जो पूज्य महाराज जी लेने जा रहे हैं। एक बहुमत की जीत, एक बहुमत की सरकार, भारतीय जनता पार्टी, गरीबों की सरकार। आज समस्त विश्व के नजर में एक आना स्टूडियो में कि आज पूज्य महाराज जी जब कहिए कि मैं योगी आदित्यनाथ शपथ लेता हूं तो बम बम हो जाई हो। बोला जय श्री राम। एक आना स्टूडियो आवाज आनी चाहिए, गूंजनी चाहिए धरती, पता चले धरती को कि आज शपथ ग्रहण हो रहा है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी बहुमत की सरकार बना के पूज्य महाराज जी इतिहास दोहरा रहे हैं। दोबारा एक मुख्यमंत्री शपथ लेने जा रहे हैं। धन्य है ये राम की धरती, धन्य है ये कृष्ण की धरती, धन्य है मेरे भोजपुरिया समाज, धन्य है उत्तर प्रदेश की ये माटी। आज बहुत खुशी हो रही है आप लोगों के बीच में आके। आज हम लोगों की मेहनत सफल हुई, जहां गए निहोरा किए, सबने आशीर्वाद दिया। तो बस यह
Ravi Kishan speaking to the crowds that are only filling in through the stadium there. He's going to sing as well, but I'll give you an example on how Yogi Adityanath is called by various names. Ravi Kishan there addressing him as Maharaj Ji, especially in Gorakhpur. Where comes Ravi Kishan? He's known as Maharaj Ji. He was the Mahant of the Gorakhpur Peeth. And mostly when you talk about in the urban belt in Lucknow, he's known as Bulldozer Baba. Baba is one term that is linked to Yogi Adityanath. But let me tell you a little bit more about what we're going to witness, viewers, in just about an hour's time in this stadium behind me. 50 of BJP leaders will be taking oath. That will include the Chief Minister and 2 Deputy CMs. One thing, now that there is clarity on, that there will only be 2 Deputy CMs where Uttar Pradesh is concerned. Earlier on, till yesterday, speculations were rife that it could very well be 3 Deputy CMs, with the name of Baby Maurya making the rounds very aggressively. That's not going to happen right now, but we are still unclear. Lots of favorites' names are being talked about, speculated. Brijesh Pathak, or the fact that the incumbent caretaker deputy CMs could very well keep their chair. That is Keshav Prasad Maurya and Dr. Dinesh Arora. But the names of, A.K. Sharma, Dinesh Sharma, Dr. Dinesh Sharma, but the names of A.K. Sharma, who's an IAS officer very close to the Prime Minister, also making the rounds, if not the deputy, then finding a space in the cabinet. On the other hand, Brijesh Pathak's name is aggressively being speculated right now in political circles. But we'll only know when that announcement of the BJP is made. But let's once again, I encapsulated on what one is to expect in terms of the oath-taking ceremony. But once again, I want to get to our viewers a perspective on what we are seeing right now, right behind me. This is the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Stadium. It's filling up fast. 50,000 is the capacity. We are expecting it to exceed 50,000, about 60,000. In terms of special invitees, before I get to the political delegation or the celebrities or the industrialists, a large chunk of invitations have gone to women. Cadre from across, the BJP cadre from across various districts has been specially told to come in because one of the propellers of what is now a historic win were the women vote. And they have been told to come in specifically with special invitation. Also, the other big chunk of special invitees, viewers, and you might have heard it being discussed in political studios, and analysis of the results was Labhartis, the word. The marginalized, the lowest common denominator in Uttar Pradesh, the ones who've benefited from the schemes in UP, especially the free ration scheme or the other beneficiary schemes, both by the center and the state, the Awas Yojana. A lot of invitations have gone to the Labhartis, to the marginalized, a huge chunk of them actually sitting on my right. I'll ask my camera person Sachin to actually show you. On the right, and at least they are in shade right now. I quite envy that, but a huge chunk of the marginalized sitting there, they were given special invitations. A lot of women also being specially invited for this event because it was the women and the Labharati, the marginalized vote that propelled the BJP into power. That is what the BJP believes, or rather, even numbers pretty much suggest the same. All right. Now, it's a huge security hazard as well. There's a 3-tier security ring. The SPG had taken control of the stadium, and one can very well imagine to take control of a stadium which has a capacity of 50,000 people and try and sanitize it is a mammoth affair, quite a nightmare, I would think. But all of that happening. A lot of water dispensers have also, what I can see right now in front of me, primarily because it's blazing hot, viewers. This is nowhere near a spring afternoon in Lucknow, but it's a hot summer, sultry and scorching sun. And the very fact that the cadre is decided to come in and occupy the chairs right in front of me is commendable. It takes a fair amount of grit to be able to do that in this sweltering heat. But once again, let's come back to what is expected in terms of the special invitees. We spoke about women, we spoke about the marginalized. What is also expected is the entire top brass of the BJP, the sitting chief ministers of 12 states run by the Bharatiya Janata Party, the home minister, the defense minister, the entire Modi cabinet is going to be here as well. Also in attendance will be invitations have gone to industrialists. We don't know yet how many of them have confirmed, but many industrialists will also be attending the ceremony. Quite a curious invitation, which many are speculating about, has gone in Bollywood terms, one of the biggest superstars, Amitabh Bachchan. He finds a name in the VVIP list of the names given by the BJP. Why it's, curious, one might say, peculiar, one might say, is that Amitabh Bachchan's wife, Jaya Bachchan, is a Rajya Sabha MP from the Samajwadi Party and was rather vocal through the entire campaign and through the entire election when it came down to criticizing the BJP. I want to cut across right now as we continue to get you the very latest. And, viewers, I can only see right now the stands are completely awash, filled up. Very few seats left right in the front, but there's not an inch. It's all I can see is a sea of, saffron, if I may say. I want to cut across right now to my colleague Abhishek Mishra, who's joining me live right outside the Ekana Atal Stadium. Abhishek, get us as many reactions as you can the cadre filtering in. It's a 3-tier security, quite a hazard, especially for the SPG. Is everything on time? 4 p.m. was the oath-taking ceremony. Are we on time? We know Yogi Adityanath has gone to receive the Prime Minister as well.
Well, absolutely, Preeti. Now the wait is, the people, the workers who were coming here are getting impatient. They really wanted to see CM Yogi Adityanath on the dais and on the stage where he will be taking that important oath. I'm going to speak to some of these कार्यकर्तास who are here along with us. कहाँ से आए आप?
लोकल लखनऊ के हम लोग।
अच्छा, लखनऊ से। ये बताइए कि आज के कार्यक्रम को लेकर के हम देख रहे हैं बड़ी भीड़ है, पूरा भर गया है स्टेडियम। और भी लोग आएंगे, अभी तादाद चलती रहेगी।
अभी और लोग आते रहेंगे। जनता में बड़ा उत्साह है मोदी और योगी के प्रति। ये आज का जो आयोजन है इसको बड़ा उत्साहपूर्वक प्रदेश की जनता मना रही है।
आज का कार्यक्रम क्यों इतना महत्वपूर्ण है? ठीक है, योगी जी आज शपथ ले रहे हैं, लेकिन और क्या मायने है इस कार्यक्रम को दिखाने के? इतनी भीड़ जो आ रही है,
ये भीड़ जो आ रही है पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश से आ रही है। ये हमारे महाराज मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के विकास कार्य और उनके विश्वास पे आ रही है। और ये पूरी जनता देख रही है कि जो परिवर्तन होने वाला है हमारा उत्तर प्रदेश में, ये बहुत ही
पहली सरकार से इस बार की सरकार अलग होगी कि वैसे ही होगी क्या?
पहली सरकार चली हमारी 2017 से 2022 तक की, इस सरकार में जो हमारे कार्य हुए हैं उसी के अपेक्षा अब जो आने वाला परिवर्तन है वो बहुत जबरदस्त परिवर्तन होगा। और मोदी जी ने कहा है।
मंत्रियों को लेकर के जिज्ञासा है, आपका क्या नाम है?
सचिव विमल कुमार मौर्य।
आपको मंत्री को लेकर के जिज्ञासा है कि कौन मंत्री बनेगा, किन किन समाज से लोगों को आना चाहिए?
नहीं, सभी समाज के लोगों को सामंजस्य दिया जा रहा है और उसमें जो है जो भी मंत्री आएंगे वो बहुत सिलेक्टेड होंगे और बहुत मजबूती से काम करने वाले होंगे।
लगता है जिन मंत्रियों ने काम नहीं किया उनको बदला जाए?
नहीं तो बहुत सा वो ये सब हाईकमान की जिम्मेदारी है कि वो सब वॉच आउट करते हैं कि कौन सही काम कर रहा है, कौन सा सही नहीं काम कर रहा है, उसी हिसाब से वो जो है चेंज करते रहते हैं।
प्रीति, देयर सम अदर कार्यकर्ता एज वेल, उनसे बात करेंगे। अब क्या नाम है आपका?
मुझे राम अवतार कलौजिया कहते हैं।
बताइए कि आज मंत्रिमंडल की भी शपथ होगी, योगी जी की भी शपथ होगी, इतनी भीड़ पहुंची है, उत्साह भी है लोगों में, लेकिन क्या उम्मीद कर रहे हैं नई सरकार से?
नई सरकार से राम राज लाने की उम्मीद की जा रही है। राम राज की तैयारी है। ये राम मंदिर के अनावरण से पूर्व ये एक रिहर्सल है योगी जी के शपथ समारोह का।
आप क्या उम्मीद करेंगे? क्या नाम है आपका?
विश्वनाथ भारती, लखनऊ महानगर।
क्या उम्मीद कर रहे हैं आज के कार्यक्रम से? नई सरकार से कितनी उम्मीद है?
बहुत सारी उम्मीदें। जो विकास कार्य इन 5 सालों में रुक गए वो और बढ़ेंगे और दुगनी तेजी से।
विकास से कितने काम आपको याद आते हैं? बड़े 5-6 काम अगर आप बता सके योगी सरकार के, कौन से रहे?
कितने एक्सप्रेसवे बन गए हैं, बाकी कितने आपके नए हॉस्पिटल्स बने हुए हैं, और लोगों को फ्री अनाज कितना मिला हुआ है। हेल्थ आयुष्मान योजना से भी लोगों ने बहुत लाभ उठाया हुआ है योगी सरकार में।
इन योजनाओं का ही लाभ था सीधा जो लोग?
बिल्कुल हमारी सरकार ने जो 3 सालों में, हम लोगों को 5 साल के 2 साल तो कोरोना ने ले लिया है हम लोगों का, बाकी 3 साल में बाबा जी को मिले हुए हैं। उसमें हम लोगों ने उन्होंने बहुत ही योगदान उनका रहा है।
डिप्टी सीएम कौन होगा, ये जो सोच के उत्सुकता है या जानना चाह रहे हैं कि डिप्टी सीएम कौन होंगे?
ये अभी हम लोगों के पार्टी में जो है, जो ऊपर से श्रेष्ठ नेतृत्व होता है वही डिसाइड करता है।
और ये जिज्ञासा तो होगी ना मन में?
जिज्ञासा बहुत रहती है, लेकिन जो श्रेष्ठ नेतृत्व को तय करता है उसी के हिसाब से होता है।
आप कहाँ से आए भाई साहब?
मथुरा से।
मथुरा से तो श्रीकांत शर्मा जीते रिकॉर्ड।
Problem with your video link. We're going to try and come back to you. A bit of a problem with your video link. Just we're going to rectify that and go back to my colleague Abhishek. But once again, one can actually now hear the tempo build up in the stadium. We've been here since the morning. We've seen the crowds actually come in. But if you see, excuse me, if you see the expanse of the stadium right now, this is what it looks like. It's slowly filling up. What you see on the screens that is being displayed for all of those who have assisted the BJP in the campaign, all of them being honored, who the BJP thinks, or the local Bharatiya Janata Party unit of Uttar Pradesh thinks has aided in the win. A lot of them is the cadre, and some of them leaders as well. Nirahua right now being honored there for someone who pushed the cause of the Bharatiya Janata Party. So that is Nirahua. He's a Bhojpuri actor and a singer. He's also being feted right now for his contribution to this big win that the Bharatiya Janata Party has actually scripted. If I actually show you, and our cameras are focused there, but I'm going to just relay is what I see. Is a huge rush, people coming out in droves, viewers, in droves. I'll ask my camera person, Sachin, to actually pull in the camera for about a minute if he can. we'll ask our PCR to go to some different visuals for just about a minute's time. Just for a minute, we're going to actually give you an understanding on how the crowds are filtering in and why there is such a surge in terms of the cadre that has come in here. So we'll cut across for just about a minute to other visuals, but here. All right, if our viewers can see this, I'll ask Sachin to show you this queue of people coming in a steady stream. If you can see right behind, if Sachin can show you. Now that's a steady stream of the cadre and people coming into the stadium, and it's a sea, viewers, that's all I can say, bearing saffron flags. And you know, this line snakes up all the way to the entrance. It actually snakes up all the way to the entrance, and people are slowly coming in droves. And this is also, you know, because it's so hot. Can you see the water bottles there? There are a lot of people who've had like a semi-heat stroke of sorts. Some of the people I know as journalists as well. But if you can see the water bottles there, it's all for the people who've come in because it is sweltering hot. You know, I think one thing, if there is feedback that one might give to any government, irrespective of party, is to save everyone the heat, especially when they organize mega events such as this. Let's show you now the other side. This is slightly empty, viewers, and the reason why it's a little empty is because it's because it's more sunny this side. But the bleachers, the stands and the stalls on the side now filling in at a steady pace by the cadre, the karyakartas who have come from all across the state of Uttar Pradesh, and not just Uttar Pradesh, from other states as well. Those two corner stands right on top are the ones which have been reserved for the marginalized, the Bharati, the vote bank now, which was one of the main reasons that propelled the Yogi Adityanath government to power. A lot of women have also been invited, and all of them been given special invites as well. The women vote now, a vote bank of sorts, which stood by the Yogi Adityanath government when it came down to welfare schemes. So these are the atmospherics, and they are building up quick. Every of the cadre either wrapped in a saffron shawl. What you're hearing right now are chants of Jai Baba Ki. So Baba in Lucknow, Maharaj Ji in Gorakhpur. But all in all, it is Yogi Adityanath. We've seen a lot of special. All right, let's listen in.
सबसे पहले मोहन राठौर का सभी हमारे आए दूर दराज से शपथ ग्रहण में आज महाराज जी के सब लोगों को दिल से प्रणाम है। वही लाइन मंच पे हमारे बड़े भैया दिनेश लाल निरहू भैया और कन्हैया मित्तल जी सब लोग सम्मानित उपस्थित हैं। बड़े भैया रवि किशन जी वही लाइन गाए थे।
Continue getting our viewers the latest right now, but once again I want to take our viewers through on what we can expect. The Chief Minister would be landing any time. Yogi Adityanath has gone there to receive him. But let's just dip into the atmospherics at the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Kana Stadium.
जो सुने थे दोनों हाथ उठा के सब लोग की ताली होनी चाहिए। आ गया भगवा भाई, अब हम मथुरा की बारी। वही लाइन में गाया था, जो राम को लाए हैं वही कृष्ण को लाएंगे, जो राम को लाए हैं वही कृष्ण को लाएंगे। और क्या गाए थे? काशी को बनाए जो, काशी को बनाए जो
there are two things, if there are two things that I can pick up as a political journalist from this oath-taking ceremony, number one, Hindutva, number two, Sushasan, security, law and order. Why do I say Hindutva? Can you hear what's happening behind you? After chants of Jai Shri Ram, which has been a concurrent through the course of the last couple of hours, what you can hear is जो राम को लाए हैं वो ही कृष्ण को लाएंगे. You made Ayodhya, now the focus is on Mathura. And it's not the first, we've heard a lot of other chants mimicking the same that have been echoing in the stadium. I want to cut across right now to Rahul Srivastava, our National Affairs Editor, who's joining us, taking us through, also analyzing this oath-taking ceremony as well. Rahul, with what at least I can pick up, since the course of the morning, it's echoing through its cadre, the BJP's cadre, it's echoing through its vote base, it's echoing in the kind of program that they have organized. Hindutva is right on top, followed by law and order. The chants behind me, जो राम को लाए हैं वो अब कृष्ण को लाएंगे, भगवा धारी सब करेगा, सब पे भारी.
Preeti, since 2014, what has been witnessed about the BJP is that the party has stopped dealing in those tangible elements, Hindutva elements like temple. And what has been introduced are those non-tangibles like Kabristan, Shamshan, it was at one time. And then if you see, even the Mathura element that you're talking about, on December 6th, there was a call by certain organizations that they want to perform some prayers at the mosque in Mathura. But it was not, the BJP maintained its distance. So that's what the entire idea is now. The Modi Yogi combined, the double engine which one used to talk about in terms of administrative parlance, is much more political now. Usually your thoughts get clear at my age. When you are my age, it's sometime around post midnight. So at 4 o'clock in the morning, I shot off an opinion piece in which I have said that Hindutva is here now. Why is it here? Because Narendra Modi provides that RSS grand vision to the BJP's effort in UP and all across the country. And Yogi Adityanath provides that stridence which Narendra Modi cannot, the BJP could not have, but a saffron-robed chief minister who's selling Hindutva 365 days, 24 hours in a day can do. And that's what is going to be the big template. That is the take from this ceremony, that you have the entire city painted saffron. You have prayers happening in temples from early in the morning to celebrate the win. Seers and saints who have been part of the BJP's Hindutva bandwagon since 1980s have been invited. What is the BJP doing? It is either honoring or showcasing or perhaps engaging all those who were and can be part of this Hindutva surge in Uttar Pradesh. When you talk law and order and the bulldozer, even that does have a Hindutva element and a communal element, Preeti. Because if you recall, in the speeches it's been said that who have been largely the targets of tough on as far as law and order is concerned. The examples of CAA protests in Lucknow is the one which is cited. Bulldozer, the examples cited are the examples of action against Azam Khan, Mukhtar Ansari or Atiq Ahmed in Allahabad. So BJP is now packaging what I call Narendra Modi, Yogi Adityanath duo as Hum Do Hamare Do. The Hum Do is Yogi and Modi, and Hamare Do is that delivery push of government schemes, and Hindutva on the other hand. That's the kind of political packaging which is going to start today. It's going to get launched today. So today what you can say is that it's a celebration of an election which has just ended, straddling on the other hand on an election campaign which is starting today for 2024.
Well, you're right there, Rahul, because that's at least what I have picked up through the course of the campaign in the election, and especially today. It's come from the cadre, Hindutva right on top, jo Ram ko laaye hai, wo hi Krishan ko laayenge, and then of course the law and order issue, both going hand in hand where the BJP's reach to its audience is concerned. Once again, there's a Ram Bhajan going on at the back, but I want to cut across to the latest news break that's coming in. We can confirm, viewers, and that's the news break. We can confirm the two deputy CMs for Uttar Pradesh, and as we had told you earlier, Keshav Prasad Maurya, despite of losing his seat, retains his deputy chief minister's chair. However, Dr. Dinesh Sharma is no longer the deputy CM of Uttar Pradesh, and his position has been given to Brijesh Pathak. I want to cut across with this news break back to Rahul Srivastava, who's going to elucidate a little more about the list that we've been speculating since the course of the morning. Rahul Srivastava, Brijesh Pathak, expected name, was aggressively being pushed over the last 24 hours, and understandably, Dinesh Sharma, Dr. Dinesh Sharma, losing to a Brijesh Pathak, where the BJP accommodates the Brahmin face while keeping Keshav Prasad Maurya.
Preeti, Keshav Maurya is a very clear choice, because remember, the BJP, before he was made a deputy chief minister, he was a state president. And the kind of emphasis the BJP has laid on the non-Yadav OBCs, the MBCs and the non-Jatav Dalit votes, it's very clear that the BJP will like a continuation. And Keshav Maurya was being groomed as a leader. In fact, in September last year, he was sulking, and you had that rarest of the rare visit by Yogi Adityanath to the residence of Keshav Maurya, the first in 4.5 odd years. And that was a signal about the significance the BJP was attaching to a Keshav Maurya. But Brijesh Pathak is a Brahmin face. Last time around, he became an MLA from on a BJP ticket. And last time around, he couldn't have been, he was made a minister, but couldn't be made, given a senior portfolio or a responsibility like the deputy chief minister, primarily because he had come from the BSP. Now, it's very rare that the BJP rewards somebody with a significant post like a deputy chief minister to somebody who has come from or changed ideological colors. But Brijesh Pathak has done well. He was in a sticky seat. He switched constituency. I think the BJP is investing, because remember, in the absence of a Kalraj Mishra and others, prominent Brahmin faces in UP, the BJP actually lacks a very strong Brahmin face. Remember, they imported Jitin Prasada from the Congress party last year, and at that time he was made a minister. So the idea is to provide the Brahmins the template that through this emphatic win, in which the Brahmins have voted nearly, people say that the pollsters are saying 85% Brahmins have voted for the BJP, that they have got something in the deal. There is something in the deal for them. If a Thakur Yogi Adityanath is a chief minister, Keshav Maurya, an OBC, then definitely a Brahmin needed to be accommodated. Remember, last time around in 2017 also, Yogi's cabinet, though a lot of emphasis and talk about the MBC and the OBC vote, 28 members of the council ministers in Yogi Adityanath government were Thakurs, Brahmins, Kais and others. Those are the upper caste. So the upper caste domination was very clear, because that's one vote which has stuck with the BJP. And through thick and thin, Brahmins may have drifted in 2007 with the Mayawati, but largely they have been BJP's core vote bank, and rest are largely newcomers. So the BJP will reward them. Rest of the list, if you look at it, there are a lot of SCs, there are a lot of OBCs and MBCs in the list, representing the new loyal vote banks of the BJP since 2014. It's a very interesting balancing act by the BJP as far as the caste equations are concerned.
Rahul, would you shed some more light? I believe Swatantra Dev Singh, the party president, has also been enlisted as a cabinet minister. He had his eyes on the deputy chief minister's chair. A.K. Sharma, who is a bureaucrat very close to Prime Minister Modi, his name also there. Would you give us more input on that?
You see, Mr. Singh was a minister in the Yogi government. In fact, he was a transport minister before he was plugged out and handed over the charge of the state as the state president for the BJP. He has been a decent organization man. Somehow there is an impression that he has done a decent job. But I think there is some bit of rethink happening within the BJP, and the BJP has an upper caste chief minister, a deputy chief minister who is from the upper caste, and an OBC deputy chief minister. What sources are saying that perhaps there could well be a Brahmin face as the next state president, somebody from the upper caste to send out that placatory message that all is well as far as the BJP's reward system for the loyal caste is concerned. And that's why Swatandev Singh could well be part of the council of, is going to be the part of the council of ministers. But with somebody like Keshav Maurya already in, if he is in, because one doesn't know with the Modi-Shah duo, they really like to surprise and shoot down things which are there in the media. But the fact remains that there is an OBC. I don't think Swatandev Singh could well be the choice. And remember, it is also important that Keshav Maurya comes from a region where the Maurya vote has immense significance. And that is why the BJP may not like to disturb the equation. And remember, last time around, it was the Modi-Shah duo which had picked up Mr. Keshav Maurya as the Deputy Chief Minister. Though he has lost the election like Mr. Dhami, somewhere if they drop him, then it could well be that they are going back on their own choice and they made a mistake. So it seems slightly difficult that Mr. Swatandev Singh may get Deputy Chief Minister, but then one doesn't know. Mr. A.K. Sharma, in the morning there was a huge buzz that he could be made as a Prime Minister's point person in the Yogi Council of Ministers as a Deputy Chief Minister, but largely what now sources are saying with Brijesh Pathak in, that may not be a possibility, and he may be a minister, and he has wide deep experience of handling MSME and PMO, so he could well play an important role.
Right. Well, it's interesting, the mix there, Rahul, because the Deputy CM's chair now been finalized. It's going to be Brijesh Pathak and Keshav Prasad Maurya, and Rahul was quite right in elucidating that even though Keshav Prasad Maurya has lost his seat this election, but he is a powerful Maurya leader, and that at the back of, even though there were defections of the likes of Swami Prasad Maurya, who moved from the BJP to the SP, the Maurya community stuck by the Bharatiya Janata Party. So in that aspect, important to keep Keshav Prasad Maurya in. Then you have Brijesh Pathak, who is a Brahmin face. But, you know, the fine print of it all, Rahul, you have the Minorities Affairs Minister, Mohsin Raza, a minority face in the cabinet, dropped.
सांप बिच्छू को जर चलेला जब चाप के बाबा का बुलडोजर चलेला जब चाप के।
Rahul, can you hear me?
Yes.
Rahul, can you hear me?
Yes.
Rahul, yes. Rahul, my question was the fact that, you know, you were right as you encapsulated in terms of the Deputy CM. It's already been finalized. Brijesh Pathak, Keshav Prasad Maurya. You know, we were also talking about how Keshav Prasad Maurya's importance is of significance because Swami Prasad Maurya, who had defected from the BJP to the SP, lost his election. The Maurya community stuck by the BJP. So important to have Keshav Prasad Maurya in. For the Brahman, you have Brijesh Pathak. But what's all interesting here is, you know, in the fine print is dropping your minority face, who was the Minority Affairs Minister, Mohsin Raza.
Yes, Preeti. What we are hearing that there is a gentleman, Mr. Danish Azad, whose name was doing the rounds. One will have to wait and see. He is the General Secretary of the BJP's UP Minority Morcha. His name was doing the rounds, so one will have to wait and see, because what we were told that there will be at least one minority face as far as the Council of Ministers is concerned. So one will have to really wait for that confirmation. Though what one can say is, if you see the celebrations today, if you see the BJP's poll campaign, it is definitely, it has an element that the minority vote, despite the unification it has seen over the last few years, like for example, Last time around in 2017, 17% over minorities voted for Akhilesh Yadav's party, and this time around the vote percentage seems to have increased. That means there has been a minority consolidation for parties against the BJP, but somewhere, yes, the BJP will like that something like a minority affairs ministry should not be headed by somebody who is not a member of the minority. So will it be going to somebody who is a Sikh or a Muslim? That one element one needs to wait and see.
You know, Rahul, if you have the list of, the 50 members of the BJP who would be taking oaths today, will you go through it and maybe can we get a breakup in terms of community? How many minority faces are actually going to be taking oaths today? In terms of community, what is the exact breakup?
Sure.
All right, we seem to have lost our connection with Rahul Srivastava. We're going to try and rebuild our connection, but let's cut in and get you the atmospherics of it all. This is Niraua, who was singing a short while ago. Well, it seems it's changed right now, but let's dip in to what we see right behind, and hopefully we'll have Rahul Srivastava back with us.
So, as I was saying, Danish Ansari, Azad Ansari's name.
Can Rahul not hear me, or what's happening?
Preeti, as I was saying, that I had earlier mentioned that the name of Danish Azad Ansari is there as a Minister of State. So the BJP, by replacing Mohsin Raza, is bringing Danish Ansari. He was till yesterday or till today morning the General Secretary of the BJP's Minority Morcha in Uttar Pradesh. He has been largely working, he joined the BJP early, and he has been working in the language department of the BJP for a very long time in Lucknow, and is seen to be as a young student leader who has grown through the ranks, and the BJP is making him a minister, and we are told that he may be getting the post of in the Minority Affairs Ministry. Now there is another interesting element, could be somebody like Baldev Singh Olak. Now whether he could be made a minister, but again his name is also figuring as a member from the minority committee as a Minister of State. What one can see is two interesting choices, that there are going to be two ex-cops who are going to make it to the Council of Ministers. Asim Arun, who was holding a post of an ADG, contested from Kannauj. He has won the elections and he's going to take oath today, along with Rajeshwar Singh, the giant killer of Enforcement Directorate, who has the charge of having handled perhaps every corruption case which hit the UPA government. He's going to take oath. So the BJP rewarding these people who had quit their services and joined rank with the BJP. Beyond that, if you see Suresh Kumar Khanna, one of the senior most legislators of the BJP, is in again. There was a buzz also that he could well be elevated as Deputy Chief Minister, but he holds a very crucial finance portfolio and done it. People say that he has done a decent job with the implementation of GST in Uttar Pradesh. It was a very moribund, the entire sale tax structure was in a very bad shape, and Khanna seems to have done a very decent job. Baby Rani Maurya is getting a cabinet berth. That's another senior OBC leader. Javid Singh, again he is a senior Lodh leader, is the son of
और अपने सभी चहेतों को ये आश्वासन दें कि थोड़ी देर में उनकी वो आवाज जिन्होंने दिलों पर राज कर रखा है वो उनके कानों से होकर.
All right, we're going to go right back to Rahul Srivastava, but let's get you what is building up to be an electric atmosphere at the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Stadium. What my camera person Sachin is actually showing you is the steady stream of BJP cadre and the people who've come here to watch the oath taking of Yogi Adityanath. It's been like this for the course of the last 1 hour. All we can see, viewers, is a sea of people making their way in, trying to find a spot. And this massive line is snaking right outside the stadium as well. So this is what it looks like. One by one, we are seeing BJP workers, BJP leaders coming in, motivating the crowds because it's sweltering hot. It's blazing hot. And I would reckon as a journalist and many more who've come to attend this event, that it's a request to political parties to not hold these events in the middle of the afternoon, in the peak of summer. It's just traumatizing to say the least. But let's focus back right now to the biggest event that Uttar Pradesh has seen in the last 37 years, and why I say that it is the biggest event in terms of politics, viewers, because this moment is going to be etched in history. It will go down in the annals of Indian political history for any political party in Uttar Pradesh to register a consecutive win in 37 years. Yogi Adityanath has done so. And the Shapath Samaroh, the oath-taking ceremony, the coronation befitting that very history which has been documented by the BJP. All right, so let's quickly cut into the latest news break that we are getting in. That's ADGP Law and Order who was on the screens there. But the latest is, viewers, that the Prime Minister, who's the chief guest of this massive function, has finally arrived. Yogi Adityanath is there to receive him, and they will be making their way to the venue where we are, which is the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Stadium and Ekana. So those visuals that you see on your television screen is the Prime Minister touching down in Lucknow. A lot of what happens today in terms of just not the political event of it, but the meaning of BJP coming to power once again in UP, scripting history, could possibly impact 2024. But that's for another day, that's for another event, and that's for another debate, whether it will have any bearings where politics is concerned. This day belongs to Yogi Adityanath. This day belongs to the cadre of Bharatiya Janata Party that has helped script a spectacular win. In terms of those in attendance, of course, the top leadership of the Uttar Pradesh BJP unit, but the 12 sitting chief ministers of the Bharatiya Janata Party across India are also in attendance. Modi's entire cabinet is here. Alongside them, our industrialists, our celebrities is what we are getting to hear. We did see the name of Amitabh Bachchan. That's a curious case there. His wife has been a Samajwadi Party MP, Jaya Bhaduri, very vocal in criticizing the BJP through the course of this election. Special invitees, viewers, are a lot of women. Women is a vote that propelled the Uttar Pradesh government of Bharatiya Janata Party to come back to power, and women have been given, at least today in this stadium, special status. And with that is the word that you've heard very often, La Bharatis. Okay, so this is the Kashi Vishwanath corridor opening. If you remember, viewers, just about 2 months ago, that was Prime Minister Modi inaugurating the Kashi Vishwanath corridor and the Kashi Vishwanath temple. That has been one of the reasons, with some in terms of the beacon of development, where Hindutva and development going hand in hand goes down. The message was percolated down to the lowest common denominator, and many we spoke to also spoke about the Kashi Vishwanath corridor being one of the reasons, and the mandir being one of the reasons which made them vote for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Development plus Hindutva plus law and order, I would reckon, would be the three pillars on which stood the BJP in its win. And you could, see the roar in the crowd the minute that visual of the Kashi Vishwanath corridor played up. But this is what it looks like through the course of the day this morning. If I can, as a political journalist, if I have to look away and say what has been my biggest takeaway from this event, is that the BJP has roared back to power in Uttar Pradesh and will henceforth go and build on two issues, Hindutva and law and order. Hindutva right from the word go, all we are hearing are chants of Jai Shri Ram, chants of जो राम को लाए हैं वो हम उन्हें लाए हैं और जो राम को लाए हैं वही किसान लाएंगे भगवाधारी सब पे भारी. One can very well make out from these very slogans on what the mood is. The cadre very motivated. Whoever we spoke to, the subaltern Hindutva that was once spoken of, that the BJP instilled in the Uttar Pradesh hinterland or the region, the various regions of UP, very much alive and kicking, viewers. And you can see that, and straddling that, the BJP is also straddling alongside the entire push of law and order, Sushasan. Let's once again dip into the atmospherics and we'll go across back to Rahul Srivastava in the studio with us.
भारत माता की, भारत माता की. ये कौन सा चालू हो गया भैया? वो माइक बंद कर दीजिए उधर वाला, वो बिल्कुल माइक बंद कर दीजिए. ये आगे चलिए, आगे खुल गया है वहां पर.
The Prime Minister has touched down right now in Lucknow. The designate Chief Minister, the caretaker Chief Minister, has gone to receive him. Yogi Adityanath is there. His list of ministers finalized was just given out a short while ago. The 2 deputy CMs have been finalized. Dr. Dinesh Sharma will no longer be the deputy CM. Brijesh Pathak takes his place. Keshav Prasad Maurya keeps the chair of deputy chief minister. Cutting across back to Rahul Srivastava, who's joining us right now. Rahul, as we've spoken about the 2 pillars of Hindutva and law and order that the BJP has been riding on through, where this win in UP is concerned. But going forward from here, where Yogi Adityanath is concerned, when we spoke to the people, there are 2 very distinct thought processes, especially even in the cadre and the leadership here. One, that Yogi Adityanath is now the heir apparent to Prime Minister Modi. The other, who refused to say anything and say it's only Modi, 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 there is absolutely no Yogi. Yogi is good as the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh.
Preeti, if you go use history for empirical evidences, any political party needs a succession which is organic in character, unlike the Congress party, which doesn't. So, in what condition the Congress finds itself in. The BJP has been good at it. So, at one time when the BJP was inching closer to power, it was gaining momentum as a political force, though only ahead of up in the beyond the Vindhyas in the north, and say parts of Maharashtra and others. At that time, when the push came to shove, it was Atal Bihari Vajpayee, the UP leader with a mass base. The choice was between him and the organizational man, though the poster boy of Hindutva, L.K. Advani, somewhere the RSS handpicked Atal Bihari Vajpayee, though the RSS knew that it is that liberal face, Vajpayee is the liberal face, and perhaps at times could be in conflict with the RSS ideology or what the RSS wants. It was Atal Bihari Vajpayee chosen. But after that, if you see, and remember, L.K. Advani was from Gujarat, so history could well repeat itself. You have got Yogi Adityanath, who is gaining popularity, who has proved his popularity in UP, is popular across country, where several BJP election-bound state leaders asked for Yogi Adityanath especially that he should come and campaign. So he's that campaigning, electoral campaigning face of the BJP. Compared to him, say for example, if we talk about somebody like an Amit Shah, who has actually brought UP to BJP. It was his organizational man, Preeti. I saw in 2014 Amit Shah sitting in a very small room in the BJP office where he was standing today morning. And there people used to come to meet him and he would refuse to meet them. He will refuse to get his feet touched, and he dismantled the entire organization list which was there, because it was inhabited only by people who were the relatives or the leaders. Amit Shah destroyed that list and painstakingly created a list from the bottoms up. and means from the grassroots, block pramukh, panna pramukhs up till the top. And perhaps that's what had paid the BJP. He instilled newer electoral and political systems for the BJP. But then, he's from Gujarat. He's not that mass leader that perhaps Yogi Adityanath has become and perhaps has an opportunity to become, and remember also, closer to the RSS heart. Yogi Adityanath was not an RSS man, but definitely today one cannot say that Yogi Adityanath has not been mainstreamed into the RSS ideology after he becomes the chief minister for the second time. And last time around in 2017, it was the RSS which had picked up Yogi or flagged Yogi first before the BJP.
All right, Rahul, just stay on with me. Once again, I'll ask my camera person to show you on what we are seeing there. The Prime Minister, Modi, is right now landed. He's landed in Lucknow. The incumbent, the designate, I beg your pardon, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has gone to receive him, and he will be here very shortly is what we are expecting. I believe that there will be a 15 to 20 minute delay in Yogi Adityanath taking oath with his 49 ministers. The list is out, and this is what it looks like. On the stage is going to be the Prime Minister, as well as on the left hand side of the stage is going to be the Prime Minister. On the stage, it is a government function. It's an official function. You'll have the governor, Anandiben Patel, who will be administering the oath to Yogi Adityanath. Yogi Adityanath and his 49 other ministers will be sitting right on the stage right in front. There is expected to be Yogi Adityanath's speech. Yesterday we'd seen a spirited speech after Yogi Adityanath was announced as unanimously as elected as the party legislative chief where the BJP is concerned. Spirited speeches were made by Yogi Adityanath as well as Amit Shah. Today as well, after he takes oath, Yogi Adityanath is expected to speak. The entire event is going to last for about 40 minutes is what we have been given to understand, but the build up to it has in fact been spectacular. We've seen the entire city of Lucknow bedecked in saffron. The roads completely, it's a sea of saffron from the city of Lucknow, and all roads, especially if you are a BJP cadre or you have been a BJP supporter or you are a leader, lead to none else but the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Stadium right here. Capacity of 50,000, expecting more, 60,000. We've been showing you visuals. A steady stream of BJP workers have been filing in. We can clearly tell you that. And it's going to fill up very, very soon right now. The Prime Minister and Yogi Adityanath would be here very shortly as well. An official function where we will not hear the Prime Minister speak, but yes, it is the day that belongs to none else but Yogi Adityanath. I'd like to connect back to Rahul Srivastava. Rahul, what's interesting right now is, even though Amit Shah was the observer, he was the... All right, 1 second. All right, okay. Before we cut across to Rahul Srivastava, let's cut across to my colleague Chitra, who filed this report right from the start.
बिहारी वाजपेयी काना स्टेडियम में खचाखच भरा हुआ है. ऊपर की तस्वीरें आपको दिखाना चाहेंगे. आप देखिए किस तरह से जोश में लोग इस वक्त दिखाई दे रहे हैं. अलग-अलग हिस्सों से ये चित्रकूट मंडल के लोग इस वक्त आपको टीवी स्क्रीन पर दिखाई दे रहे हैं. पीछे ऊपर की तरफ भी अगर आप देखेंगे तो दूर-दूर से यहाँ पर लोगों का भारी जमावड़ा लगा हुआ है. इंतजार किया जा रहा है तो सिर्फ यहाँ पर प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का और आज के इस कार्यक्रम के जो नायक हैं मुख्यमंत्री
काटो वो उनके कानों से होकर एक बार फिर दिलों तक पहुंचेगी. हम
has come in. That's Yogi Adityanath as well, the Prime Minister, and you can see the roar. I'd just like to give in to the crowd. That's the Prime Minister. Following him is Rajnath Singh, the Defence Minister, Swatantra Dev Singh, who's right now the BJP party president. I could see the three of them. And you can see the roar right now in the crowd. So the three people who walked on first, coming behind, I think is the governor. She's wearing a mask, but I believe it's Anandiben Patel. That's Rajnath Singh waving out to the crowds. That's Yogi Adityanath. Following Yogi Adityanath is Swatantra Dev Singh, the party president.
That's Apna Dal leader. You have BK Singh as well. And that's Yogi Adityanath. That's Anurag Thakur. Anurag Thakur coming up and receiving Yogi Adityanath, who's going to each and every stall. That's ML Khattar, the Chief Minister of Haryana. Yogi Adityanath meeting him there. And that's Jiten Prasada. Jiten Prasada, who would have thought, would find himself here? Defected from the Congress. The Congress, viewers, has done terribly in this election. And Jiten Prasad from the Congress today finds himself to be a cabinet minister in the Yogi government. Jiten Prasad there taking in, and a lot of people touching the feet of Yogi Adityanath, all the MLAs who've been inducted in the cabinet. Out of 274, 50 members from the BJP and its allies, the Apna Dal and the other political parties that BJP allied with, will be taking oath today. All right, we're going to just turn around and show you the main stage where Yogi Adityanath would be taking oaths. Once again, there, that's Keshav Prasad Maurya. Well, he's keeping his deputy CM-ship. He was the one before, viewers. About 2 hours before, it was Keshav Prasad Maurya who came in to take stock of the preparations here. Well, he's kept his deputy CM chair. But what's also interesting, viewers, and I see there's such a distinct difference, and why I say there is a, that there is a, a distinction, because in 2017, viewers, I was covering the oath-taking ceremony of Yogi Adityanath. It happened in a Maidan of sorts. The Maidan is a stadium today, and Yogi Adityanath, at that point of time, what Keshav Prasad Maurya did today, 2 hours before his own oath-taking, Yogi Adityanath was there making sure that the preparations were on cue. Well, today, that job was Keshav Prasad Maurya's, and Yogi Adityanath just walked in a short while ago wearing a mask. Walking in, receiving all his guests. You have all the 12 chief ministers from the Bharatiya Janata Party across the country coming in to witness what is a spectacular win. And other leaders as well. The likes of Anurag Thakur, you just saw right there. You saw Rajnath Singh. That's Anandiben Patel, the governor. A lot of people taking selfies with Yogi Adityanath. Some of them are going to be taking oath with him. He's quite a star with his own cabinet as well. But in just a few minutes from now, Yogi Adityanath would be taking oath. The oath is extremely short, but after the 50 of his 49 other members take oath, Yogi Adityanath will be speaking to the cadre, and wow, what a house it is. It's an august house full with, if I am not wrong, about 50 to 60,000 people. And he will be speaking directly to them. It's because of the cadre of the Bharatiya Janata Party that the BJP was able to script history in the sense that it did. It's a day that belongs to Yogi Adityanath, and it's a full circle that he has drawn from 2017 to 2022. This election fought under his banner. Where will it lead him? Well, time will tell. Many political pundits would say that if there is a true inheritor of the legacy of Prime Minister Modi, then it is Yogi Adityanath. But having said that, there is this entire section which believes buck stops where the BJP's supreme leader is concerned. But let's cut across back to Rahul Srivastava as we close in and get you the latest. It's moments before the oath taking. The Prime Minister is also there. But you know, Rahul, what do you see different right now? From 2017, you had a Mahant, who took oath, a surprise candidate, possibly a compromise candidate. So many names were doing the round. Manoj Sinha, if I'm not wrong, was speculated. Rajnath Singh name was speculated, but along came Yogi Adityanath, and today this election fought under his banner.
Preeti, last time around, Yogi Adityanath was an intern who landed up on a big news channel's news floor. And this time around, he is that one big guy who has broken the story of the year. I think Yogi Adityanath last time around had a lot of things against him. Remember that Yogi Adityanath was elected several occasions from Gorakhpur, but he was a satellite. He was not really mainstream BJP cadre. He was not RSS. He could have been have ideological similarities to the BJP and RSS, but he was not steeped in that RSS ideology. He was not cut in that cloth. And that is why there was always a sense of friction. And when Yogi Adityanath came in, at that time, Yogi Adityanath had a lot of problems, administrative. He had never held a post, though he ran a very successful mutt and its operations, running education institutions. But running education institutions and welfare organizations in one district is minuscule compared to a complex state like Uttar Pradesh. And remember also that as a chief minister of the most populous state in the country, Yogi Adityanath has had once in a lifetime pandemic to deal with. So if you look at the odds, there were many. But I think what has worked for Yogi is the set of clothes that he walked in to the chief minister's residence, the saffron clothes. He has stuck to his image. At one time, I knew him some 15, 16 years ago. When I met him for the first time, he was a yogi. He was there in Gorakhpur running a Hindu Yuva Vahani, and